And we are back with the World Championship, our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 with the points major. Today is going to be the first playoffs day, and I'm super excited to see what is going to roll after everything we could see yesterday. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of interesting stories to tell, a lot of those powerhouses in the region cementing their places into this day, and also some cool surprises. I'm Igor Lennox, your host and commentator. I'm going to be again today alongside my friend, a former player, Jesus Can Save You. Adam, Jesus Can Save You. How is it going, buddy?
Very good, very good. Another exciting day. We're already on day two, and I'm happy to be here as per usual. And I think these matchups that are going to be coming up are going to be more intense. There's going to be some more rivalry that we're going to see, and I'm excited and can't wait. I'm happy to be here with you as well.
Great to see you again. And for sure, a lot more to tell today as we're going to be moving into those decisive games. Now, let's remind you that we're talking about a double elimination brackets
Mhm.
that is going to be very interesting coming from the groups phase. But before that, let's just make sure we follow all the official channels in all the social media. So beginning with
Mhm.
Instagram, play CODM Esports altogether. On X, we also got play CODM Esports, and on YouTube, CODM Esports, you're already here. So might as well just hit the like button and obviously share the stream and follow the channel so that we can keep growing internationally over here. It is cool to mention that Playmobil GG is also our partner when it comes to offering the brackets and the structure for all these teams and players. So we're talking about here the official Korean World Championship 2026 online qualifiers tournament platform. One single place, Adam, where you can find it all.
Absolutely, absolutely. So shout out playmobile.gg. Always awesome to have you. And for today, man, I think as you said, it's going to be like yesterday is a double elim. Today we're gonna see some teams potentially just have their tournament run end, and then some go to the finals. And wow, I mean, do you have any predictions for today? Any insights?
I got a lot of them actually. I was taking a look at the brackets, super excited to see the balance that we're gonna have today of forces. Now, beginning with the fact that we're moving from 16 teams from yesterday to just 8 today. All right, so we're talking about teams that are fighting for their lives in this tournament format, which includes open qualifiers, as we've seen in the last 6 weeks during 3 qualifiers, with teams fighting for their lives and battling to climb up the standings and secure a spot at the major. Now, we are at the points major, as you can tell in the middle of the screen, with the top 16 beginning this event segment and now moving into just 8 alive. Now, out of all this, we're going to still have the playoffs heading towards the World Champs finals in the end of the year. So it is cool to see how this process has been based on benefiting the consistency of the teams. Adam, we're talking about how teams keep improving, right? So because it is a process, so you're eliminated potentially from one split, but you got the second one, as we're gonna have, for instance, the fall a split real soon. So it's all about keep working.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier on the graphic, there's a prize pool of 15K for the team, so that's really incredible. First place gets 15K, second 8K, third place 4.5, and so on and so forth. So not only is there pride on the line in terms of who's the best team, but there's a whole lot of money, and these kinds of winnings can change somebody's life, which I'm sure each of the players knows. And at this point, man, it's a fight for the lives, and yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, I mean it's a sizable amount of money, as you can tell, 15 grand just for the champions, and I am sure that the top dogs are already eyeballing those those amount of monies, especially street free
Yeah.
agents and amigos. They have been spread over the groups as we saw yesterday, but they all
Hmm.
forces, right? They are.
They
The
are.
strongest ones. We have been talking about them for the last weeks, as I mentioned, during the Sum Split to now, and they're eager to prove their points once more. And once we have a chance of taking a look at the brackets for today, we're going to be able to begin with those predictions. Now, there it is. Our amazing producer is already helping us on this matter, Adam, because we're going to begin with free agents and Evox. But before that, we're going to have Street versus Tewas. So this is going to be a purely Brazilian matchup with a lot of talented guys. Obviously, a tough mission for Tewas since they have had some losses when it comes to roster, having to adjust, adapt, and Street just comes in solid as usual. I don't see them failing in this one, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially being such a top dog. And looking at how the yesterday went, I'm sure some of these teams went back to the drawing board, looked at the VODs, tried to figure out they could do better and what adjustments they could make coming into today's matches. Because at this point, like it's do or die, as they know, and those little adjustments that they do overnight, that little homework, makes such a big difference. I've had that happen in my experience, and I've seen it time and time again pay dividends for those teams who do their homework.
Oh, for sure.
So yeah.
For sure. They're going to have to work, right? Inside of the game. Even the favorites, they have to keep working, doing their best over here. And not only talking about these two first games, but also Amigos versus Zero Armed, and then Arise versus Oeste. So it is a bunch of games that we're going to be seeing here today, guys, and tomorrow as well. Not
Mhm.
only in the upper brackets, but also in the lowers. And we have to mention, Adam, that when you're inside of these series, you got to adjust. You got to keep the
You have
mentality. You
to.
got to keep the focus. And I want to ask you, as a
Yep.
former player, what can you do inside of a long series when your opponent, for instance, takes the upper hand?
Well, in my experience, if your opponent has the upper hand and the series is getting dragged out, I think the most important part, man, honestly, Lennox, it's just your mentality, because all the homework, all the training, all the practice, that's done. You have to have confidence in what you've done. You can't go back in time. So in those moments, everybody has to be on the same page. And in my team, when I was in ARP, we called it the one mind. If there was a division of minds, the team breaks up. You start losing more. Things start to get chaotic in the communication. But if the teams are all on the same page, the communication is synced, their mindset, their emotions are together, and they're fighting, and that's the unity that's becomes like unbreakable and starts to shine in those long matchups, especially if the opponent has the upper hand. And that's how you see upsets happen. Sometimes the upper handed team can start to get, that could actually work against them if they have a team that's in unity and fights claw by claw, brick by brick. So
Right.
that's how I would approach it. Mentality.
It's all about working, and it's keeping that right mentality for
Yeah.
sure. Guys, shout out to all of you in our chat. Thank you for staying with us and hitting the like button again. I see a lot of known faces. I see a lot of friends here. So thank you so much. This stream is going to be in English, as we're doing international broadcast here
Mhm.
officially for you all. So share the broadcast, help us to keep growing, because soon enough, we're going to be showing the videos, the map selections by the teams, which are going to tell us a little bit more of how we're going to be moving on the first game. Again, free agents versus Evox, established power and a rising power, if I can say, because Evox, it is the case of being a newer team, Adam, and they have been struggling with finding that level and reaching the high level to face the top dogs. And when it comes to free agents, I'm going to say this. They're not in the same level as they were in the first
Mhm.
qualifier 4 weeks ago when they won it, because they had some changes when it comes to rosters. So it's all about adapting, which could lead us into a very balanced first game.
Yeah, it could. It really could. And if you're Evox, you're a newer team on the scene, things are coming up. You just gotta uh, obviously put your best foot forward, but take this as an experience. Like, you're not the expected team to win. You still put your fight in, but if you don't, it's in a new experience, and you start to get more comfortable on these bigger stages that can get carried forward to future tournaments, maybe next year or later this year. And as we see, we have the players on each roster, and the side of free agents, we have the veteran Spades, or Spades as you say, Lanex, Demencia, Luenbu, Season, Essen, and no. Some of these players I actually have not heard of myself, except for Spades. He's the one I know for sure. And on the side of Evox, you can take that one away.
For sure, Evox is gonna count on Matt, Bunzin, Mochinho, Duns, and Drax. All right, two
Mhm.
very interesting teams. I can say Evox fully Brazilian, and then free agents composed majorly by, or totally in this case, by Hispanic Latin players, with the leadership of Spadas, as Adam said, also with Livenbu and Nu. These guys, they have been in the main roster, right? And then the additions to this team were Dimensio and Zizang or Zane. You said it in a better way, Adam. Did you say Suzanne? I
I
think I
said
like that
Suzanne,
better.
something like
Suzanne.
that. I'm not sure if I said it properly, so I tried to
I
fix
love
it.
it.
But
It's gonna
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
Suzanne then.
Perfect.
So these guys, to prove their points and to be strong today, once more, as we're gonna be heading into the game, the video apparently is done, and we're gonna be able to take a look at the maps with bans on Takeoff, Arsenal, Meltdown, Tunisia, and standoff and raid. And now when it comes to picks, because that's what matters in the end of the day, Summit to get things going with slums right after and Crossroads. Potential second hard point on Hacienda, and then a potential Coastal. Summit, oh my God, what can I say, Adam? Maybe one of the most played maps yesterday.
Wow, I feel like it's just like a Latam thing. They just love Summit, man. They just love Summit. I mean, I don't blame them. It's a lot of action. But the one map I'm really interested that we haven't seen, at least I haven't seen, is Slums S&D. That map has I feel like I haven't seen it in years in the proper mix thing. So I wonder what the teams are going to bring and what strategies they're going to bring, because on Slums there's a lot of like sneaky spots, sneaky angles. So yeah, my hopes are in Slums. I want to see what they bring to the table. Maybe we can break some of that down.
For sure. Let's see how that's going to roll, because I'm going to say this. On Hardpoint, the win rate by free agents is very much high. Actually, it's the highest that they have on all game modes. And specifically in Summit, 100% of victory. Just that. On the previous Slum or Summer split, excuse me. But now, you know, heading into this one, the challenge changes, because again, the roster is slightly new and they're gonna have to adjust and play their best now versus Evox Gaming in the cold, high up in the mountains map that you get to see at this moment. Interesting always, and usually finished off on the third hill, right, Adam? It's tough to see how the teams need that position to wrap it up.
For sure. We got a cold map coming up, and I hope we can see some cold plays coming through in this matchup. I'm sure we're going to see lots of 3 pieces, 2 pieces, amazing operators, because yesterday, as we saw, man, those operators were literally making or breaking a team's momentum. And so with this, it's going to be the same today. Operators are that key special factor that will help a team.
For sure. And the operators playing definitely a massive, a key role when it comes to obviously prepping the scenario, clearing out some areas, and you know, spamming damage into your opponent. And there we go, just like that, we're gonna be heading into the first point, guys. So hang with us and share the stream, because we already have the first fights. Once more, reminding you that free agents does not play with Senchi and Sorry, 2 massive forces that they lose for the sequence of the points major. And now we already see them stepping in the first point. We already have Suzanne trying to fight for his life, but Evox were able to somehow find some battles here, Adam, you know, and, you know, making those bullets fly faster. They managed to almost equalize versus free agents.
Yeah, I like how they did the collapse onto free agents, ended up getting some more time. Free agents did have a really good start to the game, and you know, knowing their level of skill and experience, I imagine they're going to bounce back and take most of the time on the P1. Going into the P2, they already have the right spawns over on green, so that's going to be helping them pretty significantly, because green is closer to P2. And as we're wrapping up this first hill, Evox actually fighting kind of tooth and nail with him. It's a really close game. So let's see how things switch up on the P2 side. Matt already going for green spawns, loses the gunfight, and it's all yellow in the feed.
Yeah, we can tell that. A lot of interesting kills on both sides, but especially, yeah, such a reverse power by Evox, finding those battles and try to come before free agents to this very spot. We can tell that Bunzin's up top, trying to fight for his life as well and create some space for the team. He's going to go for the battle and takes Living Bow down as he comes out as well successfully. Takes another opponent. Bunzin! It is really the case of him making a massive difference over here and clearing the space and dominating the area entirely for his team. As Levenburg is able at this point to respond to take chase, and we see Drax trying to come close as well. It is a very even game, and free agents are feeling the power of Evox at this moment, as we have no massively taking opponents down. We have a lot to talk about, Adam, and the free agents regain control over the hill. Not for a long time though, because it's coming to an end.
Wow, benzene in my language, it means gas, and he is going on fire. Look at him, already at 15 kills, leading the lobby. On the other side of things, Dan's having a slower start to the game, but hopefully he can pick it up, keep his mentality cool. Because at this point, they have spawns, Linux, they have the better position, they have operators out. So this could be looking a little bit shaky for free agents if they aren't able to break this B3.
For sure, we can tell from the upper vision over here that Evox is already inside of the hill. They're trying to keep momentum as the Dimensional takes Bunzin down. It's a matter of seconds for them to equalize this one. reaching the 50-50 points in the scoreboard at this moment, as Dance is behind the smokes, but is able still to take the kill and make the reload. Dance again with his bow. Does a good job and comes inside of the point again, but Spades breaks it in with a double kill to try to gain momentum for Free Agents. As Drax is also using the equalizer, you can tell that he's trying to clear the space around the flag, but it's complicated. We're going to be moving to the P4 for the first time in this map, guys, and it is going to be so fierce, so tough, so hard to predict. Evox is playing the early prep, right, Adam? We can tell they're going before the opponent to the respawn zone and dominating that from behind, and then trying to come as a block to dominate the flag itself, as opposed to Free Agents playing on those late scrappy points.
Yeah, they're playing on the late scrappy points, but it's paying off. They've taken the lead 82-54.
For sure.
And I'm impressed with just how they broke that last P3, just with the pinch. They're using the smokes on middle and then hitting the flank, getting the 2-piece, pulling out the operators, and kind of snowballing them from there. But that's done and dusted. At this point, even though Evox had spawns, Freedens, they're just so good at regaining the control and getting the hard point, and it's really impressive to see. The experience is shining through, but I don't think Evox is a team to kind of be pushed over. From what I see yesterday, they like to fight and keep fighting, so I'm expecting some more pushback from them, you know, if not in this hill, this next P1.
Especially by the hands of the top frag. Bunzin 20 kills at this point, favoring the Brazilians from Evox, and for sure, Free Agents are liking themselves and loving the map at this point. They definitely changed their base, changed their level of assertiveness since that last P3 onto this P4 and rotating to the next P1, which is always a very tricky rotation, right? Because both flags are very close to each other. You can easily keep one player, two players back, and then already rotate to the next one. As we see Free Agents doing that strategy, we know that they're reaching almost what, 15 points ahead of Evox.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's the thing with P1, man. Like, you can have the setup, but because of how this hard point is laid out, it can get broken so easily. So a lot of teams opt to play in for the scraps on the P4, kind of like we just saw. But you know what? Yesterday, I think we were watching, I think it was Evox, it might have been them, but they were getting full control on that P1. They had like 50 seconds or 40 seconds on P1, so it's possible.
It is possible. Let's see what else they can bring to the table. It's going to be a new set of rotations and when it comes to flags and heals. So I want to see more from them. I mean, a hot beginning, but then you need to keep working. You need to keep fighting those momentum in those fights versus an opponent that is growing very much to the occasion at this point. As we have the man show using the equalizer, try to keep cleaning on this P1. Is going to go up and out, try to find more picks, and then keep things running to their favor. We're going to begin moving to the second P2, and it has been actually a very, very even game so far. Eventually, because then things changed, right? We're talking about a Free Agents that is playing differently.
We are. It's expected with their level of competency and experience, but regardless, you know, the matchup has been kind of competitive. Free Agents is started to take the lead, so I think if Evox wants to make them kind of you know, hesitate or whatnot, now is the time to do it. Otherwise, it's kind of might be chalk. But hope is never lost. Free Agents maintaining really good spawn control over on green. I noticed they are a very fundamentally sound team. They like to get early rotations. They like to hold the spawns, and they also like to put not only pressure on the hill, but pressure on the spawn trap. Because even on that P2, on P1, they're always just in the gunfights, ready to take them. And now they're heading over to the battle of the P3 spawns. Who is going to come out on top? We have player number 5, Gizmotino, but he is all alone. Get some reinforcements out of Matt. And wow, it is scrappy for the spawn point lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think Evox kind of, got back on track. We can see them making the points and putting the scoreboard up a little bit for their favor. But then Free Agents, they were just saving energy, right? Saving those batteries for this current P3, as you said, and dominating the respawn zone already. It's gonna make it way tougher for Evox to respond to counter this. As we can see, some of their players are inside of here. Evox tries to break in. Moutinho is able to do that. Quite a movement. It's gonna come out again to try to spend some damage on whomever is outside, and Dance has a war machine activated. He goes for it. A nice power of clear waving and clearing the area, as well as Drax goes for it. Double kill, beautiful one with the switchblade, but Spades quickly responds to that with a triple kill. Amazing job job. And then Dimension is taken down by Bunzin. So it is back and forth. It is a very balanced game as we're going to be moving to the next spot because P3 is already done.
Man, I love this. This has been kind of shocking to me because free agents had control of the P3, but somehow, some way, Evox ended up getting spawns and collecting some of those crucial points, making the matchup pretty competitive. Score lines are really not too far. All it takes is one hill to come back. And already Evox, look at them. They are in container. They're about to make a full push onto the site. It's all up to Null with his Tempest to say something about it. But Luenbull Dimensional gets a 3-piece. He is holding it down for his team and allowing free agents to soak up some more time. This is incredible.
Amazing job on both sides, and Evox definitely making a statement and say, hey, are you guys the top dogs? I don't see it at this moment. We're trying to fight our best here for our lives, obviously, and Jox is in the middle of the map at this point, and a lot of blue kills, obviously favoring Evox at this moment. I'm gonna tell you this, I don't think Living Bull from Free Agents is loving very much this summit, because usually he's a very talented shotgun player. He's using the Switchblade. He's, trying to have to play a little different. And obviously, he would hope to be able to make the impact he's able to do in other modes. Let's see how he's going to bring that to the Search and Destroy in a little bit as Evox cuts the edge. They're managing to ramp up those numbers and almost get to 170 as we're going to be rotating to the next P1. Adam, what a spicy and dicey game.
What a spicy and dicey game indeed. Now, one thing I just seen, Evox pulled out 2 operators, Motino with the Tempest, and then they had Matt, I think with the Equalizer, but both got shut down right away. I don't think they shot, so they should still have that comeback recharging really soon. Hopefully they didn't shoot, otherwise that could really be a big impact kill out of free agents, because when you have operators, as we've seen, that's going to be the whole momentum changer. And at this point, Free Agents has really good map control. If you look at player number 4 on the map, they have the computers, and that is one of the most powerful spots on P1 that's going to allow a team to get those points.
And also, I think free agents are battling better, right? We can tell Cizan with 51 kills, nothing less than that, 52 now, and 40 kills in the hands of the Dimensional, a completer. Obviously, he has a high level, but anyways, he's a completer to this roster when it comes to coming from the previous segment of the World Championship to now. So it is the case of him making a massive difference. We already have Living Bull with 40 kills. So yes, he was able to flex, he was able to adapt with the Switchblade and also the changes when it comes to the lineup of the team. And free agents 20 points away from locking this first map on inside of this best of 5 first series of the day. We already have a Tempest on the hands of Motino. He's gonna come down from the top, try to battle. Good job versus the Spotters. Comes in to break this one down. Comes aggressive, but Cizan was able to counter him at the exact moment when it was necessary. Less than 7 points now, 6 points. We are getting to the end of the map, ladies and gents. It's gonna be the moment for free agents to take this one. So it is. Good game. Well played for them versus Evox. 1-0. And that's how the cement is won to come out on top in the end of the day.
Yeah, what a scrappy matchup. Really competitive all the way through, but free agents always had that cushion of a lead that allowed them to just keep on being comfortable, keep on getting those kills, getting those trades, making the right plays. And with the fundamental soundness of free agent, it's going to be hard for Evox to really, I think, take a map unless they can capitalize on those mistakes that they're making. Now, SND, as we've seen, it's a total mashup of the game mode. Honestly, this could be anybody's game, whether it's an underdog team or not. So, can't wait to see that down. And out of the slaying power from both teams, we've seen so much on free agents, but even on Evox too. Like, a lot of them were getting some solid kills. It was consistent across the board, across the players. It's just, unfortunately for Evox, free agents did get some more gunfights won.
Yeah, and I'll say, I think Evox, they can very much come out of this one very proud of what they did, because they were able to fight, to make rotations, to respond equally to the opponent. The only thing is that, free agents, they were able to build, to stack those points early, and that's gonna absolutely favor you on a tough scenario. We have some beautiful numbers here. All the players, when it comes to free agents, with more than a minute, except for Living Bull, obviously, because he's more of a slayer, he's more of a chaser. But all of them, having a nice presence inside of the hill, also high impact on both sides. So beautiful job on both teams. As you said, Evox also killing a lot. We had Motino, we had Bunzin, more than 40 kills as we head to slums for the search and destroy mode. Oh man, that's gonna be great to see. It's gonna be so interesting to see those initial nade fights in the middle of the map, and then those pushes and movements.
You said it right. Those nade fights are gonna be the key bread and butter for this map, man. Because the nades going onto the B side always gets important kills and opens the space for teams to get the middle map control. But I mean, both these teams are experienced. I think we'll also see a lot of trophies. So who knows? Maybe we won't see nade kills, but I'm sure we'll see some very impressive plays and interesting angles coming out of the snipers. So let's keep our eyes for that, because slums is one of those maps with a lot of really cheeky, sneaky angles that you wouldn't really expect until you get killed by, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I can't do this again.
Yeah, right. Based off what we saw before in the summer split, the teams in slums, they have a favorite spot. They have preferred to rotate to B when it comes to planting the C4. Usually the A is not very much a key area at this point, at least. Things could change, obviously. It is a new game. It is a new segment of the World Championship. So let's see how that's going to pan out, because I'm eager to see how Evox is going to respond to this one. I mean, they had a taste, right? They were almost there, almost finding the equalizer when it comes to points, but then suddenly it was too late, because, as I said, free agents began piling those points before, and that's what you need to do on a tough BO5 game. And now I want to see how free agents are finding their momentum again and keeping ahead in the scoreboard as they're going to be attacking. And let's see the route they're going to take. It seems to be a rush to the B, as I said already, or at least it's a mid-standard hold, waiting for the right moment to invade. As we have Dimensional opening up the Switchblade, potential kill, potential battle coming close. We have Bunzin ready to roll up the Hijas. Look at that shotgun, he's gonna come out! Not possible for him! Amazing responses, and we saw the first contact rolling. The teams had a taste of each other. Duns now falls to the ground versus Nu, and Motinho is ready for more. He's gonna begin gunning from behind the plant position, but he was able to penetrate that wall and kill the opponent, taken down by Spades right after. It's gonna be Matt versus 3, so it is a very daunting end for Evox 3.
Wow, Motino with the LMG strategy. I love that. He's getting wall banks for information, feeding that to his team, so then they can go ahead and make those pushes. And I think that's what happened when we saw them push out of blue. I think Motino ended up getting some hit markers. Wow, what a shot out of Spade. That was nasty. Unfortunately, Matt couldn't clutch up the 1v3. Free Agents takes the 1-0 lead, but really good attempt. I think that was just came down to like maybe 1 or 2 hit points before winning those gunfights when they pushed out of blue. Now, let's see what they're going to do. It looks like they're taking a split approach over on the side of Free Agents. They didn't even pick up the bomb lane next. I think they're just trying to get a pick. Maybe
I think so.
Play delay. That's quite a strategy.
That makes sense. Has been seen before by these Latam teams as well, keeping that C4 way behind and trying to go for the first pick, which Evox were able to do. But they're the defending side, so it's very comfy to do that and staying behind your lines. Bunzi in the middle, just waiting for a potential mistake. We have Drax taking down, double kill by him. Taking Spades in the dimension right after that. As Matt comes to the middle, Living Bull takes Bunzi. And there it is, using 2 different weapons, Living Bull. What a talented player. Evox making this point happen, but I have to give the props to Living Bull. Did you see this, like using, you know, I think he was using the hay chest and then changed to an SMG. So fantastic job.
Yes.
Free Agents try to hold that one, but Evox were able to equalize.
I want to also give props to Evox. These guys are not scared to push. They are confident. Like, they'll do it if they see the opportunity. And I love that. I think playing with confidence is such an important factor to winning a game, because once you start losing that confidence, then you start hesitating and mistakes happen, and they thrive when you hesitate. So great plays out of Evox. Now they're opting for a bit more of a passive type of approach, taking it slow, letting Free Agents kind of make their first move. But on both sides, they're just both waiting. And Drax, I think he knows that Demential is right there. He's just waiting for the timing. Demential trying to jiggle. Oh my goodness.
Look at that. Bunzin taken down. We have Duns. Drax takes the Dimension. So the fight begin rolling. We have Drax reloading, coming in for the next one. Evox playing beautifully from Brazil. Look at that. Just keeping Spades alive. It's going to be Spades versus 4. He has a life to fight for. And Motinho comes in for the trade. Beautiful bullet by Motinho. Managing to put Evox up 2-1. After a fantastic hold effort. Adam, listen, this is a very good effort by them, a very good execution, waiting for the opponent to step up and do the movements. And, you know, they just got to defend, as you said, keeping it passive and then playing it right.
Yeah, and even at the end, once Avox got the pick, I don't know if you saw the map, but they were running all three together. Super good teamwork. And Motino with the two-piece gets huge info for his team. Oh, wow.
Fantastic.
Benzine here. Drax trying to do the pinch. Gets one.
Nasty.
Gets the other. Dimension now in the 1v3. And gets shut down.
Look at that.
Wow.
Taking the main shell. I mean, you know, now the A bomb site getting talked about and you know, getting visited by both sides. And Evox, as I said, liking the game and making those nice picks and correct decisions, with Drax being the top frag at this moment. Great game so far. I would say free agents maybe came a little bit out of focus, especially from the second round on, but then Evox capitalized on that. And you know what? That's good to them, then that's what they need to keep doing, as we already have a lot of battles upcoming at this moment. Benzine going for the shot, was taken down, and now free agents having a shot, having a chance.
Wow.
It was a super fast round, Adam. What happened over here? We didn't have time to talk more.
17-second round. That is crazy. I think free agents kind of got the idea that playing passive wasn't working very well, and so they decided to just full send it. Utilities being thrown from nades to splashes, concussions, and I don't think Evox was ready for that kind of pacing. And it looks like they're opting to take a more passive approach. But Benzine, he says, nope, I'm pushing. Gets info, gets the hit marker, and here we're at a little bit of a stalemate. But man, these guys do not have an off switch. Look at them go. Motino gets the opening frag. Might get a second, but no, shuts him down, tying up the life count to 4-4. And here, things are starting to slow down, Linus.
Yeah, as we have Evox keeping that observing mode, but they gotta be also active. They gotta fight for this, because it is a game of inches. It is a game of details. It's gonna make less mistakes. It's gonna come out on top. We have Drax behind the car. Let's see how he's gonna be able to manage that positioning. Bunzin already guessing that Living Bull is precisely there, because it's usually where Living Bull is. He's a shotgun player. He loves to stay in that very middle. We have Mab going for the kill, and Drax was able to take Zisain down for a 4-2. Fantastic first half of Slums by Evox. We have to mention that they're holding the lines, keeping it in. Eventually, with potential aggressiveness coming from Benzine, trying to rush, you know, or do just one pick and then get back. But good job by them.
Yeah, very good job by them. I really like their teamwork, and I hope they can bring this into the control, because if they can, that's going to be a really big factor. But I think right now that aggression is getting punished. I think free agents has got ready for it. They kind of adjusted to their play style. And Matt gets a big pick. Can he get two? He does get two. And a 1v5.
Wow.
But Lewin Boo shuts him down.
Wow, what just happened here? You know, Matt being very bold, very brave, putting those bullets out, and I love that effort. I love the idea of you know, being aggressive even from your safe spot behind those trenches. And good job by them, even though free agents were able to bring this point to their side. And we're going to be seeing those movements as free agents, you know, they had enough patience. They are breaching in. They're coming onwards to the A. We're going to fight for this. And Benzine apparently being the last one alive with Motino. We're going to see how Benzine is going to do with this. Spa! That's good shot versus Benzine, killing it off. Right off the bat, we have Motino rotating now alone, having to play with the objective, and the opponents who are alive. Motino coming in. He's gonna have to reload and get back to the cover from the right flank. Dimension came in, and his slide was enough to equalize things again. And we're gonna have the flip of the sides, Adam, and free agents now having to decide how they're gonna play this, right? You're gonna keep the standard hold, or you're gonna try to go for the kill and then, you know, trend back again. Because Evox is gonna have the chance of, you know, setting and laying the cards. And I want to see how aggressive they're gonna be.
It looks like they're taking the aggressive route, not caring at all, and no fear. And I hope, wow, he did not even hesitate. I was gonna say that could have been a big mistake, but it looks like they've got their kills, but not without free agent getting the trades. Great job out of them. The thing is now the bomb is about to go down. Bomb has officially been planted. Drax controlling mid-map is a very powerful position that I do like out of him. But Luenbu did get timing, and the gunfight is about to happen. Drax comes out on top. Season versus Motino gets him one shot. Now it's about who's going to make this right play. But Season, even though he's lit, he's opting to be aggressive. And here comes the gunfight. Motino comes out on top. That was a really good round. And Free Agents, I noticed they were playing off site that round. I wonder if they're going to make an adaptation and start to play on site, or if they're going to play back, wait for the plant, and then attack. Let's find out, see how this round unfolds.
Yeah, let's see how that's gonna roll. Round number 10 is on, guys. And again, thank you for your presence, and hit the like button, share the stream. It is amazing to have you all in the chat. As we have Drax rolling and try to attack this one. Bunzin takes Livambu. We have Dance from the middle. We're gonna have Motino try to, throw that grenade to try to help team. Let's see how Drax is gonna fight for this one. Down to the ground he goes. And we're gonna be talking about a 2v2 with Bunzin having the upper hand. Maybe a little anxious, not finding the precise spot he wanted, and Spottis takes Bunzin down. We are seeing who finishing this one off. Free Agents finding their point again. 5-5. Interesting game, and I think the teams are mirroring each other, right? At this point, they're beginning to understand how to counter and precisely how to adjust live. This is a trait from both sides. Free Agents has done that, Evox as well.
I totally agree. I think here a team needs to kind of throw something a bit unpredictable if they want to start to take a run with the lead, because there's a predictability, and I think, as you said, both teams are starting to adjust. But Evox, they're capitalizing on their play style because they're getting control of the middle of the map, and that's honestly the most important part of Slums if you want to win. Because when you have mid-map control, you can watch everything, and if you're trying to be the one getting map control, like taking map control back, it's very, very difficult. So we're gonna have to see. Free Agent, they're deciding what are they gonna do. Dementia opens it up, Spades with the second, but getting shut down left and right. It's just too much firepower out of Evox because they have the life count, because they have the map control, and that leads to the 6-5 lead over on Evox. Are they gonna play the same B push or Free Agents? Are they gonna adapt? They're kind of just giving it to them.
They are, I would say, yeah, Evox is finding spaces and finding ways to adjust as we are beginning to smell a potential overtime kind of game because the teams are so balanced. It is very tough to predict who's gonna be winning this one as Dance takes the main showdown. We have Drax in the middle, trying to fight again. It is a 3v4, and Matt now behind the pump plant. Living Bull coming to the middle. He's using the switchblade, taken down by Dance. Good job. Now Evox having to reconvene. Two players altogether. They need to be together, by the way. They have the C4, and it's a matter of deciding how they're going to be moving forward from this moment on, as Dance is pretty much behind. And you also have Spades right there, trying to take a look, trying to take a sneak peek, and finding someone off guard. He's going to go behind the car. I already saw someone who was able to shot, but he was repositioning himself, and finally takes the shot against the Dance. And Matt's going to be alive versus 2. So it is going to be a very critical moment for Evox to not let the momentum go, to not let Free Agents grow so much and equalize this one. He's going to go for the plant. And let's see how Spades and No are going to react. They are together. They're just waiting for the call. Now they know where to roll to. It's a matter of battling together. They cannot become isolated pickoffs versus Matt, who is rotating with the PKM. Interesting choice to defend that side. He's gonna try to be more of a static kind of fighter. Instead of rolling so much, Spades comes and takes him down. Good move by Spades, deciding to move forward. Adam, he was not being a coward. He was rather the opposite. He was taking the matters in his hands and saying, we gotta fight him before.
Yeah, I love how they played that. They just stuck together, and I think they might have seen where the bomb was planted for. And that's how they were able to sniff him out, get his position. Because notice, they didn't go to the bomb right away. They just looked at it, noticed it was planted over for the cafe side, and then they wrapped through yellow. So really smart plays, and I love that that experience is shining through. And it looks like they're taking a slightly different approach. Dimensional and Loons will get the first 2 picks, get Steven back out for a 3-3. And Evox is a bit more passive here. I think it looks like Null and Season, they're kind of just holding over on blue, waiting for the call, but gets picked off Season. And now, 3v2.
Bomb has been planted.
You see No trying to take a sneak peek. He's gonna come in through the middle, but taken down by Dance. No is And it is a matter of Slippy Boo coming with the shotgun, putting in the ribs for a double kill. Again with the pistol as well. Very talented. This is a very versatile player. He may come for the triple kill, but bot team stops him off. Right at the time, 7-6. What a reaction by the Brazilians. Just as we were talking, Adam, about Evox having to find solutions and having also to be a little tricky. I would say for free agents, excuse me, is a team that loves to do those pinch movements. They love to flank you and surprise you. I don't see Evox doing that as much, but they do need to do that precisely enough because the game is balanced.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. That's a really good point. They're opting to just hit their B strategy. They've been doing that maybe 3-4 rounds already, something along those lines, and it's working. And there's a good saying that we have in comp: if it's not broken, don't fix it. And at this point, it's been working pretty well. Not perfect, because free agents did kind of take a round off here and there, but man, it looks like they took too long to make a move. I think they were hesitating a bit too much. And Spade with that sniper, a 3-line sniper you don't see very often in competitive. Usually it's the Locust. And Lewin cleaning things up. They are ready and they are loaded, getting those kills, tying the round 7-7. Man, this is a close matchup, Lennox. This is a really good game. I'm surprised, actually.
It is. It's a fantastic game we see now between two different approaches, I would say. Evox loves to play with duos and trios. They succeed on those more collective battles, as we see a double nade by No, as opposed to free agents who are very much able to solve matters individually eventually. And Drax now takes a living bull. Drax falls down to the ground. No double kill is going to be the man show to kill him off. 8-7. We have a beautiful map point now for free agents, having a chance of locking this one up and drawing to 2-0 on maps.
Yep. One more round and they could do it right here. Null's got 18 on the board. That nade and then 2-piece nade and then the 2-piece at the end is getting his scorecard almost at the 20 bomb, which might happen now. Spades opens up the first blood and they are just getting countered. Evox isn't a 2v5. But look at them. Look at the minion. They are pushing. They are hunting. They want to end it here, and it's over.
That's it.
Just like that, man.
It is over. 9-7 victory for free agents on the search and destroy mode, based off of that kind of braveness, right? That boldness that you have of rolling and chasing the opponents. Beautiful job by free agents. Of course, with a lot of effort. They had to work so much to find this result, as we begin to see the highlights from the beginning of the map, showing a very high level of balance on both sides. Evox literally having the upper hand at the beginning, but then not knowing how to keep that momentum, right? And how to find solutions and adapt themselves. I would say free agents is a very creative team. They're very flexible on changing the tactics to the situation, that presents itself to them. As opposed to Evox, they were a little more static, a little less, I would say, inventive, Adam, and that changed the scenario of things.
You said it exactly how I was thinking. Honestly, it's not like they were unevenly matched. Like, it was really good. It was evenly matched, but it came down to the adaptation.
Yeah.
The adaptations out of free agents was really, really good, but Evox didn't really have many creative plays. They kept hitting the B side over and over and over. We didn't see much of an A push pretty much at all, kind of like you predicted. And I think if we had a bit more plays throwing free agents off on the side of Evox, they may have taken that S&D, but history is dealt with. It is now 2-0 on the side of free agents. Now we're headed into Crossroads Control, one of the most interesting kinds of maps that we have, because there's a lot of buildings and also open space. So it's a bit of close quarter, long range combat, which basically favors the most versatile team in terms of their weapon choices. So I'm expecting a lot of SMGs for sure, but also AR, maybe marksmen's holding down those longer ranges for this matchup.
And look at this, our talented producer also talking to us. Look at this beauty, right? It looks like a movie, right? It looks like a movie trailer with the map rolling behind the teams. I love this art. Free agents versus Evox. Let's go to the third map. As I want to shout out to my Brazilian friends in the chat, friends from the Latam region as a whole who understand Spanish, and of course everybody else from the rest of the globe that gets English. Thank you so much for staying with us. Hit the like button and follow the channel and share the stream with all your friends and family members. It is the case of a very, very productive I'm sorry, after productive afternoon. That's what I want to say. I'm so excited that I, babbled here and got lost in my words. But it is an exciting schedule. We are seeing one of the second most, I would say, balanced games that we're gonna have today. We also are gonna have a Rise versus Oeste rolling, behind in the brackets. Also a very even game. So this one here could be leading us to a long BO5 as long as Evox decides to react and find those kills. Obviously, on the top of that, we also have two other games rolling, so stay with us to know it all about the Latam region. And as you said, Adam, Crossroads Strikes is going to be all about those movements from the outside to the indoors regions. We have a lot of rooms, we have space for every single kind of player, not only the shotgun players, but also those guys playing from before, from behind the covers, from a distance. It is a matter of finding out who's going to adjust better.
Yep, who's going to adjust better, who's going to also be aggressive enough to take that control of the middle of the map inside of the building, and also on the left side, like we seen yesterday, one team's like the most common strategy and one of the most before I say that, triple name front season, a full wipe out of free agents. All right, I'm gonna drop what I'm gonna say, but free agents starting off so strong. 5 kills, and look, just as we were talking about, the map control, the shotgun, the weapon versatility, it's all shining through here. And this is what a powerful start. This is a great start out of free agents. Already got almost 2 ticks onto A, and No just got a 3-piece, and Lombo is holding it down with the shotgun. Wow, if you're on the side of Evox, you cannot let this happen. This is not looking good for them.
It's not as good, is it? I mean, they are conceding some points in the A. We can tell that free agents are stepping in that flag. Let's see how Evox is going to respond to this, as the speed is going to pass through the inside to the outside. Reloading the switchblade to try to go to the respawn zone. He's going to try to do those picks, which could favor free agents, obviously, when it comes to man's alive. And Living Bow is gonna pass through with the HS, tries to go for that one, but Drax takes him down. We have quite an edge, 6 lives more on the side of free agents, as Evox are feeling a little shaky, and they're gonna have to adapt to the second round. I don't see them really finding a lot of group kills. A lot of those collective gameplays that we saw before are not happening yet for Evox, and that may turn the game into a dramatic scenario for them, as we already have Duns going for the double kill. It is 12 versus 5 at this point, and free agents looking very solid. They're doing a double cap, right, Adam? Kind of a slow double cap that is not totally converted yet, but it's not necessary because the kills are gonna tell the story.
Not necessary. That was a very, very strong start out of the side of free agents. They opted to leave B completely alone and just full send the A control, and I think Evox wasn't prepared for that kind of push, that kind of manpower. And as a result, they got the first 5 kills, a huge triple nade. But I think they'll start putting trophies down in those key positions, because they cannot have that happen again if they want to stand a chance in this game. And, with Evox, we've seen their potential shine through. Like, they have really good teamwork and good moments, good highlights. They just need to keep that consistency and remember to make those crucial adaptations at the times that it's presented. And as I say that, free agents, they are getting some more map control. They are looking to get them into the spawn trap back on the crates. Look at number 2 on the map, Dementio, getting a bit more power positions over on that open side. And look, they're starting to push up. They want to make sure to put them in the blender lane next. And will they do it? It looks like it's about to happen now. Spade's got his Death Machine. Luanbu has his Tempest. Dementio's on the key power position. He gets the spot. Sees the other one. Did he see him? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. They're in a one-on-one engagement. Who's going to come out on top? That's a really big kill for Jax. If he lost that, that could have been a big snowball. But here, it's not totally over. Although they're down 6 lives, they can start to come back, because they have player number 2 bans in on the B flag as they see that gets taken out. And wow, you know what? At this point, they're just getting shut down left and right. Free agents.
I think at this moment, Evox just want to wrap the second round up, right? They want to avoid the kills and just call it a day, because themselves, they got 4 operators to bring up ahead, as free agents were using everything they got. And you know what? It was totally paying off, because now they got a 2-0 lead, and that puts the pressure on the shoulders of Evox. They're going to have to be the team to find solutions and use wisely those operators. I mean, you at times, and you know that, Adam, feel tempted as a player to use everything together. and not be disciplined. But you need that discipline now to pace out all that damage you can bring to the table. Let's see how they're gonna do that in a moment, as we already have the War Machine activated by Duns. He's already using that one to try to clear the spaces, but Zane takes Duns with the Pred Missile, beautifully done, and that's gonna be enough to kind of. But free agents ahead, as we have Annihilated in the hands of Null. 3 kills, he's on a streak, he's on a mission. Let's see if he's gonna be able to kill anyone else. But Matt was with the claw activated as well versus Null. Very good job by free agents. This is looking like it's done and dusted for free agents, I would say. That's smart.
Yeah, Lanex, yo, they had 3 operators that just got shut down almost immediately on the side of Evox. And now their last 2 operators are in play. They're starting to bring it back, which is good, but their mistake, I think, was not calling the operators first thing in the round. You gave too much space for free agents to get control, call their Annihilator, which got a few kills, and then the Predator, which shut down the War Machine, and that kind of led to what seemed to be, for sure, an Evox type of round with the 5 operators. Now they're at a disadvantage, and Null still has a score streak. There is Motino. He does have 1 more operator charge, which he does need to use sooner than later. Otherwise, this could be all she wrote and the end of the game and the end of the series for them. So right here, they got to give everything they got. Otherwise, it is over.
Yeah, I mean, it's the scenario where Evox usually do not grow in the late portions of the games. We have seen that before, and I don't see them finding those battles, to try to respond. It is a cushion that it's, always going on the side of free agents, and they also are gonna have the time on their favor. As we're talking about 11-4 now, and free agents looking, again, very solid. That's why they're one of the top dogs in the region. Definitely a number 2 in the ranking, and it's gonna mean game, because now it's a matter of how Duns can react to this and how long he can resist. Not able to do so though. 3-0. Free agents takes this one down, and also win this one versus Evox to keep going in the brackets. Evox now is gonna visit the losers brackets. Adam, it was an interesting game. It was a dramatic game on the Search and Destroy, I'm gonna say this, and Evox fought their best. It was not just a free ride for free agents, and I love that on the side of Evox, right? They did the best they could. They offered the talent that they had. They offered their lives in many situations. I'm gonna give props to Duns, specifically being such a hero for the team, and Bunzin, brave as well. But Duns, I think he got most of the decisive kills overall.
Yeah, those powerful kills. Sometimes it's not about how many kills, but the value of those kills that you get. And yeah, there are some key players over on the side of Evox that carry that. Honestly, I like that. It's not a pushover. This team was not a pushover team at all. It was close. It was competitive. We've seen that. It's just on the control that, unfortunately, they couldn't handle the power and the strategy of free agents.
Right, and free agents just like that is able to win another series, interestingly, in this case, because I could see some moments of balance between the 2 of them. But as you said, free agents were the one to come out on top. They were more solid to define the games when it was needed. So this way, guys, they move ahead. We're going to be taking a look at the brackets eventually in some moments. But, just let you know that it is a very it's a very tough team, to beat in any occasion. So congratulations for Evox for trying, for doing their best, and they're gonna have another chance. As I said before, they're not yet eliminated. And on the top of that, Adam, all the teams are inside of the prize pool today, so all of them are gonna have some dollars to enjoy after the segment is over. And as I say that, we're gonna be tossing to a quick break, so stay with us. Don't go nowhere. Get your beverage, get your water. And right before that, I'm already checking on Adam. We're going to be having, after the breaks, Killmania with Adam, so don't go nowhere. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for the region of Latin America. I am Gil Mania alongside with me, Jesus Can Save You. Adam, how are you feeling after that initial matchup?
Man, I'm excited. We This matchup that's coming up is gonna be super juicy. It's gonna be intense. We were talking about it earlier, but Spades and Free, not Spades, Street and Free Agent, they have a long history. Um, we want to tell us more about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Free agents and Street have been fighting for the top one when it comes down to this region. The first time on the first qualifier, going all the way to game 7 on the grand final, it was Free Agent who won. The very next qualifier, on qualifier 2, it was Street who completely dominated with a 4-0 victory. On the third one, free agents were absent, but now here in this major, they have another shot at each other. It is going to be in here, as we can see in the bracket, the upper bracket, all right, the winners bracket, Street Gaming versus Free Agents. On the other side of this semifinal winner bracket, it is Amigos Gaming versus Arise 6S. And well, understandably so, Adam, it was actually these four who were always facing each other on the later stages of these qualifiers. So it's not actually a surprise for us to see them once again in this stage.
Yeah, I feel like every region has their four beasts, or at least their top teams that are always clashing head to head, going back and forth. And so with straight and free agents, I'm sure they know each other's play styles, they know each other's tendencies, and it's just who's done their homework better, who's going to show up with those adaptations mid game. That's really going to be the difference maker. That's what I've always seen when there's always these top contenders going back at it. And also, those extra hours that they put in individually, also as a team, that's the stuff that will start to whoop, extend the lead. And here we have on the screen the roster for each of them. As we've seen previously, we have the free agents with Spades, Dementia, Luenbu, Season, and Null, all amazing players. And on the side of Street, we got the OGs, Maggie, Soiwa, GTO, which was once compared to Luke Zin, Coyote, K, hopefully I said that right, and Bigode.
That's right. That's right. Those are the 10 players who will be battling to try to continue on the winner side of the bracket. As you guys mentioned, it is a double bracket elimination. So make sure that you guys don't forget that at home, and make sure that you begin to also hype up your team. If you're rooting for free agents, if you think that is Street who's going to take it home, make sure that you say it in chat. I want to see you all get ready, because we are just close to start, because the meters are here, Adam. And in here, we're going to start off with some hardpoint action over on Summit, moving on to Search and Destroy Tunisia, then Control on Crossroads Strike. If we go to a game 4, it is going to be hardpoint on Hacienda. And if we reach game 5, it will be Search and Destroy on Coastal. What are your thoughts on these rotations?
Yeah, I'm just laughing because every time we could get in Summit Hardpoint, I swear something about that map is just so prominent in this region, and it's great. I just find it hilarious. But aside from that, the map was kind of standard. I think it's gonna be good on both sides. I don't imagine it's gonna be a 3-0. Honestly, I don't. If I were to make a prediction, I'll say maybe 3-2, 3-1. It's gonna be tight. The games that do get lost are not gonna be a blowout. That's my perspective. I mean, do you see anything different going into the matchup on Summit and the others?
Yeah, no, I feel like I want to first get a glance of what's going to happen on map 1. I feel like free agents definitely is still a top contender, but with the changes that they had to undergo, it is going to be just interesting to get that second motion. Of course, we just saw them play, but it's still not enough. I feel like it is Street Gaming who is actually gonna give us a good understanding of where free agents are standing when it comes down to being a top 1, top 2, or top 3 team. But ladies and gentlemen, let's stop talking and go right into the action. This is going to be the semifinal winner bracket for Latin America. This major has been crazy. And in here, as we start the game, visualizing in here, three we're going to be part of the race season. The fight is going to begin to unfold here on P1. Adam, what can you tell us?
So far, so scrappy as per usual. I would not expect anything less from these two teams. As per usual as well, they got the shotgun setups, which is going to be incredibly handy, especially for a map like Summit. And with the SMG meta that we have now, I just love that it makes everything so fast-paced. Even with the BAL, as we see Kyotke using, this AR, as much as it is an AR, it's almost like a hybrid SMG AR because of the movement and mobility on it. Very scrappy P1. Maggie here already on 3. He's got the survival training to counter any flashes and stuns, as does Soiwa. Probably most of the players on both sides of the roster are going to run survival training. That's just pretty much the meta. Otherwise, they're going to get spammed with concussions and flashes. And yeah, so far, Street Gaming with the 20 point on the board, Free Agents with 8. So although it's just the beginning, Street is kind of showing the skill difference. Now let's see what Free Agents is going to say about it.
Yeah, no, those gunfights are definitely favoring the side of Street Gaming. Here from up above, Chaotica will find that kill on two-dimensional, turns around and through the smokes finds the second and continues to defend his ally. Street Gaming with a great start of P1, P2 rotation. Now Magi, who yesterday did an outstanding job on the hard one this time around, is probably not going to be an exception. I noticed that Maggie has been the shotgun player so far in this game, and shotguns beginning to take that huge impact as they had prior to the ban of the R9. Now with the HSO, it seems like players are finally getting comfortable with it, and there's Maggie gonna take down that death machine, but unfortunately enough, value is not gonna be there for the operator. Does not matter too much, because not only do they control the heal, Adam, look at them with their rotations.
Incredibly sound gameplay out of Street. Not only did they dominate that P2, but they kept spawns, and as we've seen, they got the early rotations, pulling out the operators, big two-piece from the Gode, have hill presence, and they are pulling out operator after operator. Really well timed, really well spaced out. GTO with the fantastic centering on the Tempest. Can he get the third on season? And sneaking up. Oh, and he misses. Big kill, but it doesn't matter because Soiwa pulls out the equalizer, and he is going on a rampage. That's a very important kill for Null with the big two-piece. And so far, even though it's been pretty contested, it doesn't even matter because that P3 spawn is that powerful. It kind of negates any feeds you get on the hill, because kill the Street players and they're right back a second later. Now they're leaving the anchor. They want to start pushing out for new. We're starting to see the rotations on the P4 and Free Agents. Now they've got to hold on, or perhaps this lead might get too far, Lane. Gil.
No worries. Yeah, incredible way of playing for Street Gaming, and Free Agents realize that. That's why they are actually going to be rotating early. And here, Maggie there with a great shot onto Spades. Now, rotation here, GTO patiently waiting, gonna find the first kill. That's gonna be the Dimensional, immediately reaches for 2. Space them say no to that. No. Already here with that Tempest, finds that kill, immediately pulls out the Bread Missile. Gotta find no kill, doesn't matter too much. There's Lewin War Machine in hand. No, with the opportunity to continue the control. He knows that they're pushing. Spades trying to defend, not gonna be easy. Lewin Gu realizes that his allies are dying, turns around, tries to defend them through the smoke, gonna be executed by GTO. GTO then alongside with Chaotica using that War Machine with 1. Chaotica with the War Machine gonna look for 2, finds it. Drops that shot before getting killed himself, and because of it, now Street Gaming will potentially try to defend those last 20 seconds. Maggie trying to defend here with the Switchblade will not be able to do it against Null. Finally, Free Agents are finding some room of opportunity, but it took them a long while to do that. And I gotta be honest, for a second there, I felt like Street Gaming was being too much for Free Agents, but they are at least stopping the bleeding for a little bit.
Yeah, they really are. That was a really important hill, because if they lost that one, I think it might have been too big to climb. But that's the beautiful thing with Hardpoint. It's like you get one full 60 and you're back in the game. So hopefully here now they can take that heat that they've got, the momentum that they've got, and run with it. But Maggie, he's got a death machine. Kyoke with a big 3-piece, and it's all yellow in the feed. Big pushes on the side of Street, making sure that free agents stay spawn trapped. Like, they do not want to give them any room. And that's the correct play. That's a huge kill from GTO because he gets the equalizer and basically shuts down a huge firepower from the side of free agents. And my goodness, my word, Deal, look at that. Gil, it is all yellow once again. Street Gaming is just
incredible,
more dominant. Absolutely.
Well, look at Sweetwell, has the streets played. 3-piece there like it's nothing. Quickly reloads as he's going to take out that equalizer. I'm not sure there's going to be the claw going to be used by Beagle there from inside of the hill. Already 22 kills. They're going to be rotating on to the next one. And in here, the control is yet again going into the hands of Street Gaming. Free agents need to change something ASAP or this will go downhill for them. Now Beagle there turns around, going to be spotted by Newell. Newell trying to defend himself from up above. There's also Cisen trying to capitalize on the control from his allies. Still not gonna be enough. 50 seconds left. There's Sweetwell now with the equalizer, gonna find one. With the equalizer, gonna rise for two. With the equalizer, just completely cleaning up this area yet again with an over 100-point lead. Street Gaming are doing amazing. Free agents did a great rotation for Hill 4, but point 1, 2, and 3 have been just Street Gaming all aboard, and they are nearly at a 200-point deficit. It is just outstanding, and I feel like he's just getting too far apart for free agents.
Yeah, it really is. You know, Soywa, he had the equalizer and he pushed out. He ended up flipping the spawn, so free agents had the rotation on the B3. But near the last 10, 15 seconds, Street Gaming, as we're looking at the mini-map, they ended up getting control again of that spawn point and the rotation, which is the critical mistake. You cannot let that happen if you're free agents. Because we saw in the first rotation, this P3, man, it's such a make or break. And actually, look at that. They got spawns right back in the matter of a few moments. Incredible timing, but they can't forget about player number 1, Soywa, doing his best to fight for spawns as a one-man show, and Null shuts him down. Now, free agent, this is the time for you to start coming back, pulling out your operators. We have Demential, gets a big kill, but gets traded by Kyoki. The pressure is on, the spawns are being anchored. Maggie is alone. Starts to get a kill, but man, it doesn't even matter because it's getting shut down, and I'm loving what I'm seeing here. Out of GTO, huge 2-piece, and he might have just bought his team some more OBJ.
A lot of time there for him, not only him, but also Maggie now with the death machine through the smoke, just praying and praying, gets one. Now, denying the entrance, finds two, gets executed by Space. Space trying to get inside, there's Beagle there, finding a 2-piece to clean and get the scraps. It seems like the Dimensional try to fight it up, still not gonna be enough. Beagle there, just being a one-man army, gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players at a time. Incredible spree there for Beagle there, who's not even done. Vincent takes one, continues to push for more. Chaotica here, defending from Snow. GTO is the only one inside of the hill, but it does not matter whatsoever. Already reaching the 200-point mark. Free agents are then again late to the party. They tried rotating, but got shot down quickly by the side of Street Gaming, who are just mere seconds from victory. Free agents knows that they're trying to fight them up, but it's just too hard to handle. 37, 38 kills there for Beagle there. Everybody reaching pretty much those 40 kills except for Maggie, but does not matter. Their season trying desperately to make it happen, but the control, the defense coming down from Street, it is immaculate. Sweetwa just completely shredding through the opponent. 230 to 104, and this game is really close to over because of the control, the pretty much surgical precision when it comes down to making sure that no one can get inside.
My goodness, Gil, the gunfights are just too hot on the side of the street. Everybody's carrying the weight, like you mentioned. Almost everybody has 40 kills, and that is actually incredible. Game is coming to an end on the T1. 3 seconds left. 2-1, and that is a dominant hard point over on the side of Street. But hope's not over. This is a best of 5. So at the end of the day, free agents can reverse sweep them. Things are possible. They've won once. They can do it again. But today, man, Street is coming out with some fire, as we're seeing in the highlights. We have Kyoki piecing them up on the P1. Already gets 7-9. Like, he is just unstoppable. Honestly, everybody was just shooting in this game on the side of Street.
No, absolutely. They were doing an amazing job individually performing to the highest level. But as a whole, the rotations, they're making sure that, all right, I want to push outside. I'm going to wait for one of my allies to have my back and then go for that play. Just making sure that even if you die, you control inside of the hill was very, very good to see coming down from the side of Street Gaming. But now, the other side of the coin, Adam, I feel like free agents, they are falling short on this game of hardpoint. Now we're gonna be moving on to the S&D, but is that enough of a switch for them to actually make someone as strong as we just witnessed Street Gaming to be? I don't know. I'm not sure because, like I mentioned in the past, free agents were able to not only take games off of them, but also to actually win those series this time around with a few new players who are unfortunately not to the level that they need to be to face off against Street Gaming. I feel like this is a really, really bad sign for free agents. And I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I don't want to call it, but I'm not sure with what we saw on this hardpoint if we're going to see a game 4.
You know, you do make a good point. If you're on the side of free agents, Spades being the captain IGL, he needs to be the one getting everybody's mentals in check, making sure they're still willing to put that fight in, despite the roster changes. That's the only way that they're going to be able to have some sort of impact in this series, because if you keep that in your mind and you're dwelling on it coming into this S&D, that is not going to work. And Street Gaming being as good as they are is just going to take advantage of that.
Adam, I wanted to toss you a question. When it comes down to Tunisia, we know how important both ARs and snipers are. On the side of free agents, they got Spades. Do you think someone like him will have enough of an impact to actually change the balance?
That's a really, really good question. Honestly, it's possible. One player making a difference really can help, but if everybody else is not on the same wavelength, not really. So I guess we're gonna see what happens, but really good start. It seems like they are on the similar wavelength dimensionals. Already starting with a 2, Season cleans up the 3rd, and now it's a 3v2 on the side of free agents. Big control over A, and they have number 5. Look at Null. He's just playing Island, trying to find and get information, making sure eyes are on B. Oh, and Lewin gets caught lacking. Now 1v1. Soiwa with a beautiful headshot. And Null knows where he is, but Soiwa, he does not know where Null is. If Null has good comms from his teammates, he knows bomb is down. So I think now he's just kind of playing slow, playing info, waiting for the plant, waiting to get information, because I don't think he wants to take a risk.
Ooh. And he just does not pick up the bomb because that would be information for the enemy. Very smart call there for Swiwa. Although we don't see the timer, I'm sure that there's at least 50 seconds left. But he's trying to make sure that there's no one around before picking up the explosive device. He finally does. Very good call. Throws the smoke immediately, tries to fake the plant. Now he sticks to it. There's no rotating through mid. A good nade that unfortunately is not going to be a kill, but a lot of damage there. He's being chased by Null. That was such an incredible play for Null. He knew where he had to be. Toss that nade. Maybe not getting the kill, but doing enough damage to completely make your opponent not feel confident anymore. Took the advantage, took the defusal. First round will go in favor of free agents, and that was a great round.
That was a great round. That was a crazy nade, to be honest. That was a lineup and a half if I've ever seen one. That hit him almost spot on. He was left one shot, and that just gave Null the confidence to push and clean up the kill. But now it looks like there's a full push from Street onto the A side, and they are cleaning up. They are getting control, but Spades, he can shut him down if he hits the shot. Spades, can he do it? Can he equalize? It's looking a little bit rough, but it's not over yet. And he gets the kill, makes it a 4-3. Starts to give his team a bit more room to work with. And it looks like there's a pinch happening. A huge headshot out of Null. And he gets the 2-piece, making it a 3 versus 2. They can do it right here. No, it's the 3rd and the 4th. Solo-handedly winning the round for free agents. Wow, Gil.
That's a way to start 2 rounds now being clutched by the same player. 1 kill on round 1, that was enough for him to take it. Now 4 piece for him to close it up. Incredible performance there for Null using that SKS. We know how deadly but difficult it is to use an SKS, and he's making it shine like a freaking diamond. In here, Spades is gonna say no to the push from Beagle there. Through the wall, Null will find one. Leeuwenboer gonna be spotted there by Maggie. Maggie finally finding his opener, then gets spotted by none other than Null, who's now reaching 7 kills on the 3rd round of this search and destroy. Free agents showing to us what they're made of. Null with yet another kill. That's 3 kills yet again. GTO is going to be in the middle of a 1v4. No knowledge of where they are. No control over the bomb. No teammates to rely on. Ladies and gentlemen, free agents are alive. And not only alive, but they are crushing it on this SMB.
And look at their setup here. They know that GTO is the sniper, and they are not going to give any chance to let him pick them off one by one. Absolutely brilliant plays. And on the side of Street, I'm not sure exactly who it was, but he ran all the way to the steps and died with the bomb in their spawn. That was a questionable play at best. I'm sure they're gonna watch that in the VOD and probably correct that. And you know, free agents, man, they're just gonna chill. Just gonna wait for a bomb plan either A or B, and GTO ends up picking the correct site. And now once free agents, they get the information, it's gonna be a run and a sprint to the B site. GTO, he's about to face some players. Can he get the first one? Get the first one, but Spades with the trade. You know, this 3-line sniper, I'm really surprised he's using it. I don't see anybody use it like almost ever, and he's really hitting his shots, getting those one-shot kills with it. I'm impressed.
Nice work.
Yeah, I feel like on the region of Latam, it's the only place where I've seen it, and I've only seen Spades and one other player, I don't quite remember who it was, using the 3-line rifle. But, well, so far, not necessarily too bad, you know, already 3 kills for Spades. They are not going to be picking up the bomb this time around for the side of Street. They're going to probably, they are going to be aggressive. Are they actually going to commit to the push? It seems no. Taking control of the bomb now. A bit of a pause for both sides.
Yeah, I don't think any team wants to really make an aggressive push. They're just trying to collect information, and once they have information, they'll decide what kind of play they want to do. Trying to get a pick, I'm sure, is part of that process. And GTO spots one, almost hits it, but runs away, backs off. He knows he needs to reposition. And I like that he doesn't linger. This is the kind of plays that you'd expect to see from a veteran. You want to reposition, you want to stay unpredictable, and you want to kind of bait yourself to make him push. And that's what he's waiting for. Almost gets the pick, but now beautifully orchestrated. He waited for his teammate, and now number 2 and 5 are starting to get control again. They might get into a gunfight any moment now. The CODM takes the first blood over on B, gets a second, GTO with the third. And that was pure art right there, the way they took that control of sight. Oh, man. And now it's all up to Spades. Now Demencio in a 1v5 gets the first one. But gets shut down by Kyoke.
The SKS are having a big impact. Finally, Street Gaming will be able to breathe again. They lost 3 in a row, and well, the 4th one finally gonna make sure that it doesn't get too far apart. I find it that free agents had a great strategy, but now Street are trying to adapt. Let's see now if they can continue to gain some points on the side of Street. I find it crazy with that LMG with the PKM. Having 1,000 bullets is crazy to me, isn't it? It's just like bullets for days.
Dude, it's actually so broken. And it's a smart strategy though. Like he's trying to shoot, get information, only need 2 on site. And I mean, he doesn't find anybody because they are telling them that they're coming to B. And it looks like free agents did a wrap, but somehow, some way, I think they've read the fake. And they're rotating back over to A. I think they know what Street Gaming is up to. This is high level plays going on, and I love that they're working together as a team. Kyoto gets spotted, can't manage to get one,
It's all up to you now.
and just like that, wow! In a matter of a few moments, like the game just flipped on its head. I really thought that could have been anyone's game. Soywa now
Mm-hmm.
trying to isolate the kills, does get one. If you're on the side of free agents, you cannot afford to give one-on-ones at all. You got to play for the trade here because Soy was really, really good, and you just can't underestimate him.
Season there with a PKM. It's just wild. This strategy, like you mentioned, even if you are not getting hit markers, that is also information. You know that he's not there. The second he got that hit marker, he's like, all right, I still have about 100 more bullets for me to continue to be shooting. So it is just going to be easy like that. Another round will go in favor of free agents. The Street, although they are trying to adapt, they are trying to change their strategies. Unfortunately, it's just not working so far.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the angle from Spades. He was holding like a little crack, and he didn't even see anybody going through the bottom middle side. And Straight is able to get onto the B side in a way that they shouldn't have been if Spades saw him. But it doesn't matter. It's a 4-2. Free Agents has the lead, and GTO here needs to make this count on the side of Soywa. Nice pinch, good plays, isolating that kill and pinching as a duo. This is exactly how you want to play these kinds of scenarios. But now Free Agents knows exactly where they are, and now they're kind of just playing patient, watching the front side push, ready for the gunfight. Number 4, Spades. If you look on the map, he's isolated, trying to see if they're gonna do a wrap, but not at all. GTO unfortunately gets a
A
hit
hit
marker.
marker.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Crazy. I thought that was definitely going to be a kill. Unfortunate shot there for the Street Gaming player. Now Free Agents with a really, really solid advantage, 5-1. We're moving closer to switching sides, but the side of Free Agents are looking super, super good. And specifically, of course, it continues to be Noel, the one with the most kills for his squad, has been that key player, allowing the team to just have that much more confidence when it comes down to doing these pushes now. 20 seconds have passed, not a whole lot of action. GTO thinking about pushing forward, but it's going to be really difficult when you have someone like Season with that PKM just shooting for days. GTO still trying to push. Sriwa is going to be actually reconnected. Hopefully he's not running into any internet connection issues. Now Kiyatika finds the first blood. Immediately tries to push for more. Season with the PKM finds the kill through the wall. Run to Kiyatik. Season there doing a little damage, not going to be enough. The revenge frag is going to come through by the hands of Spades with a 3-lane rifle. Beagle
my
there,
goodness.
finding almost a double. Who is going to be left alone? The player who recently just reconnected there will be in the middle of a 1v2. In front of him is going to be Lewin Blue and Spades, but Spades with a shotgun, with a headshot, sorry, will take that kill. 6-1. We're one run away from switching sides, and Free Agents are more than halfway there.
Wow, Gil, if you told me from that first game this was gonna look like this on the S&D, might have believed you, but like this is a crazy turnaround. This is a whole different team on S&D. I just love the teamwork that they're having, and they seem very composed. And I think Street Gaming recognized they gotta switch things up because none of those slow plays are working. When they get aggressive, I think that's their strong point, because you've seen it on the hard point. They are an aggressive, in-your-face type of team, and that's where they thrive the most. So I think leaning into that style is going to be their best suit. Almost gets to kill. GTO being aggressive with a sniper. Now into 2v1 with the man himself, Null. Can he nullify the opponents, Soywa and Maggie, or will he get shut down? Maggie is having a little bit of a slower game, but that's totally okay for right now because he has the opportunity to switch things up. And if you're on the side of the street, you got to just play time. Do not give him anything for free. And they're doing a great job at that. Oh, he spots him. And they have a beautiful trade. Great information. Great communication. One round at a time. They make it 6-2.
That's right. They at least close that round before switching spawns. Now, they're going to be on the defensive side. Street, what are you going to do? What is it going to be different this time? Are you gonna be aggressive or are you gonna go for picks? It seems like they're gonna go all the way around on the B side, trying to have an aggressive type of defense.
Oof.
Still not gonna work. No, that SKS has been the spotlight of it. With a nade, Lewin Blue will have to bite the dust through the smoke. It seems like Beal there wants to push. Simpson has to be careful. No longer using the PKM now.
Oh. And the trades go down, Gil. Wow.
In seconds.
Literally a matter of seconds. It was like a whole middle street battle. And the thing with Tunisia, it's like, it's not one of those maps that's super defensively sided. In a way, yes, but you can make attacking work just as well. But there is a slight advantage being on defense on this map. So hopefully Street can start to compose themselves. Not give, wow, he's just running straight at him. He does not care. Kyosuke, he's got titanium nuts and he gets the kill, gets the first blood, gives his team the advantage. But look how aggressive and pushed up they are. Like, this team is not holding back. I'm impressed with this change in play style. And I think, honestly, it suits them best, as we've discussed previously. And free agent, they're kind of looking to get a pick, try to get the lives kind of back even out, because they are down a player. And that is going to make a difference. S&D is just one of those game modes. You need to have that life advantage. Otherwise, it's going to be much more difficult.
Now a full 5v4. Player advantage is going to be there for Street Gaming in less than a minute left. There's Dimensional going to be pushed to success by the hands of Suiwa. Suiwa already with 9 kills. Maggie going to be the surprise for me so far this game. Only a single kill as we are on round number 10. There's Spade pushing without shotgun, finds one before getting executed. The trades happen there for Street. Once again, doing a great job. As you mentioned, changing the pace is working for them. They are no longer being the team that waits for free agents to make the first move. They're being proactive at it, and that is now 2 in a row. That is going to be actually 3 rounds going in favor now of Street Gaming.
Yeah, making it 6-4. Even sometimes, like, they're getting killed first. They just manage to equalize the situation just like that. Making it 3-2. Maggie needs to get that trade. He should know where he is if the communication's on point. Ends up getting spade, and now he recognizes where he is. Kyosuke needs to get this kill before he gets pinched. The time is ticking. He's buying time. Luambu gets picked off now. Kyosuke in 1v1. But Null has the better position on the head glitch, making it 7-4, gets his 16th kill. And my goodness, he's on pace for 20, leading the lobby, absolutely doing an incredible job from the side of free agents. You were asking me earlier, Jill, is there going to be an X-Factor player like Spades who can change the game? And right now, it's looking like Null is that player for free agents.
It absolutely is already being that key player with 16 kills and looking for more. He's completely bloodthirsty so far this game now. GTO will once again be quite aggressive now without Locus. Trying to see if he can pick someone. In here, Maggie getting a little bit of info. Spades has to reposition. Very aggressive spot to be in. GTO finds the shot onto Season. GTO not pushing for more. Spades is gonna be the one that's up above. There with the 3-line rifle, finds the knot onto Vigo there. The even numbers out, 4v4. A minute on the clock. The bomb is gonna be held by the hands of Dimensional. It seems like Dimensional is gonna rotate all the way around, trying to go to the B side. That's currently being defended by only Chaotica. Pushing lines, and it seems like they're going for a blast.
Oh, and Kyosuke spots the first one onto Luambu. I like that they pushed up and wrapped this bomb site, but I think the players who were on site needed to push up more, because right now they let Kyosuke come through freely, and he's tearing things up. Gets the 2, Soiwa cleans it up, and at that point, making it 7-5. Wow, what an interesting play. I think that had a lot of potential. They just could have executed it by getting more map control at the end, which they didn't do.
The objectives.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The idea was good. Unfortunately, the execution was falling a bit short. They may have been able to push the lines a bit further. They didn't, and they end up paying the price. Chaotica almost getting blown to pieces by that nade, manages to survive, and then through the smoke, trying to see if he can get some sort of information. He knows that they're pushing forward, and so are they, that they are already going to be planting the bomb, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be one of the first few bomb plans that we've seen so far this game. Spades gonna be knocked by Maggie. Maggie already changing his stats. No gonna find one before getting killed by Suiwa. That is gonna be important, but still not gonna be enough. Bill there with the kill onto Dimensional. Only Season and Lewin will try to defend on these post plants. They wanna be cautious. Lewin Boo gonna find one. Lewin Boo tries to reposition, suffering a lot. Gonna be killed, and so is Season. Although it seemed like free agents finally found an opening, that post plan was just not there. And ladies and gentlemen, 7-6, the 5-round gap just being destroyed, blown into the air, and now a single point away in between these two teams. Street Gaming, that's the sort of mentality that they're known for. They know that even if they're losing, they can come back from the ashes like a phoenix, and in here they're pushing to equalize the numbers. Now Vigo there, gonna find one, gonna find two. Vigo there with the assistance. Husky Yonica takes that kill. Mind you, with the next one, no, the only one alive, trying to run as fast as possible. You got legs, so might as well run as far away as you can. Unfortunately enough, running will not be enough. Suiwa finds that kill. The round is gonna be there for Street. They're gonna even the numbers out, and all of a sudden, Adam, this is a tied game again. And Street got all the momentum in their hands.
Yeah, what are we watching, man? That was like, what was it, 7-1, 6-1, and Street really shining on the defensive. They're deploying a lot of aggressive strategies. They're hitting large flanks while faking from the front. I'm seeing a lot of great plays, and I'm just like, what? Free agents, I know they're feeling the pressure, and you can kind of see it reflecting in their gameplay. What is going on? Is Dimensional?
What?
Oh, I think he's disconnected. Oh no. What's going on?
No, he's
It's
crouching. Okay.
I was like, what?
I was so confused.
Yeah, me too. I was like, what? Is he just watching him? But no, he wasn't. Ended up paying off in that little prone spot. That was a good play. And GTO kind of got punished for that. Not GTO, Street got punished for that aggressiveness. Now making it a 3-2. I think if free agents gets this round here, they'll start to get a breath of relief, just a little bit. But if they lose this, man, it's going to be hard mentally to come back from. But it looks like Kyoke might be able to make that 1v3 happen on the side of Street. He gets one. Please, if you are free agents, stick together, play for the trade. Kyoke is not one to take lightly, and I'm sure they know it. They are playing close together, tightly knit. And now it's going to be a challenge, Kyoke, to clear out where are they positioned. Can he sniff him out? Demencio cleans up the kill, bringing free agent to an 8-7. And right here is your opportunity to close things out before it gets too close and too dicey. So, yo, my goodness, man, this is a crazy game we got.
It is a crazy game indeed. That is going to be now map point opportunity for the side of free agents. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 16 could be the last one. Chaotica finds the knock onto Noel. Great way to start for the side of Street Gaming. They know that they can no longer make any mistakes in here. GTO trying to secure if there's anyone onto the winery area. Spades through a wall. Seemingly getting that knock onto Chaotica. Even numbers out, 4v4. The one carrying the bomb is going to be yet again Dimensional. Can they do it on the side of free agents? They want to close it out, but Street on a defense that it has been really, really solid.
Yeah, and
No one wants to take the first step, Adam.
not at all. Not at all. They're just waiting. I think, like, on the side of free agents, they know Street Gaming has been getting really aggressive. And so I think they're just waiting for that overextension here. And it looks like Luenbu might be able to catch him. Unfortunately for him, Maggie runs away. And they know, just play a bit patient. And one of those Street Gaming members is going to pop their heads. Just play a little bit patient. They're a bit antsy. But Maggie actually catches Luenbu, and Season dies too. My goodness. this could be tied up right here. They got their best player down, Null, with 20 out of the round. And now the three giants on the side of Street Gaming have to make the retake. And Bigode gets taken down by Spades. This could be the map right here, Gil. It's a 2v2. And what are they going to do? They're looking out for a double-sided push onto the site. Maggie trying to clear the corners. Street, GTO, he sees him. I think he hears him maybe. Maggie gets the information, but Spades on the cross and gets a two-piece to make the round win for Free Agents, taking that S&D. Wow, what a game.
What a game indeed. Free Agents proving to us why they got into the major. Yes, they may have struggled on the hard point with this S&D, although it was not easy. It is still going to go their way. Tied up on the general series 1-1. And Adam, that was an insane performance off of the two of them. You know, at this point, I feel like it could have been anybody's game. That defense was really solid for both Free Agents and Street. Fortunately enough for Street, that's one of the situations that is very difficult to handle, being already on a map point against you. They tried, but unfortunately it was just not enough. Okay, I gotta eat my words. I said that we probably wouldn't see a game 4, and we definitely will at the very least, go on to that hard point number 2. GG well played. That was really solid. Look at that. You said that he was on a way for a 20 spree, and he did it. 20-11 there for Null. Really solid performance coming off of him, being a key player for the squad, because without Null, I feel like we would have seen something completely different.
I completely agree. He was making a lot of important opening picks, and just like two pieces, that I think one of the first rounds he got a 4-piece, getting a guy off the head glitch and just doing absolute magic on the map. But all that said, now we're on to the control crossroads. Seems like another very popular pick for control. This is where it's really going to count, because yes, you took the S&D, but can you bounce back mentally from that respawn performance that you just had versus Street, where they were just putting the pressure in, honestly winning most of the gunfights, almost being dominant? If Free Agents can't do that, this is probably going to end in 4 matches, 4 maps, but hope's not lost. I think just make sure you have the high pace, maybe match the pace of Street Gaming, and they'll have a chance here.
They do have that chance in there. It is going to be this control on Crossroads Strike, and I don't know what to think. I feel like this is going to be another banger as we had it on the Search and Destroy. Street Gaming has won the first spawn game mode. Can they do it again? Can they actually get that lead? I'm not sure, but I do hope that you guys in chat are enjoying this match, this series, and that you are rooting for the team of your choice. Is it true? Is it Free Agents? It's your call. We are only a few seconds away from starting map number 3. And I do enjoy that we actually tied it, Adam, because although I said that we could have a 3-0, I would always love for us to have more action, you know, go to a game 4, maybe a game 5. That always adds to a little bit of spice, you know, to this series.
It does. It gets you on the tip of your seat with your focus engaged on the match, and just like, you can feel the tension, you can feel the energy, the, oh man, every play counts, every kill counts type of energy going into every match. And I like it. I agree with you. It does make things more interesting. And if you are enjoying the stream, make sure you give it a like. Comment which team you think is going to take this series. We would love to hear your thoughts. At this point, it's kind of a toss-up, and we've seen these teams go head-to-head time and time again. And honestly, what do you think, Gil? What do you think is going to be the key factor on the side of Free Agents to win this? What's your take?
On the side of Free Agents, I feel like, well, we saw how Noel was dominating on this Search and Destroy, but we actually didn't see it from him nor Spades. I feel like the hard point they were just slacking a little bit. Not only them, I feel like as a squad, they were just not getting the right fights, the right engagement when it comes down to those gunfights. I want to see them a bit more playing in bulk, in a sense, you know, try to make sure that even if you die, make sure that the trade is there, that you have the right comfort in teammates, and to actually avoid falling behind against Street Gaming. Because I feel like the second Street Gaming finds an opening, they will rush for a potential spawn trap, and that would be just really, really bad for free agents.
Honestly, I really like that take. I completely agree. I think free agents, they just need to make sure they get the trades to mitigate that aggressiveness. And looks like on the side of Street Gaming, they're opting for an aggressive A to try to get that building control, opening up with two important gunfights, getting fully pushed up onto the top side. But thankfully on the side of free agents, they've shut it down. But just like that, another three-piece gets underway, and they're not even looking to get onto the hill, really. They're just going for the kills guild. They don't want the points.
Wow.
They want to get the life advantage and really put it in their minds that we are the best, that we are going to dominate. And it looks like they're doing a really great job at that, because the pressure is so overwhelming. And the life count, it's already 25 to 14. Has it even been a minute?
Point A, point B, I don't know what you're talking about. This is just a team deathmatch for Street Gaming, just rushing for those kills. Another double kill for Maggie, gets spotted by Dimensional, but does not matter. There's Swiwa there for the trade, immediately capitalizing on that action. There's Kayatica with the SKS, finding a 2-piece, gonna be killed by Null, but the damage is already done. 21 to 2. What in the world just happened? It seems like we started less than a minute ago, and all of a sudden the only one alive is Spades, who finds one, but then he immediately gets traded by Maggie. And that's the type of aggression that we were talking about, Adam. This just means that Street are going to be in your face the whole game. The free agents, at least on round 1, very incapable of doing so.
Yeah, and Maggie already pulling out the death machine, making an aggressive push. He wants to get him in the spawn trap right away. And look at that. He is not stopping. But I think he overheated just a bit, exposing his body too much. So he does get shut down. But the Predator missile is coming out for Maggie. DTO also has an operator. And Soiwa also has a score streak as well. So it's looking really good, really hot on the side of Street Gaming. Once they get this first wave of kills down, you can already expect the push is about to go underway, and they're trying. But on this side, free agents is doing a good job to kind of hold them down, mitigate, get those trades, just kind of push back on the aggressiveness of Street. And just as I speak too soon, we see yellow in the feed. GTO with a big 2-piece, and here comes the spawn trap deal. They are coming.
Yeah, that's how Street Gaming just sliding like a knife, a hot knife into butter. There's Swiwa now with the equalizers. Those operators and the score streaks have been immaculate on the side of the side of Street Gaming. Free agents have not been able to set a foot inside of those kills. Yes, they are finally getting those kills, but the timer is gonna be pushing against them with only 5 lives left. Can they actually defend in here? No, trying to survive there. Gets that kill onto Maggie, but his others are going to be knocked down. There's Bigodera to get that pick. Only 2 going to be alive. Season finds the knock onto Bigodera. 2v9. Bigodera is down, and so is Dimensional. Season there. Blown to the chest by Maggie. That shotgun has also finally working out for Maggie. He may have not had the greatest game of S&D, but Maggie is back at it again now with a shotgun, and that's 2-0 in favor of Street. Just clean round after round for them.
Yeah, really, really clean. Oh my goodness, Bigode. He ends up killing Null, who had his Annihilator out. So these are some super, super crucial kills, and it's raining terror. They cannot keep up. Free agents are just getting hit from every angle, and now they're in the spawn trap with Street pushed up right into the spawn. GTO gets a 2-piece, and once again, it's like, yes, they want to cap, but man, it's TDM. What's a control? I don't know at this point.
He's staying 24 to 18, rushing for more. There's Swiwa already in position. There, Maggie Gonna be knocked down. True up against the push. Gets one, but gets spotted there by Season. The only one alive there is gonna be Pico there with one, with two, with three, with four almost. Just a single bullet away, has to reload. 100 killer drone, making a little bit of a paper plane there. Maggie now with another death machine, gonna find one. Maggie pushing for blood. This is a bloodfest for the side of Street Gaming. Only 7 alive. Make that 6. Pushing for the next kill. There's gonna be Streetwa. Gonna be spotted. Double kill there for Lewin Boo. But it just feels a little too late. Less than 30 seconds left. 5 people alive. 2 operators gonna be popped at once. He's gonna find a double where the club of the nade for Maggie is there. Insane nade. Now the timer. They gotta be cautious on the side of Street Gaming. That's something that free agents should capitalize on. Spades with a knock onto Maggie. No one's gonna be inside of the hills. They are finally gonna be bouncing inside of B. There's the knock with a spear into the head of Spades. And all of a sudden it's a 1B knock. Chaotica finds the kill with the SKS. A 3-0 victory for the side of Street Gaming. It is just wild to me, Adam, how crazy Street Gaming have been playing on these respawns. Maybe they suffered a bit on the SMD, but even though they lost it, they managed to just completely change strategy and make it an even map. In here, control, same old, same old. They are just shredding opponents into oblivion. Insane way of playing. And at this point, when it comes down to respawns, if you're free agents, what do you do?
That's a fantastic question. You know, I think I've been on both sides of this in my professional experience, getting a spawn trap like this and also doing the spawn trap like this. And sometimes, honestly, just to be frank, it's just a matter of being outclassed. But from a tactical perspective, one thing that Street is doing super good is they are getting so aggressive.
Four players have a 2.0 KD. 4
Dude.
on the side of Street.
That is insane, kid. Like, you don't see that in competitive usually. It's just the aggressiveness, and then they get the wipe, push to the spawn, and start spawn trapping. And if you're on the other side, I mean, you have to just try to take it pick by pick. Stop running into the open. Slow down before you speed up. And now we're heading into the wonderful Hacienda hardpoint. If I were to make it a prediction, it seems like Street is going to bring that same level of like fire. And so if you're free agents, listen, step by step, you want to be fast playing, you want to play for the trade, and you want to control those power positions while also rotating early. There's so much to manage on hardpoint, but if the communication can stay clear between them, that is going to be their edge and their opening to actually have a winning chance.
Yeah, the side of free agents will have to be quick, will have to be fast if they want to win this champs event, this major for Latam. They've struggled on the hardpoint and control. We're back at it into a hardpoint Hacienda, and I don't know, I feel like they're gonna have to be as quick as they can, like you mentioned, getting those power positions and make sure that you are not giving it out easy for the side of Street Gaming. We know what they're capable of. They managed to have a great game of search and destroy, but can they also have a great game of hardpoint? That is going to be the question right now. I don't know at this point. I feel like Street, like you mentioned, they are just too strong, you know. They have a great sense of the gunfights, and also the timing for rotating within the inside of the hill until the next one has been so perfect that it is now on the side of free agents. What can they actually come up with that can just make them shake a bit so that they can actually take the knock and take us to the game 5?
Yeah, they need to wake up, and they need to wake up now. On this P1, I expect to see some smokes and a lot of OBJ pressure, a lot of top control. And here we are. It looks like actually Street Gaming, they're actually going through a close push. You see 2 players, Spades gets the first kill, takes off the top control guy on Street, which allows them space to hit the hill. Now, the only danger is they actually left top control after they got the kills, so Street is gonna they're just gonna have advantage if they can get that top control to kill the people on the hill, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Soiwa gets the first one. He knows where they're spawning. We see the smokes, which is a fantastic strategy over on this P1. One of the most effective because, quite frankly, you can't see much when the smoke's going on back to back to back. Let's just look at that. Call of Duty smokes. This is quite an interesting P1, but P2 already almost underway. 10 seconds left, and on the map we have Spades with an early rotation. And
That's
up there is
right.
Kyoke. He's about to go in.
Oh, and he gets done by Space, like you mentioned. Rotating is going to be a success for the side of free agents. Let's see for how long. Kyoke already pushing here with the SKS. Finds a shot onto the opponent, but not a kill. There's Space. Space gets one before getting dropped by Maggie. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Season. Through the smoke, there's going to be the push. GTO gets one. GTO looks for two. Sweetwell finds the knock. Noel is going to be the only one left, waiting for his teammates to get there. GTO still managing to survive. Finally going to be killed by Noel. Immediately, Sweetwell trying to go for the retake. And the side of Street are super fast. The spawns were not there necessarily for Street, but they were so quick with those gunnies. And through the smoke, even finding those kills, insane way to change the pace and make sure that they had that control. 20 seconds left and the fight continues. The advantage is barely noticeable, but still in favor of Street Gaming. But finally we see free agents being able to not only stop them, but gain some sort of control to actually get close in this game.
Yeah, they actually take the lead. Yeah, this is cool to see. I hope we can see this continue throughout the match. I want to see a nice and competitive type game. It looks like Street Gaming, though, they've already got the early rotation. Free agents pulling out the death machine. Spades here has to go big, but gets shut down after only one kill. And that could be a huge unfortunate happening, because it looks like the free agent, wow, they're actually still popping off now. Kyoke got the war machine trying to clear out 10. They get a 3-piece. Pagode with the claw. Another kill, and that's a full wipe. They've got total spawn control, knowing where they're at in garden, and now they just got to circle the time while mitigating any kind of push up that free agents can get.
Incredible, using two operators to clean the area of the hill, and then two more to defend. 3-piece there for Maggie, pushing for more here with the death machine, just patiently waiting for the next victim. Runs out of time, has to turn around. His allies are dead. Through the smoke, he's trying to defend, finds himself in a bit of a pickle, gets executed there by Season, but that is only going to be the scraps. But those scraps are still gonna make it even. That's gonna be 65 to 64. Rotation there. The first is going to be for Street Gaming, but look at that, 3 kills gonna be taken by the side of free agents on that rotation, looking to push through there. There's the Mental with a knock to GTO. This one's gonna be there. Spades going through mid. Ledwin with the next kill, trying to survive. There's gonna be the Mental gonna be executed by Bigo there. Season is gonna be the only one alive. They're gonna be pinching right now. Season tries to push and gets the kill. Chaotica then through the wall will try to gain control once again, but this has been a masterpiece of a map. Both teams just not willing to give a single second away.
Yes, what a tight neck for neck kind of battle. Even though we saw some pinches getting set up, honestly, they're getting shut down and then they're coming back to spawn. It's all happening so fast, and this is why I love Hacienda, because the pacing of it is so go. There's no stop, there's no yellow, there's just straight green, and people are on the map. They are just running at the hill, and it's really tight. P1 is about to go underway, so we're gonna see on the side of free agents to get open side control, which is one of the most important on this P1, winning the really crucial gunfight. But Kyoke gets a trade onto 2 players, Null and Luenbu, and here Spades and Kyoke have a huge gunfight. Spades comes out on top, controlling open once again, and this is going to be crucial in order to get these points all over P1.
It took the side of free agents a bit of a few seconds to actually get inside of the hill, but finally they managed to kick Street out. Yes, the first point is difficult to control, but Street Gaming had about 15 seconds completely uncontested for them. Now free agents trying to make sure that they are not having to pay the price for that lack of success, and the operators are back available for the side of Street Gaming. That's something that free agents have to be careful. The first one is going to be there. Bevo there out with the claw, gonna find 1-2 and gets killed by Null. Null then gets raided by Street, while Street were trying to survive inside of the kill. There's only 10 seconds left. Chaotica here with the ball, doing a lot of damage to both enemies, but not actually finding a kill onto any of them. Once again, free agents are going to be the first first to get into this hill, and they will try to defend again. It worked in round 1. Can they do it again? Now, Vigo there with the spear gets one, but immediately gets traded by Season. Lewenbu now with the War Machine, and Null also with that Tempest. Maggie will try to push with the Death Machine, but it's going to be quite difficult if he's completely alone.
Wow, what a great patient play out of Maggie. I love that he just waited to get the timing and ended up getting a really big 2-piece in Street Gaming now. About to get hill control, but the man still shuts it down, and they have rock side spawn, which is exactly what you want. You get right close up to the hill, and you can get that control on the yellow Lamborghini to shut down this driveway push. But Kyoke, really big value from this War Machine, gets a 3-piece, makes that a 4, and clears out the hill for his team, allowing them to get some more points. But right away, because they have the rock spawns, those free agent players, they are right back into the action, Dylan. This is going really, really back and forth. It's been tight all the way through. And if you look on your mini map, we have GTO with the early rotation on the side of Street Gaming, and Maggie, no, but he ends up killing him. Gets that rotation. He's going to go ahead and push up to hold this tin, which is exactly what you want to see. That aggressive map control that's going to help control and also soak up the time for his team.
Map about to unfold. A couple of kills that could be huge for the side of free agent. Season still in the middle of a fight, gets killed by his opponent. Chaotica now going to be the OBJ in here. Chaotica, usually being the OBJ for the side of Street Gaming, has to get out of it to try to push for the opponents. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. There's Maggie now holding the hill. Season trying to push for the kill. Season finds the knock, and there's the trade. Now free agents with the control, but completely just rocking their world. The side of Street Gaming super quickly there with the retake. Now Vigo there with the club unifying one, but immediately gets traded. Insane timing there for Season, who now gets the control for the squad. Free agents only less than 20 seconds behind through the smoke. There's just trying to make sure that Street Gaming are not comfortable inside of the hill. They're not actually gaining those points. And in here, as we move back onto P4, ladies and gentlemen, the hill is now going to be held by a couple of players from Street, but free agents have been rather quick when it comes down to those retakes.
Yeah, and Street Gaming, they're holding on to that garage spawn. They know that's the better spawn point because they can, again, once again, get to the hill faster. And they can control this top area that Soy was so beautifully doing, getting a 2-piece, while Maggie already got a 3-piece with his Death Machine. Those operator values that they're getting is absolutely incredible. But no, he has now pulled out his Tempest. Well, he has something to say about it. Gets one, almost gets the second, but gets shut down. And right now, Street Gaming is doing a fantastic job. And Demenstial, Lewenbu, they're all pulling out their operators in order to try to claw back some of this time. And although really scrappy in the beginning, really back and forth, we can start to see Street Gaming slowly extending that lead. They're about 40, almost 50 points more than free agents.
That's right. It took him a minute, but finally gaining that momentum. They were winning by about 20 seconds before this hill, and now changing that to 47. We're going back to the P1, and the first one to be there is actually going to be probably one of the players from free agents going all the way around into the circle, and they're actually not. They're seemingly pushing for the kills. Finally, Noah is going to be the first one to get into the hill. Now hiding on that fountain, and the defense is going to be really good coming down from the side of free agents. Yes, they're losing players, but they're not losing control inside of the hill. Lewenbu now being the one OBJ. Lewenbu in the middle of a fight against Beagle. They're going to be spotted there by GTO. GTO clearing the area for his allied. No one is not going to be inside of the hill. The side of Street got to make sure that someone is in. We don't want to see gray. They want to see blue. Unfortunately for them, it's not blue, it's yellow. Inside of the hill, once again, is going to be Season. Season in the middle of a fight. Wow. Beagle there finds the double to clean that area up, but the side of Street yet again giving away those few seconds that may not feel like a lot, but at this point they have at least 10 seconds away from what they could have. The rotation once again gonna be done early by the side of free agents, but like you mentioned before, Adam, a single clean kill could make a huge difference here for free agents.
They really can, and I just want to highlight something I'm noticing on the side of Street Gaming. Look at their kills. They're so consistent across the board. Everybody's pulling their weight. the communication, the teamwork, the trades, they're all happening. And it's just so nice to see. Now, free agent still is not out. They have an opportunity to make a comeback. This is one of those hills that is scrappy, but can easily turn into a money hill, which just means that they soak up most of the time. If executed correctly, they have control right now. Can they keep it? Luambu gets shut down by Bigode, and Bigode wants to play a patient, gets spotted out. And here we go. Free agents, they are starting to make their way little by little. We love to see it, Gil.
We gotta love to see it. 195 to 173. 30 seconds left, and they won them on the side of free agents. A good nade is still not gonna be enough. The one alive is gonna be Season there in the middle of a fight against Chaotica. Gets killed, but that trade is still not going to be enough. Rotation is gonna be done late by the side of free agents. They have managed to stop the bleeding. They have managed to even numbers out. But at this point, can they actually break through the defensive push from the side of Street? There is the equalizer from Siwa. Got one, but not a whole lot more than that. They're pushing for that kill. The comps, where are the comps? Gets killed by a nade. Still not gonna be enough. Free agents gonna be able to break through it all. And all of a sudden, we got ourselves a game.
Yes, we do. Street Gaming pulling out their operators. Now, on the side of free agents, they are starting to slowly get their operators. They're probably all going to have them around this hill and the next, maybe the P1. So that's going to come really, really handy in these late game points that needs to get cleaned up. So honestly, Gil, I wouldn't be surprised if we see free agents win by these operator pulls. It's very, very possible. As I say that, we have Luambu who gets his operator, and Null, just like in the S&D, doing incredible work on the map with 52, leading the lobby once again. This man is just different. And we see Street Gaming, number 3, Maggie, trying to get control for New, trying to anchor for spawns, but it looks like free agents, they get their garage spawn, so he's just going to kind of play spoiler here. And he does actually mitigate the damage, gets 2 kills, makes that 3 with GTO, and now Street, they have full control of the hill.
Full control of the hill indeed. But now all of a sudden, the operators are going to have a huge impact. You said it yourself, there was the War Machine that was just clean in favor of free agents. They finally got the control. GTO is going to stop the bleeding. The next one to push is going to be Season with a claw. Season with a claw gets one. Season gets executed by Chaotica. Chaotica now bouncing inside the hill inside with Maggie. Maggie is going to be blown to pieces using that Sparrow by the hands of Space. Still not going to be enough. Street Gaming with the control, 25 to 24. This is going to be a clean tie. Inside the hill, the only one is going to be Chaotica. Chaotica in the middle of a fight through the smoke against Lewibu, gonna take that kill. Manages to survive. There's gonna be the push from Null. Still not gonna be enough. 12 seconds left. That is not gonna be enough for the side of Street Gaming, but it's gonna position them quite comfortably as they're gonna be pushing now for point number 1, 2:41, and finally they stop the bleeding. 2 seconds left that are gonna be super good for the side of free agents, and it seems like it could be decided on the P1 hill if the side of free agents are not careful to try to take them out, because inside of the hill, so we're still alive. The control is gonna be here. Street Gaming with the opportunity to close it up, but it's not gonna be the case. Great job down there for the side of free agents as they continue to push inside. There's Mike with the dead machine finding one. Mike with the dead machine trying to get the next kill through the smoke. They're still gonna be able to get it. 2-1 now with the equalizer, still not enough. They're trying to crush the players inside, but it's just gonna be a little too late. There's Space trying to get in there, but he is not gonna be able to do it on time. Ladies and gentlemen, Street Gaming managing to close it with a 3-1 fashion. Incredible way to end this series. Street Gaming, my goodness, they suffered for it, but they take the win.
Yeah, that was a game. That's what we wanted to see in the first hard point in the control. But we got it brought on the Hacienda, which is a nice way to end it. We love to see that life come back on the side of free agents. Oh my word, even though they got outside quite a bit, they were just getting those really important kills and capitalizing on it, getting a lot of OBJ for their kills, a lot of value. And that is exactly what you want. But on the side of Street Gaming, man, they have a different amount of firepower on that squad. They're just really in sync, and I think part of that is because a lot of these players, from what I know, they've been playing with each other for a long time, so they have that chemistry. They know each other's mentalities. They know how to hype each other up and keep each other composed and focused. And it shows in these like important times in the matchup And the operator value as well, very, very consistent on the side of Street Gaming. Honestly, even on free agents, I gotta give them credit too. It's just one of those games that was just so back and forth. We saw Street Gaming start to take away the lead, but they brought it back until, unfortunately, they lost by the end, that we won.
Yeah, really unfortunate for the side of free agents, but truly deserved a round of applause for them. It was not an easy one for them. They struggled to get to this point, and we mentioned that, well, we would need either Null or Spades to do what they did on the Search and Destroy, and actually both of them were able to do just that. It was Null with 57, there was Spades with 46. It was a great job for the side of free agents, but unfortunately enough, they are just a step away from actually doing it. But this is not the end of the road for them. Remember, on this scenario for the points major, this is a double elimination bracket. They're going to be dropping on the loser side of the bracket, which means that there's still a way for them to try to redeem themselves as champions. But what a way to do it. I feel like that was a great series. I hope you guys enjoyed, but because I'm sure that I did.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. That was a fantastic way to end the series. And coming up next is going to be you, Gilmania, and Linux casting. Remind me, which game was it? Can you take that over?
I'm not too sure what is going to be the match that we are going to see next, but as soon as we get that information, we'll let you guys know. As of right now, just to remind you guys, like we were mentioning about this double-sided bracket, that, well, on the other side of the winners semifinal, it was Amigos Gaming versus Arise 6S. I can give you guys the information that it was Amigos who took that with a 3-0 victory. So on the upper side of the bracket, on the winner side of the bracket, it is going to be Street versus Amigos. We'll have a general view of the bracket once that's ready, so don't go crazy. We'll show you guys that in a minute, but I feel like we just need a bit of a minute, to actually process what just happened, because at the end of the day, if I'm honest with you, I thought that we would see something similar to the first hard point we saw, right? It was complete control coming down from the side of Street Gaming, but it seems like free agents, maybe it was not their map. Summit, we know how crazy it can be to control if you don't have the right strategy. And for a team that had two new players joining them, maybe they were just not feeling as comfortable as they would have liked it to be. But at least on this Hacienda, they managed to pull through, and that's exactly what I was talking about, Adam. Look at that. Winner's bracket is going to be Street Gaming versus Amigos. Right now, Arise is waiting for the winner between Tewas and Evox Gaming. If I'm not mistaken, that was actually the match that yesterday, it was the only one that went all the way to Game 5. So it only makes sense that it is not over yet, right?
Absolutely. And after that, we have Deste versus Free Agents, another great matchup that's going to be coming up. And that final over on the winners bracket, Street versus Amigos, I cannot wait to see that, because that is always going to be a battle of the giants. And with that, could go the distance.
Yes, that's right. And I'm sure they want to go the distance because, as we spoke before, about the prize pool, each and every single match allows for you to also bump that money that you end up gaining. But for now, we'll have to go for a break. And as soon as we're ready, we'll start the next match. So please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And we are so back with our points major in our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026. I'm Igor Lennox, and we have Gilmania by my side. Obviously, you know who's who. So, how's it going, Gil? After that very good game, I hope you had some time to rest.
I did. It was well needed because the end of the hard point. If you guys did not see it, I highly suggest you take a look onto it. But that's for a bit later on, because right now we have another banger upon us. A match that actually we saw yesterday, and that was Evox Gaming going versus Arise Success.
Such a great game. I would say one of the most balanced matchups we're going to have to see how it's going to unfold today upon us, because both of these teams come from the Group D, right? So they have already faced each other, as you said, and they were able to lock those positions, the first and the second one, with the little difference that Arise has been a team more present or more consistent on the upper brackets, and Evox has been a team that usually goes down and have to fight for their lives. And now we're gonna see who's gonna come out on top on these very same brackets of today. That also happened, so it's funny to see a certain pattern happening again also on this Saturday, as we have a chance of taking a glance at the full scene here, guys, for y'all, with all the results rolling today. Exciting day, Gil. Street Gaming doing what they can, doing what they need, actually, and attending to the expectations. I would say the same about Amigos, winning both matches and then waiting at the winner bracket final, which is going to happen tomorrow, along with the lower bracket final and the grand finals. So we're going to save these three final and best games, potentially, technically speaking, for tomorrow. As of today, looking at the lower bracket, we're going to have this re-encounter, Evox against Rise. So excited to see what is going to happen. Any takes?
I'm not sure. I feel like we've seen a Rise 6S be that at least top four on the grand scheme of things. It's something
Right.
that we spoke about on
Yeah.
the Spanish broadcast. I don't know if you guys also picked up on it on the Portuguese one, but the
Yeah.
fact that a Rise 6S was always the team that was a super solid top four. Why? Because top five and below, there would be a big gap between them, and top four them and top three, there would also be a big gap. So he was pretty much like the door between top four and top three, and top
Exactly.
four and top five. It was always them consistently being on that spot. So if I were to put my cards on one of the two, I would go for the side of Arise 6S, although I think I've seen quite a few things coming down from Evox Gaming. I feel like they did their job. They did their homework, and they've increased their level to a point where, although I think Arise 6S could have the victory, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually Evox Gaming the one who takes home the victory.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a very even game for sure, as we have a chance of taking a look at the names. As you said, Arise coming up with Mains, Law, Makina, Scooby, and Tezin. It is a hybrid team, meaning Brazilians and Hispanic Latams all together, composing a very strong team for sure. And as of Evox, we're going to have again Matt, Banzin, Motinho, Dans, and Drax, a fully Brazilian team. And we have to emphasize how balanced this game is going to be. Again, Gil, Arise has an edge. I'm gonna have to go with that. I'm gonna have to agree with you because they have already proven that during the sum split, meaning going further, meaning getting to the top four in many different occasions. And also, not only that, but also taking maps from the big dogs, taking maps from Street, Free Agents, and Amigos as well. And as of Evox, there is a sense and there's a feeling that we could see today as well, as we take a look at the draft, that they lose focus in the middle of the game. We're going to explore more of that as we talk about the draft now. The videos happened, and Takeoff Arsenal, Zlams Tunisia, and Standoff and Crossroads out of considerations, and moving to the picks again: Summit, Hardpoint, Coastal Search and Destroy, a raid when it comes to control. And then we could get to a second Hacienda for the second time here, because we already had that map in this past map, in this past game, to be very fair, and a potential meltdown. Lovely draft. I'm going to say this, a combination of repeated picks and new picks.
Mhm. And I do once we're done with this major, I want to see how many times we had Summit for game one. You know, I feel like you were talking to us about the stats of what
Great
maps
question.
were being picked the
Yeah,
most, and I feel like Summit Hardpoint for game one in particular has been the bread and butter for the majority of this series, actually.
for sure. It is the case of a map that repeats itself a lot. It seems to be a point of comfortable, or sorry, a point of comfort for the teams when it comes to pick, as we have this cinematic entrance to Summit, our once more frozen and up to the mountains map. Beautiful to see how that's gonna unfold, because as we were talking about, Gil, Arise comes with the strength, comes, you know, with organization synergy. They have a longer roster when it comes to timeline than Evox. Evox is a recently formed team who are brave enough, who are creative. These boys, they fight for the games with their lives. But again, it is a team that loses the focus on the middle of the game, and they have been having a challenge of wrapping maps up recently, and also on these
Point identified.
occasions here in their World Championship. Let's see how they're gonna fight for this one specifically as we go for the first hill, guys. The players are already coming in, fighting for those big positions, for those spots, as we already have Benzine using his shotgun, trying to go for the first opponent he's gonna be able to find, and there was a nice attempt falling after that, after taking Lao down. It seems to be a very even beginning on both sides, and the retakes attempts, they keep happening. Gil, it is going to be a very, very balanced game, so for sure.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important, like you mentioned, with Evox being an early game type of team, they have to try to get a lead. They have to try to get an edge before things get out of control. Of course, in front of them, it's a Rise success, so that's not going to be an easy task. But as it is right now, those numbers, when it comes down to the kills, is not bad at all. What I'm a bit surprised about is the fact that Law with a shotgun in here finally finds his first kill, but it was taking him a minute. Very, very veteran player like Law, seemingly struggling at least in the beginning of this game.
Precisely, and I mean, he is yet to find his best form inside of this map. Clearly, one elimination, playing with the Switchblade today, or now at least, 22-9, and Evox, as we were talking about, you know, to keep that momentum, keep the attention level to the max during the entirety of the maps. They begin very well, as you said, strong early game, a deep, let's say, in the middle of the maps, and then again the challenge of wrapping them up versus opponents to stay alive in the competition. As of Arise, you already see some edge. 20 points at this moment as Makina hops into that and gets double kill, goes for the reload and goes for a third kill against Platoon. Very good job by him. Phenomenal exhibition at this point. 40 13 as Arise, you know, is coming out on the top.
That's right, and in here that rotation is going to be really, really important for Evox. Let's see if they can do it. Right now there's two players who are moving on the side of Arise. That's going to be Mens, who just got knocked down, and the other one is Scooby, who got killed as I spoke. And that's exactly what the side of Evox needed. Getting those early positionings was going to be important. And players are going to have a key impact there. Makina
Hardpoint is
not a
ours.
lot which because of it now that is going to be for the side of the perfect opportunity to hold this hill.
Absolutely, as Dons brings the War Machine, we already have a claw activated on the hands of Matt, so it's going to be a double pack for them, not for so long though, but even so, they are managing to keep the hill up and running as they reach the 40 points and are going to begin thinking about the next flag. We have Lau also doing the slaying. Very good job with the equalizer, stopped right there by Bunzine, so there is a response as well coming from Arise, who are on their side getting to 70. So this is an interesting cushion to create already on the first rotation of objectives here. Let's see how they're going to be able to manage that, as Tizine is bringing that Hunter Killer. Not so successful though. And Arise showing strength, is staying inside of the point and now rotating to try to fight preemptively versus the first Evox players coming to this portion of the map. We have Bunzine inside of the spot. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Mans takes Bunzine down. It is going to be a dramatic game for both sides, Gil, as we know that it is the case of a survival game.
That's right. And right now, well, dead double on the side of Arise, 84-42 inside of there. There's the usage of the claws. but is it gonna be enough? Here strikes with the equalizer through the smoke, not really seeing anyone. Finally spots an enemy who was completely unaware that was Law, finds that kill, and Evox could try to go for the clean. The only one alive left is gonna be Mans. Mans in here trying to fight against Banzine. Banzine now finds another kill now there into Law, and they have the opportunity to try to close that gap, but it's not gonna be easy. They have the control. From the outskirts of it, there's Matt. His allies are down. He's still alive. Tries to defend himself with a claw. Finds one, but Makina quickly takes him out. Great job done there for Makina in the side of Arise. Are doing a super solid job. I do want to say this, Lanix. I feel like Evox, when it comes down to the kills, they're not really too far behind, but they are not having the control of the objective.
They're not. They are not, and they're struggling to use the operators. You could just see many of them pulled out, but there was not enough to take Arise out of the place, out of the hill. And this is something sad to admit, right? When you're in the middle of the game, you need all the damage you can bring upon. And they were not able to use the ops, which we know are essential in respawn modes, such as the hardpoint and also the control. Let's see how things gonna be shaping here, because Arise, again, they have a nice edge. They're administrating now, they're managing 40 points ahead of Evox. And Evox has to grow at this moment as we begin, as we actually open the gate for the second rotation of flags. We see Tizzy chasing successfully Dons. We have the case of Law going up with the equalizer and try to clear the top. Let's see if he's gonna be able to get out of this spot alive. He is indoors. He has operator. He has score streaks to use. So on that matter, Gil, the game is very actually even so far. Both sides having the damage. It's just a matter of knowing what to do with it.
No, absolutely agree with you, Lanix. That's the matter of knowing what you're actually taking off of those kills. Yes, Evox may be able to take 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, but if you're not actually getting one of your players to be constantly inside of the hill, that's where they're struggling with, and that's the the price that they are paying in here. Finally there, Drax is gonna be inside. Makina patiently waiting for his allies to push alongside with him. Makina with the death machine will find one, but quickly gets spotted by Danks. Dranks then gets killed by Scooby, and the story repeats itself. Inside of the hill, we're gonna have a rise from the outskirts of it. Evox will find a few kills, but not really get as much time of the hill as they wish. And here's Scooby with the perfect opportunity to begin getting those score streaks, getting already in the position for the bread missile, and the hill continues to be in favor of a rise. Ladies and gentlemen, Evox, a team that is truly getting those kills. And like you mentioned, that could even be a part of the fact that, well, it's a team that's recently formed, and maybe they are just not having as good of a synergy as they wish to have.
Be advised.
Exactly, because also they went through some changes. You know, they were forced to let some players go because of issues that happen naturally during a scene, during, you know, championships, and that means that they kind of like had to change the shape, change their game style. They are fighting their best. You see 2 ops activated at the same time as they have players inside of the hill, and let's see if that's gonna be enough. 100 points for Evox, and I have talked about that on socials during my break here. You know, Evox, they managed to begin well. They have talent. They have the intention. But then in the middle of the game, they kind of lose it. I don't know if the focus goes down. There is a drop there in quality for sure, as we're going to be needing to see more of them if they are to stay alive in the championship. We have Arise going up to 180 points now with Mans using the Tempest, not for so long. He only took down Matt. We have Mans going in inside. 2 double kills happening now. It's a good job. They're gonna mount up to 200 potentially even before leaving this hill. Let's see if someone's gonna take Mans down. No one's stopping him at this moment. Fantastic streak. He was able to keep the fire alive, and that's amazing to see as we're gonna be moving to the next positions.
Incredible job done there for Arise Success, who manages to control the hill all the way to only about 5 seconds left. They kick him out. Does not matter too much. They have already rotated onto the next hill and reaching already the 200 points mark. Evox Gaming, they have to make a change. They have to make adjustments, and that needs to happen right about now, or else Arise will just have an easy way in the park. They've been doing the most this game, and in here, not only with the gunfights, but now with a couple operators, the fight is going to be even more heated for the side of Evox.
Oh yeah, now Rice feels the moment. They're bringing two ups as well to try to keep their strength, keep the heads on their places. We see Lau coming up top. There's a lot of smoke. He's going for it. He was actually building a streak over there, but not enough. You see Makina also going for the gameplay, more than 100 points away from Evox. And Arise, just like that, are 20 points or 21 in this moment away from locking this one up for themselves. Makina takes Matt down, goes for another one. So doubling it up versus Drax as well. We're gonna see the third P1 rolling in some seconds, guys. Already happening at this moment, as we can tell. Tizin clearing the spot. 4 kills, 5. He is a death machine himself. Amazing job, fantastic performance, and Arise is gonna definitely capitalize on that as we are heading to the countdown. 4 points away, or 4 seconds to wrap this first map kill.
Popping like popcorn in there with that death machine. Arise success will get the victory just like that. You said it. 250, 120. Arise 6S. I would say that they didn't struggle in the sense. It was an even fight when it comes down to the kills, to the mechanics, to the one-on-one fights. But with the strategy that Arise Success brought into the mix, it was way too difficult for the side of Evox. They need to change the pace. They need to change their strategy, because if this continues to be this same way, Arise Success, they are more than capable to just repeat this story. And I feel like, in a sense, it could be a fact that, well, there's players on the side of Arise, Linux, that you know and you know for a while now, right? Mans, Law, Scooby, Scene, they're players that this is not their first rodeo. This is not the first time that they are at this stage. And that's also a big part of the mental state of knowing that, yes, this game is important, but it's also more important for you to keep calm and do what you have to do. And doing what you have to do is exactly what Arise Success did.
And I am gonna be honest with you, Gil. I never saw during this map Arise totally out of the point. They were either in the beginning or totally, or contesting, challenging Evox at all times, and that was more than enough to see them up ahead. Interesting performance again. That feels kind of a repetition of what we saw before. Beautiful job by Tizin at this one, but as I was saying, it seems that Arise is one step above of Evox when it comes to deciding the map. All of them are talented, that's not under discussion. I'm talking about the capacity of dropping it up to your favor. As we see some of the impacts, 2 players on the side of Evox above the 100 points, and when it comes to Arise, massive numbers, a massive collective work. Such a great, fantastic job by them, fighting, and obviously fighting for the spot as well. And we're gonna be moving to the Search and Destroy, which will bring again another chance for Evox to respond. Quickly about Hardpoint, Gil. It is interesting to touch on the fact that Evox were not able so far in this championship to go above or beyond 200 points on the Hardpoint. They need to fix this. They need to join the game better, especially in the later portion of it. But speaking of Coastal, let's see how that's gonna pan out, because 2 different bomb sites. We have the opened up, we have the indoors one. A lot of different kinds of gameplays can be developed, can be explored here.
And just talking about what happened yesterday between Evox Gaming and Arise Success, it was something quite similar, where Arise Success obviously won with a 250 over 167 for Evox Gaming. It's very much a repetition, because yesterday was also, as I was talking about, a hardpoint game on Summit. And in a sense, I can also question the decision making on the side of Evox, because like you mentioned, of course, it's a fan favorite. Everybody knows Summit, but if it's not the map that you're more comfortable with, why not go for a ban? Why not try to shake things up to try to find your opening if you at least historically have struggled against this very same team on Summit?
You have a great point. Great point. Fantastic idea. Yes, I 100% agree. It is the case of the team thinking or rethinking about the veto process as we finally hop into the first round here. Bomb mode, as you could say informally, or the Search and Destroy rolling in Coastal at this moment, as Drax is down to the ground and Makina is a little bit behind on the map, trying to go in the safe zone. There's no indication of potential, plant work undergoing. Even though Makina has the bomb, he has the C4 himself. Scooby's exploring options. Good take against Duns. Finds himself alone, and Matt's gonna be the last one alive. So it is that sad, undesired kind of clutch that you find yourself into, as we have the second cam showing us that the C4 is on and it's official. It is a matter of time, and Matt has to defeat 3 opponents plus defuse plus find this this dialogue with the objective, as we're gonna be seeing him hopping inside, Lucas on his hands. He's gonna get super close to the first opponent. Scooby though takes him down. That was a clean elimination, enough to provoke a 1-0.
That's right, 1-0, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the first round going in favor of Rise. 6 sets. That was a great round. A good 2-piece there for Scooby to make sure that his opponent was not capable of doing much on that round. Now, as we start the second one, it seems like Evox are going to be doing something different. That's exactly what I'd like to see from them. There's Dance getting 1. Dance with the opportunity for 2.
Oh.
Dance has to run away because they haven't pinned. They were rushing for that kill. There's the scene finding the kill onto Matt, then throwing a nade. Unfortunately not bouncing off those boxes. Now here, a great shotgun shot there for Benzine. And now an opportunity for the side of Evox to even those numbers out. It's only going to be now Tizine and Scooby, but they still have to be careful.
They have to be very careful, as Tizine is very close. He's seeing the gun popping out from his opponent, and now it's gonna be the chance. Taken down right after by Drax. He's coming for a second play. Scooby trying to find an opponent. Seeing just a cadaver standing up there. Now there it is. Takes Drax down. Scooby successful on this trade, and Dun's gonna finish Scooby off for the equalizer 1-1. And that's the Evox, precisely, Gil, that we were able to watch yesterday versus Amigos, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm mistaken. Versus Arise, exactly. As the Evox, they became such a barrier, right? They became such a fortress. They know how to protect. What I'm trying to say is they play very well on the defensive side. They just gotta maximize this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I feel like, well, with the understanding that yesterday Evox dominated on S&D against the Rise, they ended up winning 9-2. I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what they want to go for here again today, but it's not gonna be an easy one because now Rise has a bit more experience when it comes down to fighting against you. Yesterday it was on Meltdown. This time around it's going to be on Coastal. It's way different now. Here Basim gonna be pushed, and there is the knock for Scooby. Gonna be a 4v2. Very difficult situation for the side of Evox. Even more so with Montinho, who's yet to find a kill. Here playing with a PKM, just shooting and spraying and praying through the middle of the map. Not really connecting against anyone. Has to now reload. 35 seconds on the clock, and perfect opportunity for Rise to once again get ahead in this S&D.
Right, and they know this. They are feeling the moment, right? The bomb is down. You got 4 men versus 2. You gotta work this perfectly, as we saw them doing now. 2 kills at the same time, so 2-1. Fantastic post-plant work. Protecting the entrances, you know, crossing your crosshairs if you want, and just waiting for the opponent to make mistakes. Evox, not really converting this one. They know they need to equalize. They know they need to do more. You know, the fans want to see more from them, especially since the hard points, as we have analyzed before. As we're going to be hopping into this new round, let's see. Round number 4, guys. Evox versus Arise. Almost a fully Brazilian encounter, but we have some Hispanic Latin players as well on the occasion. You have Tizine taking a look, waiting, holding at the very middle portion of the map. He's gonna, you know, go for it. He's gonna push. Drax connects it, and maybe a second player below was able to convert that one. As we're talking about a 3v4, which is gonna be dramatic for Evox once more. Banzin with the HS, and Makina as well. So 2 shotgun players to try to make a difference on those indoor regions.
A minute left. And Arise with the opportunity to plant if they can push through. Montinho gets a great kill onto Scooby. There, Montinho gets a double kill, getting spotted by Mans. Great double take there for the player from Evox. Even those numbers out, double kill for Darren. Incredible flick there at the end. A super difficult situation where the two players were looking straight into his eyes, and with eyes on his veins, he manages to find that double kill to once again make sure that this game remains even.
Man, I'm gonna say this. Dans is such a force, such a talented Brazilian player, and has been making a positive difference for Evox since the beginning of this segment of the World Championship. As we have Matt taking Scooby down, Otinho as well. Goes for mains, and it's gonna be just Makina alive for, sadly, an attempt versus Drax. Not happening now. And Evox, they found their way back to the game. They were suffering a 1-2, as we said. Now it's a 3-2. So finding themselves 2 rounds in a row. Beautifully done. Again, on the defensive side, they need to capitalize on this. They know how to play the patience game. They know how to play the position game. And it's all about exploring that.
All right. First blood early on there for Matt against Mens. Great way to open this round. He knows that there's someone around. That is going to be a good nade, but not good enough. It does not matter. Another kill there for Matt using that .50 GS. Now Tessin pushing with the SKS. We're going to land a shot, but not a kill. Drax takes the knock onto Tessin. That is a 3-for-0 trade. Finally, Makina will get something for the side of a Rise success. This is exactly the type of gameplay that we saw yesterday from the side of Evox and Rise. Have to make sure that they stop this immediately, or else we could see the side of Evox power when it comes down to the search and destroy.
Oof. That was tough. Look at Matt. Double kill. He's lining it over. I mean, alrighty, 4K for this guy. You know, when they get excited, when they hype it up, there's no one to stop them, especially Matt and also Duns. We got to keep an eye on those guys. Stop fragging at the moment for Evox, And when it comes to our Rise, it's a matter of holding that bull, right? You know, they got to do something because, you know, you see a monster growing up. What are you going to do to respond to that? Rise is not killing anymore. They're losing those key positions as well. You see them pretty much spread apart. There's no plan. Listen, there's no attempt to breach in as a block, as a team. And that may cost stuff for them later on in the game. As we begin to see them rolling through the A long, potentially a mid-A plan, as we have Motinho on the defensive effort. Good one versus Scooby, goes for the move and loses to Makina. Mans comes to help. He's going to be able to connect this one. 3-3. The bomb is down, and it's on. And let's see how Evox is going to respond to that, if there's any time.
Bomb's down, 40 seconds left. 3v3 in place, and Makina tries to push, but there's Drax to find not one but two. Drax then rushing for the third one, and he may have been killed, but he distracts for long enough for Benzine to get that kill, for Benzine to get that defusal, and that's a 5-2. We're going on to the last round before we switch sides, Lanix, and this is a do or die moment for the side of Rise, because this is beginning to look really, really bad for them.
And you know, Evox, they're growing so much in the search to destroy mode. Just earlier today, they were able to force a 7-7 versus free agents. So they almost forced the game to into an overtime phase. But, you know, details took them away from this. And Evox now with Bunzing with the double kill. He's on fire. He's going for it. The man's response. And now Matt's going to be alone versus 2. Matt with the locals and also the P50. Let's see if he's going to be able to find them real soon. Interesting stuff then, because Evox is growing, as I was saying, Gil. They are finding a game for themselves. It is already a better version of Evox compared to earlier today, as Matt's going to be opening this spot. And that's a dry one versus Mans. Good job trying to defuse. Oh, you gotta be bold to do that. You know what? But Tessin just comes out easily out of the shadows and takes him down for a third round.
A really, really good one there for Rise. That could have been gone south if it was not for them taking down Bansin. That 3-piece with a shotgun was insane. And I feel only because he was concussed, he couldn't do more damage in that situation. Now, Mans will win that initial fight against Matt this time around. So that is huge news for the side of Rise, because remember, We are now with the side of Evox on the offensive portion of things. They're looking to push towards A. The one defending here is going to be Makina, the shotgun himself.
Interesting stuff. And now we have Motinho, a lot of kills. Motinho goes for one more. It is a good job on him. When it comes to attacking another bullet, such a precision, such a beast on motion now. As we're talking about only Tezin versus 2, he's gonna go for it. There it is! Double kill by Tezin! Picking it up on the move. There was a jump attempt by the opponent, but he was able to catch him on there. Beautiful job. Motinho puts it up. 9 kills at this moment. 5-4 for Evox.
Incredible round there to Steam, making sure that they take the round. But Motinho with that 4-piece was wild now. Makina gonna be overwhelmed. That shotgun is just not gonna be enough. The trade is gonna be 1-for-1. And in this round number 10, and Rise 6S even these numbers. Can they tie it up 5-5? Right now, they found the opening on the B side, and they're gonna be planting the bombs. So that's gonna be 45 seconds on the clock as the Rise try to go for a retake. A double kill with a nade for Matt before getting killed by Law.
How about
42 seconds left, and that nade completely changed the pace for things to Rise.
How about that? What a beautiful nade as we're seeing the later portion of this round number 10. 2v2 and Bunzin goes in with the HS. Motinho takes Lau down. Let's see how man's gonna solve this puzzle. Bunzin puts him down. Beautifully done. It is again another double round for Evox. They ramp it up. They bring it up. You know, they find a way. And they show that they can definitely reverse the series. And, you know, if there's a mode where they can do it, it's definitely the search and destroy, as we do know. It's a lot of tactics. It's a lot of patience. And it's focus as well. And Evox is showing their best. As we already have Mans going up in the stairs. He's going to try to defend this spot over here, but has to take his head out of the exposition. Makina with the shotgun again. Lau from the back. Goes for the first attempt of connection. Doesn't find no one as Lau comes out of the shadows again. Beautifully done versus Motinho. Scooby complements. And Lau finishes him. It is going to be a very, very tough end of a round. 3v3. Matt opening up his sniper. As Drox has an option. That was an easy one, right? Easy money there. Easy body, easy money. Good job versus Mans. And Scooby is going to be alone to try to deal with this situation. More of a quagmire here. Alrighty. Drox takes him down at 7-4. And it's looking beautiful for Evox, right? I would say they have definitely came up in the game. They have been producing more gil, a lot of rounds, a lot of kills, a lot of good decisions, and top fragging on 3 players on their side.
That's right. Good round there for Evox. Great post win. It was not an easy one, but they did it nonetheless. Matt finds a headshot kill onto Scooby to make that number even alongside with Motinho. That's 11 kills for each of them. This round number 15. Can Arise once again try to shape a better form of a squad that can actually fight against Evox? They need to do it, and they need to do it now. Perfect opportunity for the side of Evox to push for more onto the B site. The only one defending here is actually going to be Tessin. A lot of room opportunity for the side of Evox if they go for that call. And they've been aggressive in the past, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again.
Oh, Matt falling off on this one. Makina was fast enough to read the situation and make a decision. As we have Drox moving into the middle of the map. Let's see who's going to fall next. We have Mans down to the ground. And now it's a 4v3. Very, very dramatic. Tessin double kill. He's trying for more. He wants more. And Arise were able, just like that, to come out on the top of this case because Duns is gonna be alone, not doing much anymore. 7-5, and Evox dominated the game, but they gotta wrap it up. Again, it comes back to the question that I was talking about, Gil, when it comes to the capacity of solving and and concluding the map. They have to do this now. They cannot afford to see Rise growing up back again.
Let's see now. Another opportunity, a lot of aggression. Law running for his life, making a call for his allies, even dropping a nade off of just trying for them to stop for a second. Scooby finds the first blood. Scooby finds the double. Scooby still alive. We'll get the triple. And Scooby has to reload, and because of it, he pays the price. That's alive. Drax is going to be spotted by Mans. Other side is a 1v2. And Machina will take down Dance. Another round going in favor of Rise. Evox try to go for the hyper aggression strategy, but this time around, Rise with a perfect answer against that.
The mental side of it, right? You can tell that Evox is a little anxious to conclude, to wrap it up. Not finding the ways, though. You cannot force your hand. You cannot overdo. You cannot force some situations. You gotta keep playing the game. You gotta, do the basics. Do what you need to do. As we are seeing Machina goes for Drax. Good job. 5v2 now. Evox in a very tough spot. You're gonna have to play patiently, but not possible because Bunzin is already dead as well. 7-7. You see how our Rise is really rising again, right? Like a phoenix, finding a game that was apparently lost versus Evox.
And I mean, I want to go back to the point that you made earlier where Evox Gaming is an early game type of team that the longer the game goes, the less of an impact that they begin to have, and that's exactly what we're witnessing here. Yesterday, they rushed through the rounds, they win 9-2, but this time around, Rise was ready for that type of play style, and because of it, now Evox is the one on the back end of things. They have now not the great spot that they were once at. They're not in a bad situation, but can they actually have what it takes to close this one up? That's the question that I'm making.
Right, and it makes total sense. It amounts to the maturity of the group as well. I think the squad is maturing now as we see them, as we cast them, because, it's when you face a tough opponent, it's when you face equal situations that you grow up or not. But let's see Drax taking Tizin down there. You're gonna have Mans as well, trying to help on that occasion, taking his head out of the face of opponents. And this seems to be a better scenario here because Evox they have one man up when it comes to the advantages, but Scooby just annihilates that. And we're back to 2v2 with Evox having the C4 and rotating to the other bomb. Now, that is a wise decision because you're gonna get your opponents out of the spot, right? And you're gonna have the chance potentially to plant, but they're gonna meet up in the way because Matt goes for Scooby and Mans brings that back with a double kill. Beautifully done to show Evox that on the move, on the chaos, they thrive. They are better than them.
Absolutely are. Insane way of playing. Once again, the experience begins to show in this match between Evox Gaming and Arise Success. Arise now with a map point opportunity to close things up, to have their own revenge when it comes down to the search and destroy against Evox. Tessine with the opportunity finds one. He knows they're pushing and goes crazy for a bit, gets taken down by Dance for it. Unfortunate situation there for Tessine, but a great way to stop his power, as Tessine has been causing a lot of pain, already 18 kills total.
Alrighty, precisely. He has been such a force. We're seeing Mans rotating, a lot of talents on both sides. Again, these teams, they are evolving, they are maturing, they want to get to the top. We were talking about that before the game. Arise being kind of an in-between team between the top dogs and the underdogs, I'm going to say it this way. And Evox being such an ascending force in the Latam scene. Let's see how far they can get. This is not done and dusted yet. They might have a shot still. It's all about working with more patience because that's what Arise has. That's what they have been having during the championship. And we have Law trying to jump and get the info as Machina is going to position himself to get and to deal with this stack of men. Let's see if he's going to be able to take him down fast. No, he was able to take two, actually. Eliminating opponents real fast, and it's going to be a 2-3 to deal with as we have Machina still coming through the corner. Scooby goes for Drax. Good job. And there it is. Bunzin was the last one standing. And Arise bring the map to their own side. 9-7 with Evox perishing again.
Incredible. Arise after such a difficult beginning of search and destroy, they managed to end up on top, and in a huge fashion. They were winning on the second half m- so smoothly. Their decision
Yeah.
making was so good, and even when at the beginning of the rounds they would lose a player or two, they would still manage to overcome the difficult situation and always end up on top. What a way of playing for the side of Rise. This time they get their revenge against Evox. And the more we talk about the fact that, well, the mental on the side of Evox ends up compromising their gun skill a lot, I
Yeah.
feel like this next game of Control has the opportunity for it to be a bloodfest in favor of Rise.
For sure. I think, it's always a chance that Evox is going to have when it comes to fresh maps to reopen the conversation, begin better. And more than that, keeping the momentum, managing the opponent as well. I'm going to say this. It seems to me that it's a pattern when it comes to Evox. Apparently, players like Duns, like Matt, Drax, they find a lot of kills. But then from the mid to the end, they look to the sides and they see, the guys doing other stuff. They ask themselves, okay, is it only me, that is going to be pushing this damage forward? Who else is going to help me to do those battles? Who else is going to be battling and putting the numbers up? Because I get tired as well, and then these guys, they lose the focus. I think that's what is killing the capacity of Evox of closing the maps, to be very, very much fair, as we're going to be hopping into Raid, the most famous mention of the Call of Duty mobile game for us all to see if there's still something for Evox in this qualifier, in this playoff skill, or, I don't know, if Rise is going to just take this one over and get back home.
That's the question that I have too. Are they capable of pushing for more? Let's be reminded, at this point, whoever loses is, like you mentioned, completely out of the picture and would end up with a top 5-6 position, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm pretty sure that Evox, they are proud of what they've done, but they are obviously looking to find some more. So let's see if they can do it. We're moving on to this game of Control on the beautiful hills of California here on Raid. We are moving in to see if Evox can take us to a game 4. Can they do it? I think they're capable of doing it. Will they do it? That's what I'm not so sure about.
Exactly. I think it's going to depend on how these teams are going to manage the first round. Obviously, the sides each one of them are going to take. And, on that note, it's all about how steady Evox can be during the entirety of the map. They need to begin and finish on a high note, the maps. And it's like we said before, it is a maturity process. They are doing that as we speak, as we cast them, and it takes time. Obviously, it takes some defeats to evolve, and it takes some defeats to improve your own processes when it comes to the maps themselves. Now, back in the community during the semester, or the first semester of this year, to be very specific, we saw Rise, beating Rise beating Evox, Rise beating other teams. They are a force. They are almost a tier 1 team, I'm gonna say in Latam. They are a consolidated tier 2 for sure, and that poses a lot of pressure versus newer teams like Evox and other squads as well, as we could see today. And then that's gonna bring us to the topic of how much more can Evox resist to the pace, or to the level of a stronger opponent, as a Rise is in this case.
Let's see. I'm intrigued also about it. A couple of players coming down from the side of Evox. We've seen them have their moments where Evox, have at least a player or two, sometimes 3, just popping off. But this time around, they need to be focused. They need to be locked in. They need to know that the mental is important. You may be one of the greatest players, but if you're not capable of undergoing this pressure and actually just manage to consistently have that level in the entirety of not only a single map, but the whole series, you're not going to be able to defeat a lot of people, a lot of teams, because we know these teams, it doesn't matter if it's game 1 or game 5, they are capable of bringing in their 100%. And unfortunately enough, that's not been the case lately for Evox. I'm sure they're capable of more. So let's see if they can do it now, Reynolds.
Let's see how that's gonna roll. We are already on the way, guys, in raid for the control mode. As we see Evox playing on the defensive side, and Arise is gonna be attacking for this first occasion. We have TZ inside of the library trying to fight for his life. Matt takes 2 down. Mans is up in the out. And let's see if Makina is gonna get close. It is the case usually you of teams try to attack on the B, right? You know, going full force to that cap. Not happening now though. Let's see how Rise is gonna play this one out and play it out as well. As we see Bonzin taking Lau down, it is a very even beginning. We have to say that in Evox, just trying to manage the space as well. I like their defensive layout, to be very fair. They have players all over, so they got the info, they got the positions, and they know what to do.
Absolutely, and they are also making sure that the timer could also be a deciding factor in here. They're doing a great job of keeping them out. Now, for the first time, we're going to see Rise actually have some control inside of one of the hills, these being the side of B. The one alive is going to be Mans at a distance with the sniper, and alongside with Scooby, making sure that they can get the kills. Matt, with the Pride missile, will take that knock onto Mans, but will still not be enough. The capture continues on B, and it seems like the Evox are just completely going to let go of it.
Yes.
I want to say, Linux, like you mentioned, this is a great start for Evox in comparison to what we've seen from them previously.
It is for sure a different vibe that they're like passing on to us today, because they're fighting, you know, to have the kills managed, to have the lives managed, to be very fair, and not even about managing or keeping all the objectives on to them. So I like that kind of strategy. I like how they are prioritizing the A now, especially dominating the jungle side and also the court. Maybe we're gonna be seeing that happening in a little bit. Mans, that's a dry one versus Math. Beautifully done. And Duns also joins the party, trying to take men down. He was successful in that attempt. You see, 9-0, 9-8 now, excuse me. And it's gonna keep going to the favor of Evox because they're holding the positions. They're not moving so much. They're trying to keep that line of fire on and running, and that may be favoring them at this point. Let's see Makina trying to go down the hill. Let's see if he's gonna be able to actually get out of there alive. As we have some images from the kitchen, we're gonna be seeing Scooby inside of this spot. And yeah, I mean, Evox playing nicely, playing patient, and playing with some efficiency, I would say, at this moment, as we have Drox taking Tizine as well.
Oh, you gotta be careful though. It
I
is
know.
only 2 players, but
I mean,
it is more than possible. 2v4, 12 seconds left. They have to get into the objective. Lloyd here with a sniper, missed the first shot. Perfect opportunity to Evox to close it all up. Great job done. And here it is, the impact early on, making sure that they were wasting enemies' time outside of the objective. Evox made sure that that time gap went all the way to the end, and because of it, Arise had to make a super aggressive push to try to continue to be alive, and that's when Evox just completely takes that round. Now, as we begin the next one, immediately going for 2 operators, and not really taking much value off of them.
look at that. Now Drax just rolling over, and Lau responded with an equalizer, double kill on his side. Very, very good pacing imposed by Evox now, right? Just ramping it up and bringing all the boys to the B side, or to the B flag in this case, because we're talking about the control mode. So fantastic, fantastic rhythm. I love that. Just gotta keep going with that until the end of this raid. Now Matt with the Annihilator goes again. Very good pick. Potentially a second one, but he was found precisely by Mans. As we see that Evox, they have definitely found their own ways, Gil. They have more points. They have more confidence. They are already stepping over the B. And I'm not gonna say it was an early objective conversion, because it's kind of mid-game, but like, it is important to do that somehow, right? And now you can just focus on the A or on killing your opponent.
And now begins the question. There's 4 operators on the side of Arise. There's 2 on the side of Evox, and they are taking a lot of kills off the side of Evox. Well done by Arise. Now, operator first is going to be the Annihilator by Mans. Mans takes 1. Mans the opportunity to shift the momentum. Makina going with the Death Machine 2, looking for a surprise play. Gets 1, gets 2. They had no idea that he was here. Now Makina with the opportunity to go for a spawn trap. Can they do it? Makina takes another kill into Mad. Finally gonna be executed by Bansi. that is
Friendly
changing
hunter-killer
the
drone deployed.
7-kill lead that the side of Evox had. Now not as big anymore.
Hurting.
Ooh, Drax.
He's going for it. And Scooby, you know, he's savoring, right? He's savoring the enemy's blood. It is very clear that he's going for the kills. He's not hesitating at all. As we're talking about a 10-7 at this moment, Tempest activated by Motinho. Let's see how things are gonna be rolling. Tezin takes Drax down, 7 kills v5. It is a critical moment where Evox can definitely get the upper hand. And what was that trophy rolling there? Oh my god. Was that enough to kill someone? Or am I mistaken?
No, I think he probably tried to throw a nade and, well, those trophies hurt.
But he worked, right? I mean, you killed someone using the trophy. Oh my goodness. Beautiful stuff, guys. 3v2. As I want to say thank you so much for staying with us in the chat. Thank you all, my friends from Brazil, friends from Latam, from all over. And it is a very good game at this point. To be very honest with y'all, nothing decided. And Evox is kind of reopening the series as Motinho takes mans down. 3 lives spare in the very end. And Evox now having again, as we say in Brazil, Gil, having the cheese on their hands, having the knife, you know, having ketchup. They can do whatever they want. They got the full sandwich to be mounted. It's a matter of keeping the focus. As Dan's gonna already bring the war machine. Oh, wow. Look at that. Double ups.
Early on aggression coming down from the side of Evox. Let's see how much damage they can do. Montini gonna find the first blood there. But Unseen with the death machine gets the knock onto Law. Tessin getting a kill before getting executed by Montinho. The fight continues and the lives are quite close to one another. The side of Evox having yet again a great start of a round, but careful now with Makina, who went all the way around onto the enemy spawn. If you look at the minimap, Makina just trying to confuse the opponent, but it's important also for the allies to take a few opponents out. That is just not happening. Makina has been on enemy's territory for the longest time, but he's like, if my teammates don't feel anything, I might as well move myself. He now gets into the middle of the map, but the action coming down from Evox just showing a completely different team to what we've seen so far.
They flipped, right? They flipped totally when it comes to the energy. You see them trying to do the good old spawn trap. Look at those 2 blue players right here at the left-hand side in the minimap. The 3, the 4, the 2. They are smashing the Rise. They are all over. They are, again, on a mission. They know what they need to do, and they are going for it. Less than 30 seconds, defending so well. You know, it looks like a castle they're defending now. Amazing job, and the Rise cannot do much. Even though Scooby has a claw, he was able to take Matt down. Not enough though, as we can tell, a lot of yellow kills, but that's a massive difference. And yes, we could be potentially talking about the next map, as Evox is gonna keep this series alive. Arise is falling down, just 2 players. Dans brings a nice Crab missile, and Matt as well. 15v1, it's over, it's done and dusted. Arise, goodbye from Raid. It is a map for Evox. Finally, they bring it up. Gil, we have a 2-1 in maps.
Okay, I liked it. I mean, I feel like a lot of this comes down from the fact that we spoke about how good Evox is when it comes down to the one-on-one fights. They're not bad at all. It was the problem on a hard point where they were not actually getting inside of the hill. But this time around, it's not the same. They came with a different strategy, prioritizing those kills. And I just feel like Arise was not ready for it. You said it yourself. They are usually a team that, although tries to get an early lead, it's not as aggressive as they were this time around. They had a lot of like second one operator usage, and I just think that that was so surprising to do, that Arise was straight up just not ready for that.
Not ready, not even, getting one single round for their own side. So I'm very surprised as well. I don't know what happened to Arise, not feeling themselves in this map. Gotta maybe think about a potential ban on Raid for next occasions, because doesn't seem to be their space. As we're gonna be hopping to Hacienda, as we do know, another beautiful mansion in our Call of Duty Mobile. There's no shortage of beautiful places in this game, right, you?
Yeah, this map is just beautiful. It's one of those maps that I personally I feel like it's probably on the top 3 of beautiful maps on Call of Duty Mobile.
For
I just
sure,
like
for
it
sure.
so much. The lighting, the scene, the
Oh, yeah.
cars. Even if you're a car type of person, there's that as well.
Yeah.
The garden too, the fountain right in the middle.
Oh,
It's
wow.
just such a beautiful map. And well, Linux, I feel like with this shift of pace going well for Evox could be something that allows them to go to a game 5. Do you think that's enough?
I think Evox could definitely take the chance now of, upgrading their own hardpoint pace and quality. We already saw in Summit what they're able to. We have already seen them actually getting close to 200 points. It is time to breach that barrier. It's time to do more. It's time to finally deliver. Get yourself closer to the opponent, especially in the late portion of the game. Do yourself a 230, a 240. Show the world what you can do. And as of Arise, it's a matter of holding back, right? And like seeing how that ball is gonna come at you, because they do know that Evox is finding themselves. They're finding the space, finding energy, and Arise also has to keep working. They have to reset the mentality here. You gotta back to whatever worked during the Coastal and the Summit, and they gotta do better as well. Just rock this up before there's drama on the air. Obviously, everybody wants to evolve. Everybody wants to keep alive in the championship, as we have a chance of taking a glimpse at the previous map skill. So you gotta keep working, you gotta find yourself again. I say this multiple times in castings as well. You cannot afford to lose your peace, actually, your serenity during a series just because it's long. And Arise seem to be doing that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. And as we begin to see a few of the replays that we've seen so far, we can see on those gunfights, a lot of them are equal trades, 1-for-1s,
Yep.
2-for-2s. It is just that Evox was lacking a bit of a key factor that, fortunately enough, they were able to bring into the mix for the side of Control. So now, thinking about Hacienda, thinking about the fact that, well, they lost the Search and Destroy, but it was not bad. It was not a bad game whatsoever. They ended up losing 9-7. Yesterday, they proved that they are a team capable of defeating Arise in a sense. They just need to organize themselves better. And well, the map of Hacienda, I'm not too sure who was the team who ended up picking Hacienda, but if it was by any chance Evox, and they have enough of a strategy prepared against the Rise, once again, I think we could go to a game 5, and that decider, I feel like, although originally I could say that affects the side of Evox because of the longevity of this series, I feel like coming down from 2 victories in a row, if these were to be the case on the Hardcore Hacienda, I think they could try to go for a reverse sweep. I feel like that's definitely possible at this point.
Absolutely possible. They have the talent. I think it's a matter of finding that sequence, right? I always mention that about Evox in the sense of finding the streak of rounds, finding the streak of maps. They gotta be more consistent on that matter, as we're gonna be hopping into the Golden Lions map. Let's go to Hacienda, guys. Rotations on their way to the first hill, as we're gonna be taking a ride here with Matt. A beautiful top job already, preemptively organizing the defensive lines as they hop into this one, and Matt is gonna go down to the smokes and gonna try to fight for his life. But taking down with Makina, as we have done, close enough to another opponent as well, and it seems to be a Rise who thrives, who goes stronger in the beginning here, 7-1. It's gonna be a long map for sure, and I'm thinking here, Guido, at this moment, that maybe the change in scenario can be good for Evox. Maybe they can find themselves in the second hard point. All they need maybe is just a second chance, right? It's a chance of fighting a longer series.
Yeah, no, and I mean, the same way that their mental sometimes goes all the way south, this time around,
Yep.
I feel like their mentality is just purely on fire. They had a great start of a lot of kills on the first hill. This last few seconds, they are even going to be taking them. They may be a little bit late to the rotation, but that is not a bad start whatsoever for the side of Evox. They managed to get 13 seconds, and the one up close into the hill is actually going to be Mad with a nade, takes a kill and a double to clean up this area in what could have been a beginning of a hill in favor of Arise. That was quickly changed by a few players from Evox doing a great job now through the smoke. Let's see if Montinho can defend himself. He apparently can get the kill, but gets executed by Mens. The fight continues inside of the hill, and Evox, once again, I mean, we spoke about the fact that their mental can play against them. Well, this time around is purely in their favor.
Oh yeah, you see a little bit of a thin margin when it comes to points, which goes to show that both sides are very much attentive. Oh, there was an execution rolling there, but I think our cameraman just took it out of the screen. That was definitely happened. I'm not mistaken. I know that movement. I have suffered it many times myself playing with buddies. So yeah, Evox now, you know, bringing those numbers up. Very good job by them on the P2, and it's a necessity now for them. It's now or never. They have to fight as well on the P3 and moving forward to the P4 and so forth and so forth. But 48 points versus 34. Very good job by Evox. That's definitely a bright beginning on this hard point, yo.
Yes, and although they are late again, well, they were last time around, and they managed to completely change that scenario. Now, there's no one going to be inside of the hill. Matt knows it. Matt is going to be jumping probably from the third row. Now with a claw, take a look onto that operator usage in the past, not having a big impact on the side of Evox. Can they actually do it this time around? Matt with the opportunity will take another one before being killed by Mans. Now Drax with the equalizer will find one. Drax with the equalizer will push for more, has to be careful through this smoke, trying to survive, pushing for more, gets spotted by Makina. The fight continues inside of the hill, trying to survive. Montinho gets killed by Makina, and Arise now getting that control and trying to get a bit of an edge, trying to get a bit of a lead. The rotation is going to be done there by the side of Evox. For the first time, they will be the ones to get there first, but they have a single player in there, and that is Matt. Is he enough? Apparently not.
Apparently not. Makina takes Matt down. He's gonna go up to 80 points with the team of Rise. It's a good game. It's a fantastic one, to be very fair, because Arise is feeling that Evox is not the same anymore. And both sides, they're adjusting real time to each other as we're getting to see the P4 getting activated and searched by both sides, and Vanzin goes with it. Beautifully done with the Death Machine. 3 guys down. He goes for it. He's he's thirsty for the opponent's blood, and he manages to somehow create space for the team. Beautiful work. And I'm gonna say this, opening the lines as well for the guys coming after him. So 88 versus 74 at this point. So Arise feeling that it's tough. It's gonna be tough to close this one, because Evox know what they're doing. Protecting the hill. They're also on this lane, on the on the zone around the objective itself. So it's a very good job. And already, guess what, rotation to the next P1. So it is a team that is having one eye on the present, one eye on the future.
Alright, Evox, I didn't know you were cool like that. Really well done. As we're pushing back now onto point number 1 reset. Matt is ready for it. Matt already inside of the hill with a total of 18 kills. He got knocked there, but well, the side of Evox still managing to continue the fight inside of that mountain and quickly shifting that timing, the momentum totally in favor of Evox. Arise at least have managed to always be close against the opponents. I'm sorry. But when it comes down to the control, I feel like overall has been slightly in favor of Evox, which is more than enough to what they had to accomplish. We question their decision making. There's a double kill there for Dance using that Pred missile, and the continuous control inside of kill 1 goes to show to us that Evox may have figured out what was wrong and are finally able to fix it.
They absolutely fixed it, right? It's a different team, it's a different posture. You see the stances that they take it, and also, I see now team with the Tempest. There's a huge potential here, huge potential for damage. But on the other side, you're gonna be looking at Makina with the Death Machine jumping from water side to see what he's gonna be doing now. And Evox is definitely committed to winning this one. 3 ops at the same time. They are using their bag. You gotta be careful as well, right? You could lose that advantage real quick. You gotta be smart, you gotta be wise in this one. We're seeing Dance trying to, take those picks, isolate isolated picks and finding them on a smart way. 130 for Evox. Very, very important moment in the game where usually we know Evox grow. And then let's see if they're going to go downhill. I hope not for their sakes, or if they're going to be able to keep steady and keep growing.
I mean, at this point, I feel like Evox has the opportunity to try to increase that momentum. Let's see if they can do it. And here the fight continues, but this time will be in favor of Arise. Great defense in there to find those traps going their way. That is going to be 134, 118 in favor of Evox Gaming. Like you mentioned, the rotation was something that we questioned on the side of Evox, but in this game of Hacienda, once again, I'm not too sure if it was them who picked up this map, but if they did, they knew they had to do it because their playstyle here on Hacienda has been really, really solid. It has not been perfect, no, but it's been enough to at least constantly, or for most of the game, be ahead of their enemies. In here for the first time now, we will see that retake going in favor of Rise, and that's because they've had 30 seconds of continuous control, and that is finally the wake-up call that Rise needed.
They absolutely needed it, and Arise are back for sure. We could take a look at them, especially before in this cap as we were talking about. And Makina now definitely closing that region. 148 versus 140. Evox don't want to give up though. You can tell by the numbers that Evox has been killing more, right? All of them mid-20 kills. On the other hand, Arise is not really there. I mean, Scooby is almost 30. So there is, for sure, a nice balance inside of the Evox roster at this moment when it comes to damage dealing. We see Don's already at the P4. He was rotating from P2 to P4 actually. And Arise are gonna try to fix things around Gil, because if they need to do something different, I would say that's the moment. They need to step up and they need to keep protecting this area. Now it's a battle of utility as we know, to open up that spot and for sure bring some trophies down to help your team to keep growing. I want to remind you all that tomorrow we're going to begin the broadcast with Street versus Amigos as the first game for the upper bracket finals. Then we're going to have losers brackets final and then the grand final in a best of 7 maps. And today, wrapping it up here, this game and another one to lock the lower brackets for sure, as Evox is growing so much. They're fighting for this P4 as never before.
They are fighting like never before indeed. Look at Map already with 30 kills now, bouncing inside of the hill, fighting against Mans. Will get killed, but his ally is there to redeem his actions. Makina also dropping that double kill there for Bantin, who remained alive for those 12 seconds to at least close that gap once more inside of the fountain. There's no one in there. Mans trying to get through. Moutinho will suffer the consequences of Makina's power, and the fight continues for the third time. We will be on this P1, and right now it could be anyone's game. Evox, we know that they have fixed a lot of their issues, a lot of their mistakes, but now the question remains, did they fix their lack of control when it comes down to the later portions of the map? Well, we're about to figure it out, because in here they do need a lot of control.
Yeah, and I love that kind of response. You see 3 guys hopping into the P1, not leaving a chance for Arise in this last occasion, as Man takes 2 players down. Duns also goes for it, and Bonzin complements the job. But yeah, it is a matter of seeing how strong Evox can come against Arise. I think Arise is feeling themselves again. You see, they are ramping to 200 points. And we all know, and Vox knows, that they need to look solid. They need to stay strong inside of this P2. This garage is going to be key to knowing who's going to be winning this one. And if Vox opens up again, wins this map, man, I don't know about the mental side of things for Arise anymore to the rest of this series, to be very honest with you. Evox doing a great job already getting those early points. But now we're going to see Arise maybe having a shot. And that's gonna be maybe enough for them to consolidate, right? That's the risk. I feel Evox had a first push, first attempt, first wave, and then they lost it. And that goes to show again my point from before. Are they solid enough to drop up the maps? And, they need to show us that now.
They sure do need to show that as we speak. 20 seconds left, and in here, Sing will try to defend from that Lambo. The scene's still alive. The push continues from the side of the Evox. They are trying to make it uncomfortable for the opponents, but it's just not being enough. 7 seconds left, and they will begin to rotate. Moutinho taking down that Tempest. A bit of a questionable choice, if you were to ask me, in there. As the fight for control continues, Evox are there first, but can they actually defend? Now Makina from the third row going for a jump shot. Still not enough. There's Law who gets executed by Dance with the SKS. The fight inside of the field for Scooby will be in favor of Horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem that Evox has had all day long.
Alrighty, yeah, once more, Evox, don't just drop the ball, keep playing it tough, because Arise know what they need to do, and you already see a very much a large perimeter, right, all around the P3. You see 1-2 players. Look at how far they're gonna go to try to keep the control over this spot, and Evox just not able so far to penetrate in this area. As Arise players are inside of the hill, two to go. Just 2 points away of closing the series 2-1. And that's gonna mean good game, well played for them. Fantastic job by Arise. 3-1 on maps. That's the conclusion of our BO5 series. Well done, holding that ball as a joke. They needed to do that, and they were able to control the latest, which is the essential portion of the map. We have the best moments ready for you guys. Fantastic beginning by both sides. And I'm gonna say this, Evox grew, they capitalized, they found the points, they got to a peak, their pinnacle, and then that became a downhill. Unfortunately, again, for them, but gladly for Arise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, a round of applause for the side of Evox. They fixed a lot of their issues, but there's still a few moments that they need to make sure that they're correcting for the future. As of right now, as of today, Evox, thank you for playing, but they will have to go home with a shared place for 5th and 6th, because Rise will once again get into, I think that's going to be the semifinals losers that Arise just gained a ticket for. So really well done for them. Really well earned. Evox was not an easy opponent for them, but they still managed to get success this time around. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, Lanex, let's be reminded, they won that S&D, but that S&D was super close, and you can only question yourself, what would have happened if it was Evox who won the S&D, if it was Evox who also won the control? That would have shifted the thing a lot to get into a 5th game, where theoretically I would have even been in favor of Evox. Fortunately enough for Arise, that is just not the case. I mean, nobody's perfect off of these two teams, but the better of them two will be Arise 6S, once again getting into a spot that they're very familiar with.
I would say at this point, man, seeing all this by Evox, that their soft point, let's say, it has to be the hard point. They are not solid at all in this mode. They need to work on these fragilities. They need to definitely change how aggressively they approach this mode, because it is definitely their down point. We just saw that twice today, instead of a BO5. They got so close, as you said, to the victory in the search and destroy mode, and then they just let it loose, and then control. They do well, actually. They massively won versus Arise, but then they go down again. So it is an irregular performance by them that needs to get fixed. And as you said, not only Evox out of the game, out of the competition at this point, but also Tewas before, and they were the ones to beat Tewas. So some of the teams saying bye-bye and getting ready for the next split kill, as we're gonna be hopping into our next game real soon, which I believe is going to be Arise versus Free Agents, potentially after a quick break. Right, my friend?
That's right. That is what's going to be next for us. And that's going to be really interesting, because it's another opportunity for Arise to try to see if they are still stuck in that top 4 position. We spoke about the fact that as a top 4 team, that beside of Arise 6S, everyone below them, except for Evox this time around, were struggling on those fights. And it was the top 3, 2, and 1 where they would struggle again. So they will be facing off free agents, but that will be after a short break. So please don't go anywhere. I will go, but Lanix will continue alongside with Adam. So be ready. We will be right back.
Thanks, Gil. See you soon. Good rest. And we're back, ladies and gents. Miguel Lenex alongside, this time with Jesus Can Save You. No one could save you, Adam, the team of Evox back before the commercials. And now it's a matter of who's going to be able to save either Arise or Free Agents, because that's going to be the best of 5 maps game we're going to have. Exciting one, isn't it? Given everything you have already seen since yesterday, what could we expect about this game, that seems to be a little one-sided to be beginning the conversation?
I agree. I think free agents, they're just in a different caliber, and I think it's shown earlier in the series that we watched. And with Arise just coming off of a tough loss, I think their mentals might be a little bit down. And on top of that, with the skill deficiency they have compared to free agents, it's going to be a tough battle to climb. Although some of these players on their Rise squad, they have the experience, so hopefully they don't lose all faith. But yeah, honestly, I think it's going to be, if I'm going to take a prediction, I'm going to say 3-0 on the free agent side, but you can never count out a team. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's tough to cut it out, especially given the journey that Arise has put today. Beautifully done, by the way, beating Evox Gaming before the commercials again. A very, very tough game. Evox showing all their qualities, but Arise were the top dog on that one. And it is a time for Arise to show their qualities and capacities of facing a team such as free agents. As we already have the video, guys, the map selection is below the screen. We have Combine for the hardpoint. Finally a change for the first mode. For the first time, we're going to be seeing Combine, I think, in the entirety of the event, to be very honest, followed by a firing range for the Search and Destroy, another new map, Raid, not as new, and then getting back to potential takeoff, and then Coastal to wrap the series up. Adam, interesting prospect. Combine is a new map for the hardpoint, or one of the newest added to the map pool, to be very fair. So I'm eager to see how those moves are going to happen. It is a very, very short or tiny map with 4 flags in a different perspective when it comes to being indoors or outside. We have 2 of them indoors, and we have 2 outside. So everything literally could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fast-paced match, and I'm glad we have a change of maps. I feel like it's refreshing to see after so many summits. We love Summit, but it's good to change things up here and there. So excited to see this one. I feel like this is a map I personally haven't played too much. I've subbed in for teams here and there, but I know spawns is one of the biggest factors that teams account for, mainly for P2. And then I think the biggest money hill of every single hill in this map is the final hill, P4. That one is just like, if you have it, teams tend to run away with it.
Also because it's one of the toughest to keep, right? It's very much on the outdoors area and very much open, wide open, let's say. 3 entrances, but a lot of spots and sneaky spots to observe. So definitely one of the toughest. The first one is also very complicated to manage, as you can see very well, because it's very, very wide open as much. And we begin to see the movements. We are underway, guys, in our last game of the day when it comes to the broadcast, at least. Another best of 5 maps series for you to roll with us, and we see the first the fights rolling at the middle of the map. We can see Mans trying to rotate and goes for the Lincoln Bow, takes him down, able to respond to that one, as free agents can get to the 10 points before the Arise does. Akina comes from the side, gonna go for that kill. Beautiful job on both sides, but Arise kind of failed, right, Adam? They were the ones to take some kills, but then falling off of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Free agents seem to be getting the best of these gunfights, and I like how they're taking control of all the lanes. Although we have number 3, Law just got a kill on the left side, tried to get the flank, did get shut down, and free agents are just maintaining spawns for P2, which is what you love to see. They're really playing as well. And Arise here, nice to start making the rotation, start thinking about new, like ASAP, because this is one of those hills that's quite hard to break as well. So I would expect to see a group push, a coordinated effort if we want to see a break. And if they can do that, well, they can have some success. But as we're looking, free agents, they just get a shutdown. They are controlling every lane. They're reading spawns. And they're really just putting up a strong fight for Arise.
And I'm gonna say this, I don't know if free agents ever played Combine in this specific points major stage, but before, during the summer split, they were able to keep 100% of win rate on this map.
Wow.
So they were not beaten so far, or at least during this summer split, as I posed, because you know, that's how you do it, and you gotta show the other teams what you're able to do, and they come from such a strength on this specific scenario that you see now, ramping to 60 points potentially versus 8. They did not open breaches, right? You can tell the second point, it's totally theirs, as we're gonna begin moving to the P3. Adam, it is going to be a tough game to reverse for sure. We're apparently walking easily towards the 100 points for them. I don't know what Rise can pull out to solve this.
Yeah, you know, I don't even think they got a point on that last sale. That was just pure dominance at a free agent. They look really in control. And now they have operators. They have a War Machine, they have a Tempest from No, and they're both putting to serious work on that. And even though Arise had control, they just got shut down in a matter of a few moments. So this is not looking too hot. And I think I would love to see from Arise side, slow down, wait for each other, and then push. If you start giving them one-on-one, that's where you're gonna struggle and fail, especially with a team like Free Agents who has on arguably better gunfights just from a statistical point of view, along with just how they play. Look how aggressive he's getting, pushing up into the spawn point, even though they have control. This is a fundamental game that they're playing, and they're doing a great job at it.
And as you were analyzing, they're precisely doing that. They put a 3-man stack to try to break into that spot, and it was not enough. See, so how Free Agents are doing this is masterful. It's kind of a master class at this point. And in Combine, and we'll be moving to the P4, which could be the repetition of whatever we already saw before. Spades in this case, dominating that choke point. He was taken down. And we see Living joining as well. It's going to be a very tough mission again for Arise. That's going to look like the commonplace for this game for them apparently. But they reach in, they find a way. They're going to go to take some points as TZN is dominating the clearing here. Good effort. He was able to take a lot of guys down. 30 points at this moment for Arise, and that's quite a response.
Yeah, TZN just went really huge. I think he just doubled his kills in just that sequence with the War Machine and the couple kills after that. That was an impressive play, really important play actually, because now they have full control over the hard point on every angle, and this is exactly how you want to see it being played out. Trades are being brought in, they still have control of the hill, and I think at this point, this is Arise's P4. They've held it down, and now they got to think about how they want to approach the P1, because that's where they lacked on the last rotation. And so if they can make those necessary adjustments, maybe they can make a strong comeback.
And it seems to be their favorite point so far. Let's say the P4 definitely the strongest against Free Agents at this moment. Now, is that going to be enough for a scenario reverse? I don't know, but they're on their way. You see, walking towards the 70 points, even though they're going to still be behind 60 or 50 points compared to Free Agents, who come to the second P1 already, using all those smokes, the utility giving you a lot of space, and the 9 information and vision to the opponent. Beautifully done by the Free Agents side, as we see the Dimensional dominating the spot itself. He's stepping on the objective. We have Nu walking as well. I want to send love to all of our followers and friends, you know, at the chat, hanging out with us and watching these games in English in our official international broadcast since yesterday and until tomorrow as well. As we see Free Agents dominating the map, not a lot of chances for a rise except for that fast P4 Adam. And the P1 comes to their control briefly, but then Free Agents breaching again, and it's going to become a conversation about the next kill.
Yeah, TZN, gets sniffed out Season, which was anchoring, and now they got spawned. So finally, they have some sense of control. They have an operator out, but immediately gets shut down. So what looked like a really strong start to the hill immediately gets flipped on its head. Look at the break that just happened. Free Agents now have the spawn. They have the operators, and man, I know that must be heartbreaking for Arise, because they just put all the effort to get spawns and set up, and 2 seconds later, it's broken, and like, what can you do in that case?
I know, it's kind of sad for them for sure. That's how the sport is. It's all about the details, guys. It's all about the decision-making process being better than your opponents. And Free Agent's gonna build 100 points away from Arise, and that's quite a landmark. Beautifully done. As you said, Adam, you know, a lot of orchestration to get it to that point, but then suddenly it all goes to shambles, and It is a tough mission for them. Let's see how Liverpool is going to deal with this one. Close to the door, goes, sticks his head out, gets back to the cover, walking to 200 points, and consolidated themselves as the top dog over here in the beginning of the series. Let's see what else is left for the Rise, as the Dimension is stealing that respawn zone. Beautifully done. He was attempting to get to that spot and successfully did so. We had a Pred missile, and we're going to be moving towards the next one. And, you know, over here, it's all about free agents, right? You see two guys inside of there, and you're going to see plenty more fighting outside.
Yeah, they just had the hill, Null and Demento, and they just pushed out, got the kills. Now they secured spawn and are making a Rise spawn out. Like, they're like confidently taking these gunfight challenges, and it's resulting really well for them because they know they can win them. Maybe if it was that was a huge 3-piece. If this was a more, I would say, even gunfight type of team, maybe they won't have that same level of confidence to run out the hill like that and just push out. But they are doing it successfully. They're making it work. And if it's not broken, as we say, we don't fix it.
Smoke out.
Exactly. Why would you do so? Rise, though, are getting to 100 points, and that could represent a potential point of belief inside of this game, showing some signs of life. But I don't know how far that's gonna get them. Dimensional, nice equalizer too. Just lock this spot. 1, 2, 3, almost 3. Good defensive effort. As we have no complimenting that movement. He's just on fire, isn't him? Pred Missile, you know, whatever he brings to the table works pretty well. 220, and free agents are already beginning about to think about dinner in definitely the next map.
Yeah, I feel like Null had some vegetables this morning or something, because every matchup, this man is dropping some numbers, going crazy, getting great operator value. And my goodness, I think he might be one of the X factors for this free agent spot.
Alrighty, yes, for sure. You see Dimensional, Top Dragons, Zen, the same vibe. And for this map, Spades, you know, or Spades if you want, apparently being content in being a leader, being a call-in, a master, right? Just talk to the boys what they need to do, and not doing very much when it comes to kills. Even so, he's ahead of Law, for example, who's a very experienced player as well. Now, we're talking about Dimensional here, just reaching in again. Good job, 10 points away of wrapping this one up. It's going to be free agents to come to the top once more, because it is a matter of mathematics. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of the clock as well. And I don't see a lot of windows anymore for a Rise to get back to the game. Thanks, guys, for staying with us. It is a pleasure to be casting for y'all in English as we see Dimensional again. Here's the name of the game, right, Adam? I have mentioned his name so many times.
Yeah.
Probably more than his mom has.
That's funny. I mean, it's worthy. You know, he's got many playmaking abilities, and, you know, he's got to get his praise. And as I say that, free agents, they take up this first map with a convincing win, almost double the points of a Rise. Kind of expected to a degree, and S&D is always going to be that toss-up match. So I think there were some signs of hope, especially on that P4. You know, we were like, well, they took that full control. They started making some comeback points a little bit, but just on the points 1, 2, and 3, I think they're just a lot more comfortable. The free agents is a lot more comfortable, and they have a better way of organizing themselves to take advantage of that. So if I'm a Rise, I'm gonna go back to the drawing board and say, how can we fix our P1, P2, P3? The P4 we're good.
And as for free agents, you know, the same kind of thought applies very well, because they apparently trained this very much. They did a fantastic job on prepping those tactics for all the flags, I'm gonna say. P4 may have come to the side of a Rise because of qualities that, you know, belong to a Rise, but not as a mistake by free agents. I'm sure they are as strong in P4 as they are in other flags, you know, if they're ever to face other opponents in this map. But anyways, you know, massive victory, good job by them. And as our Gilman is saying in the chat, these guys want to go to the losers final. They sure do. They don't want to see just the Brazilians up there. They don't want to think about Street and Amigos dominating the grand final tomorrow. So they want to be also on the stream Sunday, as we see some of the numbers that illustrate what happened today. Adam, 54 eliminations for no, how about that? He's dropping it all.
Yeah, this guy is different. I must say, first time I've heard of him, and he's not disappointing, which is great.
Nope.
New talent onto the scene, at least from my perspective. And the rest of the team, though, really good on the OBJ overall. And on both sides, strong impact. And now we're moving into a search and destroy firing range, a good classic
Beautiful.
map. You know, we love to see it. I feel like this is a classic. A lot of teams have a lot of reps on this. So let's see if there's anything fresh that's brought to the table. That's something I would love to see.
For sure, the tropical map of firing range, and I love tropical maps because I'm Brazilian especially, so as you can imagine, I love some palm trees, I love all that beautiful amount of vegetation and plants that you have.
Yes.
As we are beginning to think about those choke points, those spots that you need to dominate after planting the bomb, many essential spaces in firing range, guys, for the continuation of this series. So 1-0 so far for free agents. And this game is going to wrap the broadcasting for today, so stick with us until the end. And please get back tomorrow with us live again in this very channel that we are at. Precisely, I would say around 1 p.m. I'm sorry, EST. You know, and if you're from Brazil, I'm going to be saying 1 hour later, so 2 p.m. Brazil time. And thanks for staying with us and hanging out until this very end here. Arise versus Free Agents. Such a clash, but again, Adam, another chance for Arise to respond, because as we know, Search and Destroy is based on momentum, right? It's based on focus. You know, it allows a lot of shifts when it comes to the power relations.
It really does. It allows a lot of shifts, and I think the team that adapts better is the one that comes out on top usually. It's like,
yes,
oftentimes if you're reading your opponents correctly, you're gonna find out they have certain tendencies as individual players, but also as a team. So maybe this guy flanks, so you got to keep your mind on your back, and then another guy plays aggressive, so you got to make sure you're ready for that. Whatever it may be, the team that adapts, reads their opponent and adapts is typically the team that comes out on top. Even if the opposing team is on paper stronger, that's what I love about S&D. It's just like so cool how an underdog team can win it. And we're starting now with free agents. Looks like they're gonna be attacking, if I'm not mistaken, and already got the first blood out of no. Spots the second one, doesn't get the shots, but we're tied up 4-4. This seemed like a couple aggressive players just went haywire and got punished for it, and now we have free agents making their way over to B, and a Makina almost gets the kill but gets shut down.
Guess what? Livingbo is never gonna lose that kind of gameplay. He's such a force on the 1v1. You know, it's very rare to see this guy losing those battles, those you know, those 101 battles. Interesting position by him as well. And you know what? Ryan just needs a little bit of a French spirit.
Ooh.
I just heard that France were able to almost reverse or score 3 goals versus England. Anyways, the game is rolling. The B bomb site is massively occupied. It's packed. We see Mans, and he was taken down as well, as Law was 1-0. Beautiful battles in this B spot over here, Adam. A lot of movement, a lot of decisions, and free agents, a little bit dramatically, I'm gonna say, we're able to get this one to them.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. Looks like now they're opting in for a slower kind of push, where they're kind of getting picks, playing for information. But I think it was what is it, Men's, I believe. He got the first pick onto Spades. That's always important. As a sniper, you're always going to be in a 1v1 versus the opponent sniper. And if you can come out on top, that alleviates a lot of room, gives your team a lot of breathing room, alleviates a lot of pressure. So now, like, if you're a Rise, the main sniper is down. You still have Luambu who picked it up, and you might have to be careful with that. But, oh my goodness, it looks like there's multiple talent.
Yeah, I love this kind of bullet. And you know, I'm gonna say this again, such an impactful player, such a versatile guy as well, because he's able to pick from distance. He's able to do that with the shotguns, you know, at his disposal. So another very good display of his qualities. And Law responds against Null. Let's see how that's gonna pan out. 4-3 as Law is up there in that iron spot. Let's see how he's gonna deal with that. Takes a quick pick at the trailer. Not trying to expose himself though, so he's very cautious. Takes his head out of this position, and Livingbo is down to the ground as TZN was able to take him down. 4v2 and Arise apparently rising up to the occasion and holding their lines, able to, you know, keep some men alive. Makina is gonna have a beautiful chance of taking an opponent. He goes for the man show. Another one. Makina double kill, beautifully done. Amazing job you know, from a guy that did not have the information. He had no idea. But then suddenly he was lucky.
Yeah, I like his positioning. He didn't expose himself, had a weird off angle, and they just weren't ready for it. So really great two-piece out of Makina. Gotta give him props. And it looks like they're about to make a really hard A push. Man is getting out of there. He's like, they're pushing A. Let's go, team. And as you see on the blue, they're responding. They're chucking their nades over top, hoping to get a kill. Do they have the trophy down? Nope, but the nade does not land. There's another nade coming through, and it actually connects. Really good job out of Arise utilizing those grenades. And now they got to make a push onto the site. Gets him one shot. We need to get some trades here automatically. Otherwise, this is going to get punished. Looks like Season cuts out with his life. It's a 2v2. He gets a third kill, and now it's all up to Law. Can he make something happen with the PKM? He's got one of the slowest guns in the game, but very mighty. Can he make it happen? No.
Not out. A lot of fire lines against him, right? So it was gonna be a very complicated retake anyways. He tried, he had to try, it's his job. So there it is, 2-1. Free agents managing to play very well at this A-bomb side. I'm gonna say this. Shall they try the B? I don't know. See how that's gonna roll. Living Bull takes Tizzy down. Back to the middle. Scooby on a complicated spot. Living Bull was checking on him. Double kill. Beautiful by Living Bull. And again, he's using another weapon. How many weapons does he has in his own arsenal? He's such a guy. You know, R9, Switchblade, Lucas. He's got it all. .50 as we saw earlier today. As well, so tough stuff. Hands in the middle of the map. He goes for the bullet. Taken down by Cezanne. 3-1. And free agents successfully managing to keep Arise inside their own lamp. You know, keep them contained. Don't allow them to like the game. That's what I want to mean.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, if you're Dementio, you're just chilling. You haven't gotten a kill. You don't need to at this point. Your team is doing it all. Lewin, no, Season, they're just getting numbers down on the board. And Mans get the first blood. So now they're in a really good position to take this round. They just got to make sure they play for the trade. Law gets a second. 5v3. This is a really good position. What you want to see if you're a player from Arise. And then just please get the trades. Play slow. Work off the information. It looks like they might get a gunfight. Can Louis plot him out? Oh, it gets turned on by Law. Incredible.
Oh, look at that. Mans now. They're trying to go for the distant bullet. 4v2. And Arise know. You know, they do know they have a chance now. Mans versus Dementia. Beautiful shot. Cezanne positioned, looks back. Cannot be cautious enough versus this guy, Cezanne! What a monster! Killing everybody on that moment. And Dizzy finishes him off. Beautiful one. And that's how you do it. You know, Arise, rising again like a phoenix. What a fantastic job. Free agents goes to a third round. It's such a balanced game at this point.
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm really glad Arise took that last round. Otherwise, it would have been so heartbreaking because of the man advantage they had. They managed to close it out by a hair. And we have Law. He's got an interesting nade spot. Will that actually connect? I don't think I've seen that before. Not quite. Not quite. Makina gets one. Law shooting, spraying for his life. And it looks like free agents, they're doing a quick rotation. But it looks like also Law might have read this. So he's in a gunfight. He gets one. He's reading it, calling it for his team. And now they know.
Oh.
And now we see number 4, Spades, already clearing trailer, already clearing over on barrels. And he gets the kill from the back. Wow, a crazy exchange.
Yeah, that was a massive in the middle of the map. As we see now, Lau trying to find Living Bull. 2v2, guys. And the bomb is precisely at this mid house, as we can see. Because, you know, Living Bull is trying to find alternatives. He's going to be rolling Law as well. A little bit of a tense moment. Let's see who's going to find who. It is a chance that Law has to maybe make a first pick and then push the team up. He's outside already with Tizin. They have to roll back. Good job on the move here. He's going to be able to catch on Spades. But that was the take. And Spades was down versus Tizin 1v1. Living Bull versus Tizin. And Living Bull now has the C4, so he's got a chance of moving fast. As we're going to have the double cam beautifully done by our producer. You can tell that the C4 is activated, but that's not even enough. Because Tizin was able to keep that one going. Nice bullet to define this one at the tires position. Not allowing the free agents guys to plant this one off at him.
Yeah, that was a really good read. They were both playing that 2v2 really nicely, sticking with each other enough to get the trade. And then it was just Arise that came up on top. So I love to see it. And now, and look at the trophies on the map. I think they've learned, I don't want to get naded. We don't want to get killed unnecessarily. So how many is that? 6 trophies on the whole map. What a position. So sneaky with that one. And now it looks like it's a full push onto B lane. Nice.
This guy is such a force. I'm going to say probably one of the most talented shotgun players we have in Latam. For sure. He's easily in the top 3 here. Easily. And then I'm going to have Bigo Data from Street to complement that list. Potentially bringing Duns as well. You know, there's a lot of guys that deserve our mentions when it comes to shotgun playing, which is a very tough job, to say the least. We have Mans looking at the tires. Scooby potentially hopping in. Mans is right behind. Nice backup work. Scooby coming. We're gonna see Cezanne. Such a star player. Recently on the last rounds at least. Let's see it. 3v1. Mans alone. Gonna come against the noob, but he was not alive in the end of the day. 4-3. And free agents again keeping themselves ahead and up and beyond when it comes to points. They need to do that because Arise are growing. And we're going to have the flip soon, Adam, and we do not know how that's going to impact the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Defense is just one of those sides that can change the whole scope of a game, especially if a team is more comfortable on the defensive side. Arise just might be one of those kinds of teams. I guess we'll see shortly here, especially on a map like Firing Range, a real classic. Well, actually, sorry, Arise is going to be attacking. That's what I meant to say. They're going to be flipping.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we have Spades with his 3-line, trying to get info. They're all trying to figure out where the other team is, but nobody's really moving. Nobody's getting any info. And we're kind of at a stalemate. It's going to be a game of patience. Who's going to pick up first?
As I usually say in the broadcasts in Portuguese, this is a kind of a chess round, right? Where the players just look at each other. They think about the flanks. They think about the mid portion. So they wait, they hold, they calculate. Let's see how that's going to pan out. You have Living Bull in the middle of the map. Always deadly, always lethal with this HS. Beautifully used by him during the entirety of the championship. Spades. 3-line rifle to take a look at the back of the map. No one's really moving. There's not a real push. Arise is just waiting, just gathering info. Let's see how they're going to use that. I think it's going to be an A push. I see some players moving that region. It was going to be a fake on the B. Oh, look at this bait. Good job. And Makina goes for the double kill. Mans complemented. And the mansion's going to come over. We have No in the middle of the map, waiting as well. 4v2. No, he has the vision, right? So he knows whenever someone tries to pull back from that spot. And we're taking a look at No now. It is getting another chill moment, but Dimension's gonna come forward. He's gonna show up for the work. He's gonna move around. It's gonna be an attempt of a plant. Look at that Dimension. Oh my god. And No, dribbling. You're totally dribbling the guys from Arise. And then it's gonna be too late, maybe, because Dimension is right below the stairs, but he was taken down by Makina. Good job, and I just knew. Versus 4 guys on the back, not enough. Scooby takes him down beautifully. Post the plant job. Wow, that was amazing. What a response.
Really good teamwork out of Arise. I love how they stick together whenever they're retaking. That's just the power in the numbers that you see. And it overwhelmed the free agents players and ended up taking that round, which is great to see. Now they're on attacking. They've done a great job on the fence, keeping it pretty tight. So now it's just really who's more comfortable on either side. Is it free agents with defense? Is it Arise on attacking? And Law pulls out the PKM as per usual, and he's just banging through that wall, ends up actually connecting to open up the first blood, which is really huge. So I think soon we're going to expect a push since they have the man advantage. Maybe they want to get one more kill. It looks like maybe they're leaning towards B with the bomb planner, but still kind of playing slow despite the man advantage lane.
I'm beginning to think that Lau is like a good wine. You know, he ages well because he took the entirety of the day to begin making a difference. As we can tell, 7 kills by the side of Mans, who actually has the 9 kills I was mentioning before. So 4 on 4. As we see Spades taking a look at the A barrel, he's gonna have a sneak peek. He knows there's someone behind there. Look at the utility. He's gonna go for it or not. He's gonna try to escape that position. No jumping from the tower to here. Scooby takes the living bull down. It's a 5 on 3. So it's tough again for free agents. Spades, you know, they definitely need a bullet. I think Spades has not been connecting as much as the sniper. So the team is beginning to miss that. As Mans is gonna take Null down. We have Spades on the pistol. The secondary weapon comes to action, but Spades, there it is! To shut my mouth up, it just goes for Law and finds that bullet. Beautiful stuff. We see Mans down to the ground as well. We see Suzanne fighting from a distance. It's gonna be tough. 1-on-1, and Tizin takes the double kill and manages to put him ahead. All right, maybe for the first time in firing range, they are ahead of free agents.
Linux, I think Spades heard you from the caster's booth and said,
Yes.
hold my sniper, get the quick two-piece. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to take the round despite the 2v1. The SKS was just too powerful, and they kind of lined up. So, unfortunate round on the side of free agents, but that's all right. There's still some more hope. This is a 9-round S&D, not a 7-round anymore, as the rules have changed. And interesting how there's a lot of slower plays. I'm expecting a switch up at some point here soon. I think once teams kind of get comfortable kind of faking it, like they're going to make a hard push really soon and really big pick out of Spades. Null really loves that spot. He's trying to get around into the enemy base over on wood, get the flank in.
Look at
it
this.
worked. Look at it. Yeah,
A little bit of
Go ahead.
parkour in the middle of the game, right? He's just trying to jump. He goes again. And I love that our producers like showing that precisely. Now once more. Yeah, no, you can do it. Try once more. But listen, there's a game rolling. You gotta help the boys. As Living Bull is fighting for his life and Makina takes him down. Funny moment though. And I think Noah's gonna have to practice a little more for the next days ahead of him. Makina down to the ground at 5 on 5. You know, Adam, I even lost my track here off top because I was trying so hard. And you know what, dude, get back to the game. It's actually a map to play. Anyways, all equalized on this point. All the rounds. There we go again. He's on a mission once more. Oh my goodness.
He's persistent, this guy.
Oh, he's not even trying to play this one. I love that.
And again, does he make it? Oh,
he's trying to go in again. Now he's done. Maybe I thought he was trying to go up in the tower.
Me too. It seems like he has another plan, but okay, now there we go.
He did it.
Finally does it.
No, you know, and then someone's gonna toss a grenade on him. So after all that effort, that could happen as well.
Absolutely.
As we see a push in the B. Look at that hit. 4 guys. 5 guys, actually. The whole team in Mans. Holy smokes. Takes the second one. Beautifully done once more. Bomb to the floor. Living Bull is going to be AP in the butt. Now, Makina taking no, and it's going to be a 2-on-2. Living Bull is deadly here. It's just a tight space, right? And that's where you want to be as a shotgun player, for sure.
Yeah, I like their setup here, but Luambu, the best player, gets shut down, and the trades are in. Arise is taking the lead, 6-5. What is that SMG lane? It's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. At this point, I'm really not sure who's gonna win. This is a tight game, and I hope we can see a strong push coming through here. Maybe get a switch up in strategy because. Although it's a lot of back and forth, you can catch a team by surprise if you switch up the aggressionist, and that is exactly what's happening.
Oh my god.
Gets 1, gets 2, the trades are back and forth. Spades is all alone in a matter of a few moments, and he's getting tagged up. They know where he is, and that's round. Just like that, exactly what I was expecting. They switched the pace, and they came out on top.
7 versus 5, guys. 7 to 5s in rounds. Beautifully done by Rise. That was exactly the stack that you needed. Don't think about the bomb, right? All of them just keeping the C4 in the back. You're gonna think about that later. They need the advantage in numbers. Living Bull tries to Zolide on this one, not really in there yet. Trying to assess the situation, read the room. Null. Are you gonna get tired of this spot, Null, ever? I mean, you know, at this point, just give up on that thing. But we have Living Bull close to him on the floor. Let me check how Living Bull is gonna deal with this. He's gonna come inside of this house or not. Spades. Living Bull taking Tizin down. It's gonna be the case of tough round for Arise because they got 2 men down.
Yeah, I love what Luambu just did. He was up close on the wood, trying to get a person off guard. He ended up catching one and immediately ran to preserve his life and keep that life advantage. He didn't allow himself to get traded. And that's exactly what you need, especially when you're down 2 rounds and need some momentum back in your favor. So really good play out of him. And look at him. He's already getting information for his team. Now he's going to call that out to the rest of the players. End up getting another one. And
good job.
3rd for the round. Wow.
Are you kidding me?
That was impressive.
Wow, that was beautiful to see. Again, depending on the individual qualities, but hey, if he's got it, the team's gonna say thank you because he's got all the moves. You know, he's a very sneaky player. You know, he's a very versatile. I'm gonna call him the Mick Jagger of Latam, right? He's got such a sway. He knows how to come out of the cover. Good job to keep free agents alive once more. As we have Noel finally getting faster. He's checking on the trailer. Also taking a look below him. And free agents now dominating the mid portion of the map to have the information. And Mans, beautiful dry bullet against Spades. And Null up in the tower. Lol apparently having some connection issues. Let's see how the Mancho is going to deal with this. 5v4 at this point. Adam, such a great game. Such a beautifully won. And the Mancho now takes some mans down. No's going to try to move to the trailer. Makina was spot on over there. And it's going to be all about Living Bull and Suzanne.
And there goes Luambu. Suzanne is the last player. I don't think we've seen much clutches, and we won't see one in this round. But he gets shut down with 2 players immediately challenging him. And they're just playing this so good. Like, I love the teamwork out of Arise. I think I've said that a few times already, but it's really shining through in this firing range. Like, the way they're pushing, the way that they're patiently getting the picks and then making a play. Their strategy is working, and free agents, I think they're just at a loss of what to do about it, because anytime they want to try to take a peek, they're getting shut down. And unfortunately, Spades here might have just lost his timing onto player number 4 on Tazin. We have Demential up on tower, getting sound cues for his team. He might have heard that concussion and he's seen that nade for sure. So now he's definitely communicating to his team. Players are in bathrooms. Season has info on jungle. We should start to see players running towards the B site in just a moment, Lane.
Yeah, Living Bull down. Let's see how Suzanne's going to respond to this. Scooby is off the grid. Suzanne behind the green car was taken down. We see an amount of players from the Rise, to be very honest, 4v2 at this moment. And let me remind you guys that this is a ground game, right? Arise coming as the top 1 in the Group D, and free agents, they were the leaders in the Group C. So this is a massive occasion. We're talking about a very, very high quality level game over here. As Noel is going to take a sneak peek in the window. Spades is going to find himself in the mid portion, and he's going to try for that kill. No, almost get. Oh, that was close. I mean, 2 hot guys. Oh, and Spades gets him. That was much needed. No, coming versus Tizin. Beautiful one. Comes to the trailer. Let's see how Makina is going to deal with this. Oh, that's going to be tough. Makina succeeds. And he brings the map to the team. Beautiful job. Alone with the bomb clicking. You're on the trailer. It's 101. And then Arise find themselves a map. Beautifully done. Good job to equalize the series.
Yeah, great job out of Arise, getting some signs of life back in this SD. That's lovely to see. And I think I'm seeing a trend here, Lane. I notice the stronger team is usually respawns dominant. So they take the respawns pretty easily, but the S&D, for some reason, there's a trend I'm seeing. They're just losing the S&D. Maybe they need more work on their coordination, their strategies, their patience, whatever it may be. Because instead of ending it in a clean sweep, they end up, just dragging out the series, which is not what you want.
Maybe they just need the fifth player, playing the game instead of trying to go up in the tower. I'm kidding. I'm just being annoyed to know. But indeed, I think he spent 3 rounds in that very call. So anyhow, such a great player. But you know what? He smashed a lot of opponents. You can tell, 13 kills. And it was not even the end of the game, and we can see 15 kills. So yeah, he can do whatever he wants. He helped the team so much on this occasion. As we are gonna be heading towards the third map, guys, in a little sec, which is gonna be obviously the control mode. So a raid it is again. We're talking about the most famous mansion in the Call of Duty mobile franchise, or should I say the Call of Duty franchise inside of the mobile sphere. You got what I meant. We're getting tired as well. 1-on-1 when it comes to maps. Let's see how that's gonna happen, Adam, because I am going to have to agree with you. I think free agents, they need to work on a lot of points related to the bomb mode, to the search and destroy that we just saw. Not so sound, not so solid. Alright, we're able to take that map to themselves, so you cannot allow that kind of thing to happen on an international scale. When it comes to world champs, you want to be solid on all the game modes. Arise, thank you. And now we're going to try to play that on a raid. Let's see where this series is going to go, right? It could go both ways. It could be going both ways, actually, because both teams are growing so much. Especially now, I would say Arise, they have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, they have a lot of confidence definitely going into this raid. Will the confidence be enough, though, for the experience and talent and firepower that free agents brings? Well, we're going to find out real shortly. But I just want to say thank you to everybody tuning into the games that you've been watching. Stay tuned for tomorrow as well, because we got some fire matchups and we're going to see who's going to advance between these two. So a lot's on the line here, a lot of money as we've talked about, and also that competitive fire, that pride of who's better, me or you, my team or your team. That sometimes is more valuable to people than the actual money itself. And so I know that this matchup, they're going to be just all in.
For sure, 35,000 American dollars only on this weekend itself, and only for Latam. And we have progressed from $5,000 during each of the qualifiers before, and we had 3 of them, so 15K if you want, from the summer split to this occasion here of the points major on our World Championship. So it's quite an upgrade, and the teams obviously are looking forward and looking to the prize pool, but not only, as you mentioned, the quality of the gameplay they can put up with, and how much they can resist, how much they can be creative and reinvent themselves. Because we have just seen before Evox, for instance, playing the game like they should versus Arise. They were able to bring a map to their side, but not able to finish the series as a whole, obviously, as we could see. And we have a chance now to take a look, guys, at the previous highlights from the maps that already happened, beginning with the Combine hard point that came very much to the side of free agents. I think there was not a doubt, Adam, of who's gonna finish this one off, because especially since the beginning, I would say even before the end of the first rotation, we already have free agents on the top, as we're gonna be heading to the third map, and that's what matters. Let's see how the mansion's gonna be presenting itself to both sides.
Arise coming in with a classic 3-2 man split, 3 on B, 2 middle of the map. Amazing setup, and they're getting the first kills. Unexpected, but that fire and that confidence is carrying through. And now they are coming through with a good, oh my goodness, Scooby with another 2. Can he get the third? Almost get the third. But yeah, free agents now making their way to A. That's typically the classic play you're gonna see on Control, especially Control Raid. You get wiped off one site, you're gonna immediately go to the other site where the players are not there, so you can actually get some more ticks. And it looks like free agents is following that strategy. They have control over A. Arise tried to get the spawn trap, unfortunately did not pan out very well.
I think free agents are falling into the mistake of just giving up on B so fast, right? There's no one from Arise side to check on that area, and yet you don't see anyone from free agents. Now you see them stacking up towards there, but before this moment of now, like we could see an empty a totally empty space in the map over this spot. You see it now. Lau from the window tries to go for a pick. And Arise seems to be getting some traction on the series as a whole, finding their ways, connecting better, making decisions, and potentially believing in the series, which is, by the way, the last one of this Saturday. And it could be a very long one, because I begin to see a stronger Arise, Adam, and I also see less focused free agents in some moments.
Yeah, I noticed that too, actually. I'm on the same page as you. They decided to give up totally of the B and just set up for new in terms of controlling A, and it's working really well for them. They got 2 picks, maintaining a 5 life advantage, although they left the flank open, and that might be the thorn that kills them. We will see. It looks like Arise has started to make those adaptations and has player number 1, man, looking at the flank. But they made a quick rotation over mid, and now it's a 3-man push into kitchen. Scooby gets one, gets traded up by Demential, and now Mens, he's all alone. He's got player number 2, Makina, behind him. He's taking the challenge. He gets one. Can he get the other? No, there's a lot of trades going back and forth. Really important gunfights, and they still maintain the life advantage. So this is looking good for Arise. The 5 lifespan of a gap, and now this round it might just be all she wrote for free agents, but there might be life left.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if there's a lifeline for free agents. We see the mention, we see Zane. Good job on them to get the B, but you gotta conclude it. You gotta actually finish the round. But we saw a lot of nice battles over here. And Space takes a lot down. He's gonna move fast to the A. The main show Arise by a thread. 2v1. What is gonna happen at this point? The main show comes in with the equalizer. He needs to go. Beautiful play by him. He definitely did not save the operator for the next round, as we usually see on these occasions. He was all down for the fight. My goodness, man, I really love that call. He just went all in. And you know what? The court is usually a very opened up space. It's tough to see who's behind those trenches.
Yeah, that
Good
was
job.
a straight up risky play, but it paid off. And if he didn't do it, I think he might have been guaranteed a loss. So it was do or die in that situation. And sometimes he's got to do it. And great job out of them. Free agents taking the first round. And now I'm sure that's going to bring some confidence back into the team, now some life back into the team. So Arise has to be mindful here that they might have just sparked something that is going to be harder to stop than when they first started.
And you know what? Free agents, they have this kind of fire that just suddenly pull out. I think we've seen that before. That capacity, remember, on that slums that I think you and I casted between free agents and Evox, when the free agents players were able to surprise, get to the flanks. Do something different, and free agents, they do know how to do that. Arise not as much. I want to see more of that boldness, right, from Arise players if they are ever wanting to win this map potentially, as we have no coming through the mid. Let's see what is going to happen. Cezanne taken down easily. We are talking about a defensive round for free agents over here. They are doing a very good job in protecting both sides. They are not giving up on the B just yet. Nope. Comes closer, and Cezanne also does a great job. But there it is, Mens and Makina responding fast enough to potentially step on this B. And Makina is a machine for sure. There's no language barriers in this one. Boca game play 13 for 6 on this moment. Man, oh man.
Yeah, that was a really big play, but at the end of the day, 4-13. I think it's done for them. They got pretty much, 3 operators? Had 4. It looks like Makina obviously used his. So I think at this point, you just got to save your operators if you're Arise and send it all in the next round, because if you don't, it's done for. Free agent also has their operators charged up, so they're going to be ready for it. And it's a 1v11. He needs to just die sooner than later. Otherwise, Luambu and Demential are going to get their operator charged up sooner than later.
There it is. Map is on their heads, or around, should I say, excuse me. Map not just yet. And, Adam, these performances by free agents are consistent so far with the numbers that they had on the summer split. I always pull those information because they show us a lot, to be honest. They have, or they had before, a very high win rate when it comes to the hard point, and then a little bit of a dip on the bomb mode, and now goes up again in control. So Definitely, the search and destroy is the weakest point for free agents. We can see that in control, they are on control, definitely, of the spaces and decisions. As we have No coming up, nice Annihilator versus Makina. We have a chance of checking up again on that operator, not for so long anymore. And Cezanne is hopping in with the team. Now Arise is gonna have to defend, excuse me, and free agents will be attacking on this very round. And we see a lot of spaces and players spread apart. I guess, Adam, at this point, we need the information, all the info you can have, right?
Absolutely. You need the info, and you got to play it correctly as well after you have the info. And a lot of that boils down to just communication, which we don't have access to, but you can only imagine how it's going down right now. Free agents, it looks like they're in a head-for-head fight to A, but Arise showing some signs of life. They actually have the lead for, I think, the first time in this series, and so we're looking pretty good. 5 life advantage. You can really do some if you're Arise now. You got to kill 2 kills. The spawn trap is coming through. They're pushing up to the garage area, getting the flanks. Look at that. He's waking up, gets a nice 2 piece, and 8 kills of an advantage. This should be for around for Arise.
Fantastic job. I'm gonna say Arise is a new team. Yeah, I mean, getting all those kills ahead of free agents as we see the main show rolling through the middle of the map. Interesting to point that Raid is the second best map for free agents when it comes to the control mode. They love the standoff, and then they like the Raid, and then they kind of hate Crossroads Strikes. That's why we're not seeing Crossroads, to be very fair, one of their worst maps when it comes to that specific game mode. We saw Dimension all taking 2 opponents. Spades takes a low. Beautiful sequence, but is that going to be enough? Because Arise, they're already so much ahead. It looks like a 2-1 at this moment as we're going to be heading into the 4th round of this control mode.
Yeah, and it looks like Lumbu, they like to offer the A cap, and I think that forces out the opponents from Arise to come after him. He's trying to do his best, but they're just playing with him. They are trying to extend so they can get their operator charge, which is frankly quite a smart play. But obviously, you don't want him to get streaks, so he gets shut down. And now we are 1-2. We got some operators in play for Law and Scooby. I hope we can see that come out soon. Get charge of this first half of the round so that they can start to snowball and get the spawn trap going. I think if they can successfully use their operators, that's going to be their key to winning. And Men's opening up the round with that beautiful snipe.
Men's, oh man's, right? Taking Spades down real fast. That look was beautifully executed again. Dimension with the equals goes up and takes a second opponent. Nice job. We have Scooby, we have Spade this, and he goes for the attempt. Oh, maybe too close. The Zim was inspired. Dimension again with the equalizer. Well, okay. I mean, he was kind of done as well. I cannot blame him. I think the time was up, and it was kind of a long operator anyways. Well explored, by the way. We have Living Bull in the kitchen, taken down by Law. We are talking about, guys, a potential last round on this map. Even though we see Arise coming up and up, I don't see them, slowing down the pace. And we could be indeed talking about a complete best of 5 map series in this very occasion.
It looks like it's very possible. Yeah, he's on the control, and they're starting to cap. B looks like it's about to be fully secured. So I know there's some hope. There's some hope playing. Like, I'm excited. This is great. I love a competitive matchup, and it's a good way to end.
Me too.
The series and the end of the day to go into match 2. So we'll see if free agents has some to push back on them. They're looking to get them straight into the spawn trap. Space pulls out his death machine, but gets shut down right away. Luen Bull continuing to tear it up. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. And now
good job.
He is going in to basically eliminate everybody by himself. But Makina, with the death, Makina gets a 3-piece.
Yep. Good. I mean, good words combo. I love the creativity coming out. Guys, from Adam here in the booth, we see a 14th, a 13th on 10, and the time's gonna become an enemy for Arise. It is time for them to wake up again. They were having momentum, then they decided to take a nap inside of the game. That may cost them a whole series. Free agents could very well finish this one off right now. We're talking about Law in the middle of the map now, falling down. We see Dimensional. Good encounter. 9-4. It looks like it's gonna be dust and
Friendly hunter
done and
killer
dusted
drone
in this
deployed.
case. I apologize. I am not American. You can tell sometimes I'm gonna mix some words. But Law comes for this one. Double kill, 7-2. It looks like the end of the conversation indeed. Every single second that goes by, Rise loses their firepower. It's gonna be down to Tizzy, and he was gunned down in this last one. So 3-1 on rounds, and free agents, they were able to succeed getting this map to their side. Adam, it is going to be the case of a next map indeed. But before that, we're gonna have the chance of taking a look at the best moments, because it was quite a back and forth map. I loved how Rise behaved, to be very fair. You know, on the details though, not enough. A late portion was very demanding on them as well. So I don't know what else they could have tried.
This is why I love COD. You know, watching Call of Duty Mobile and even
For sure.
console COD, there's just little details that can change the
Yep.
whole trajectory of the game, and it's like you don't fully see it until you start really paying attention to all those tiny details, whether it be playing, you know, slightly together or getting information and then repositioning to fake things out, or whatever it may be. You can insert any strategy, but there's all these little things that make a team so good. And on the surface, it's just like, yeah, you take a gunfight and you win it, and then you win the game. But it's really not the case. And free agents
Yep.
showing their IQ here in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you just touched on a very, very key point. There's a lot of layers to this game. It is a very rich and complex esport, because you have different game modes, you have different maps to accommodate those modes. So a lot goes inside of the pitch, and it's cool to see how things can really change so fast. As we begin to hop into the rocket map, there he is, ready to roll, as we are indeed as well, my friend. 2-1 on maps. It could be the decider, and well, it's gonna be all about how free agents are gonna dominate this one. Let's remind y'all that free agents were the ones able to lock the first map, right? So, you know, if the conversation shifts towards hardpoint, Adam, I don't know. I think they're on a better spot here versus Arise.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. They seem to shine in that game mode, so I don't expect anything less from this takeoff. Arise needs to be ready for that level of aggression and that level of intensity coming out of free agents. And hopefully they can lean on some of that confidence they gain, not only from the S&D, but even the control, because like we talked about, there were some signs of life. And I hope that they can carry that forward, because it's not over. It's really not. And even though they're the dark horse, they're the underdog, they're expected to lose, you know, by the majority. Sometimes, I'm sure you've seen it, surprises can happen, and here we are 5 seconds before the round starts. We have an SKS on both sides. Gonna be a big factor to control the map on takeoff.
Hardpoint identified.
For sure, and a bunch of switchblades as well. As we know, in a meta that is in its majority composed by the submachines, especially on Latam, the main show falling down, and he was successful enough to hold the lines for a little bit. We have information about the operators on the screen. As you can tell, the side of free agents are closer to getting those two ups. Let's see how that's gonna keep rolling. But at the same time, Arise has also managed to bring those bars up, as both sides begin to bring qualities and fights for the middle portion of the game, or the map in this case. We're talking about the P1, which is halfway gone. Free agents doing a better job so far.
Yes, they are. They got 17 seconds so far on the board. Demential absolutely making the hardpoint his home. Looking very comfortable on it. Going left and right. Season. I love the ODJ pressure from that of free agents. They're not afraid to put their bodies on the line, but also while they're on the hill, they're reading where the opponents are coming from, and that's what's giving them that success with a 25-point lead on this initial hardpoint. But Arise, they realize, well, it's time to set up for new. They can have P1. And because they have an early setup, if they get these first rounds of kills, that's going to be a really, really beautiful spot for them. And it looks like they do. Or free agents spawning out middle. They need to put pressure now on the free agent players in order to continue holding this P2.
It's a very tricky hero, as we know, this P2 on takeoff specifically. And, you know, so far so good for Arise, but then free agent players, they just come up and they destroy all the efforts by Arise. And that was a quick response, to be very honest. So, which goes to show that the map very much follows in an open path or pattern. Talk about layers, Adam, as we were talking about before. Even though this is the strongest mode for free agents, specifically on the map of Takeoff, we're talking about their second worst map when it comes to numbers. 78% of win rate up to this point, obviously, but definitely not their best pick. So, you know, that kind of reopens the conversation towards a rise. So they have an edge, yes, if they explore things nicely and steadily. Let's see how that's going to pan out, because we're already moving towards the second spot. The third spot in this case, excuse me, we're talking about the P3 of open and wide for both sides as the Dimension was going up and down. He's all over the place.
Yes, and Arise gets spawned. Really good position, but Dimension, he's about to shut him down with low and bow. And here we go. It is getting scrappy. The operators are getting pulled out. They just had 4 operators, and now pretty much all of them are used except for no. He's the last one with his operator, and they are putting it all on the table on the B3. My word, Null finally pulls out his campus, going for the main entry push. Gets one, gets the Makina with the death machine.
Good job.
Makes it 3. Lane Nexus is crazy.
It's crazy. Oh my goodness. So the game was snapping a little bit, right? The game was sleeping, and then suddenly we have a lot happening, and I love how the teams begin opening up their tools boxes. Good stuff, good amount of gameplay over here. Almost 100 points for free agents as we are hopping into the P4, another indoors point. So let's see how that's gonna pan out, because I already see some of the Rise players hopping and getting to this spot. Cezanne, we have the Dimension on the outside trying to fight for the perimeter, and Living Bull is hopping in, so that's danger. That's an alert sign for y'all. Mans comes and takes Dimension down. We have Living Bull on the floor as well. Spades goes to the same destination, and Arise is growing up a little bit. Interestingly enough, they are finding some points here, Adam.
Yeah, that was really good setup. I love how they rotated early, and even though they did rotate early, got a few points, they're still managing to hold on and put these free agent players to sleep, keeping them back in the white swamp point. And I love this. Space tries to get the kill, unfortunately gets shut down, and Mans on the front line. Null tries to get a couple kills. He's still on it, fighting for his life, but Zen cleans him up. Makina is there for the kill on Season, and they are ready for them on every angle. And this hill has really changed the game. Arise is back in the conversation with 75 points on the board, only a 25-point difference. This is fantastic for Arise. I hope they can just put that pressure on this B1. Do not let free agents get that comfortability that they had on the first B1 set of hard points. And if they can do that, they are back in this for real, about to tie the match 100-100 real soon.
Oh, 100%. And what I think is at stake actually here is that apparently free agents are becoming a little more predictable, right? Free agents, they were so unpredictable during the championship, but they're not able, for example, at this point to surprise. They're not able to get through the back line. And Arise, they're so consistent when it comes to dominating the respawn zone and the objective itself. So that's why they're ramping up to 100 points, guys. So, you know, if you're hoping for a fast takeoff, that's not going to be the case, apparently, because free agents, they are trying to put some points up. But, you know, you have Arise. You have a team that is such a warrior, I'm going to say, such a gladiator. They go and they fight and they do it again, and they never give up. What a Brazilian team in that matter. As we say in Brazil, you know, we never give up as Brazilians. We always believe until the very last second. We have Zane fighting on a side battle. It's going to be the case of Spades coming through and trying to go for the double kill. He's going to come out of the window, beautifully done. And now getting taken down in the sequence. Adam, you know, free agents fighting for their lives, and I would say fighting their most dramatic hard point so far.
Yeah, this is really dramatic. This is really back and forth, and this is what we left to see from one of the final matches of today. Arise gets to 3-4 kills. Now they need one more on the hill to get the OBJ points. Can they convert it? Dimensional, he's one shot. He's playing his life, really trying to take it slow, maybe make a flank here in just a second, but gets shut down by Man. Season now, gets one. Makina shutting him down, and Arise, they are just collapsing from every angle. They are not giving free agents any room to breathe, and this is working out really well for them.
It is, so for sure. You see Rise going up now on numbers, and you know, let's just call it this way. The P2 is definitely a Rises. They have such a force here, but Cezanne is trying to question me real quick. Let's see how the P3 is gonna play a role. Some of the players already over here. We see the man show. What a spot. Look at that. It's just sneaky. Such a sneaky little boy. The man show. Waiting for the guys to step in. There's a smoke. He's gonna suffer with that. Let's see. He goes in. He goes out. He escaped. He was so light-footed here. What a job. To be very honest, you know, staying alive, but not for so long. Cezanne, another nice pick. We're going to be having a potential 150 for the side of a Rise. They're going on it. They're going for it. Machina again with the death. Machina, as Adam just named for us previously. Adam, I love this game. Now, we're not going to be out of here so soon, buddy. Just, you know, get your water.
Yeah, I got to get our water, maybe get some food. It looks like we might be headed to match number 5 because the way our Rise is playing, man, they are like... They just went from getting dusted to in the lead by, what, 30 points? And
30 points.
They only need to take care of Season here. And if they can sniff him out from the top, they have control of the hill. And Machina, man, they sniff him out. And now they have control. They have one more player, those Spades. Manages to make his way through. Oh, and cleans up shop. But... it's still a really intensely battle hardpoint. There's a lot of back and forth, and it looks like Law pulls out the equalizers, gets an important kill. The whole team is pulling up now. Man gets a Tempest kill. Law pushing up with the equals, and oh my goodness, we are not going home tonight.
Oh no. Look at that, Spades as well, double kill inside of the hill. He also hops into the window. Good job by the captain. He is massively successful in this one. Goes out as well. He wants to play the game, guys. No one's gonna hold him back. But Tizin was right there for that kind of call. And Arise is dominating takeoff. They are taking off. Yes, they are. And free agents are just staying behind because they don't know what else to do. I don't really see a word where we're going to be having a very, very, you know, how can I say, far apart kind of edge on one or the other side, to be very honest with you, Adam. 1988 and free agents 155. It is the case of Cezanne having the call to use real soon. So basically 2 operators for each side.
2 operators for each side, and there's going to be 3 more coming into play, probably on this P2. So that's going to be an insane P2, I'm sure, a lot of back and forth, but in any case, the smokes go down, similar to like we've seen on Hacienda. P1 is the open concept, so smokes are going to be your best friend here, and these teams know it. Spades, chilling, sipping a smoothie, just holding one lane, but man comes from the back, gets a 2-piece. Tazin gets a, that's the 3rd, but Loenbu, he gets his own 3-piece, and that just opens up the map for his team. And they are putting a lot of pressure and a lot of firepower onto this middle of the map. Wow.
Goodness.
What a game.
What a gameplay and what a bunch of decisions by Liverpool as well, right? You need a guy. Every single team needs a guy like Liverpool. He's that kind of player that comes out of the ordinary here, right? He just, I don't know, he just begins not being himself for some seconds and minutes, and that's very healthy on a tough game. You know, you need Machina to go in there and personally take care of Liverpool. Otherwise, he would still be there as of now. We begin to see a 200, so 200 is going to be quite the pinnacle. It's going to be the peak, the prime spot of the game as we see Spades trying to fight for his life and takes 2 down. He's going to go up in the top. Nice Hunter Killer. He's going to be able to potentially take some damage. And we're talking about Liverpool again. Look at him, Adam. Once more, he's a guy that moves around. He does not stay stacked. As we are seeing both sides fighting, Machina goes for a triple kill with the Death Machine. Fantastic player. I have nothing else to talk about him. Good job. It's all over on his face.
yes. All I'm seeing is Death Machine plays from this guy, and he's really living up to his name, the Machina.
Yes.
And honestly, free agents, they're making a really good comeback. They were down 30 points, and now they're up 10. So here we are transitioning to the P3, one of the most scrappiest hills on takeoff. And if you look at the map with Dementia, he's anchoring. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to get those points for his team. And now he has the equalizers. And here it goes. Here comes the power. Here comes the flavor out of him. He is not going to slow down at any point. He's going to continue to put them in the blender in the spawn. Gets one, almost gets a second, but man, he is cleaning up. Null now on the front line, trying to pre-fire. And my word, we are down to 10 seconds lane next.
Let me say this. What a janitor. What a janitor Dimension is, right? He's able to clean anything you need. Jesus Christ. I mean, can anyone solve that? But not today, because reagents were able to GGWP this one. 250 points in the very end. You know, thanks to the energy and the qualities of Dementio and Living Bull mainly, but also Spades, also the whole team. We got to talk about this. We got to take a look at the gameplays as they happen at this point. Adam, a very close beginning. I'm going to give this to a Rise. A lot of chances, a lot of potential reverse points, but not today because, you know, free agents, they know how to lock it in, especially in the late portions.
They do, man. They just really turned up the notch. They like realized, okay, we're in this position where we got to make sure to utilize the map control and get those spawns. And I think, like on that P3, Dementio, he was doing a really good job by pulling out the operator in the right time to secure the P3 spawns and try to close this game out, which they successfully did. On the P2, that last P2 specifically, free agents, they really held it down as well. They had great operator value from the War Machine and Tempest, and as a result, that was a difference maker. I remember seeing on that P2, I think it was Tzin or whoever had the War Machine, ended up getting one kill, but immediately dying right after. The value wasn't coming out, and as a result, gameplay shifted on its head, and free agents ran with it.
For sure, and they were able to regain the control, right? I think it's a matter of understanding how the opponent is briefing in the game. We saw definitely their rise. There were kings on the second hill,
yes.
But that was about it, I guess. Other than that, free agents, they were more dominant. They were a more solid block, you know, to try to breach in and find those spots. And they definitely grew in the second half of the game, as we saw. And Tzin with 51 kills. How about that? Massive numbers. And we're going to be able to see a lot more from free agents definitely tomorrow, as we're going to be hopping into the final day of this points major Latam. We're going to be able to see the brackets now, and definitely exciting prospects and expectations for Street Gaming versus Amigos in the beginning of the schedule Sunday. And then we're going to move from that to free agents facing the loser of that first game.
Yes, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't, make sure to save it on your calendar because it is about to be an insanely dicey matchup from these final remaining teams. Some of the top dogs that have always battled it out in the finals. And so get your popcorn, get your grandma, your friends ready for this because this about to go crazy.
It's gonna go crazy good. On the top of seeing after all that, the grand finals with a best of 7 maps, all right? Not only 3, not only 5, but 7. So we're gonna definitely give a rest to our throats during this night. We're gonna, you know, have some nice beverages to stay hydrated for tomorrow. And it's gonna be super exciting. So just as Adam was saying, you know, make sure to tune in with us, hit the like button at this stream right now, and follow the channel, activate your notifications, get ready, because tomorrow is going to be massive. Adam, thanks again for the partnership. Have a good rest. See you tomorrow, buddy.
All right, see you tomorrow, and see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks to our producer. See you guys.